Faith, you're muted.
I just asked to unmute her. You got it.
Welcome everyone to day 10 of the Regenerative Rising Summit. This is the second annual celebration of a decade-long global movement, bringing together revolutionary creators, systems thinkers, and organizations to imagine, celebrate, and co-create a world that works for 100% of life. For the past 9 days, we've been celebrating these incredible stories and experiences. And today we're focused on Under the Dome and the interbeing sphere, to celebrate all the domes of the world, as well as what takes place under the dome. Among many of Buckminster Fuller's inventions, the geodesic dome was considered one of his most innovative inventions. And today we'll hear from incredible innovators, artists, and creators on their take on both the interbeing sphere and the dome. And with that, we are excited to bring in Kurt McNamara. But before we do, I just wanted to quote Bucky with one of my favorite quotes from him, which is, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." And Kurt is a citizen of Regenera and will be sharing more about design science. Welcome, Kurt.
Thank you. It's great to be here. So yeah, great quote. And that's one of the things that we talk about as Bucky and system change, which is part of design science. And guess what? Here we are in the design science studio. And let's see if that comes up. Hopefully, looks okay. All right. So what is this design science thing? Is it all that stuff in synergetics? Well, sort of, but it's more, right? So we can say that there's really at least three main aspects to it. One is it's a design method. And design is when we intentionally do stuff, right? Put things together to create something usable by ourselves or others. It's also what Bucky called a set of generalized principles. And of course, that was one of his big goals, was identify many generalized principles, because that's how nature operated. And if we designed like nature did, then we'd have very low impact, and that would allow us to increase what he called living rate, right? That we should not spend our time and our money on what he called killing re, but instead work on living re. So these are screen grabs from the Synergetics Dictionary. I'll put a link in the chat. This is online. These are a few thousand cards that Bucky and Ed Applewhite put together to capture his thoughts before they created the Synergetics. And of course, the grand strategy is to go from the whole to the part, right? And making sure we consider all the parameters and design for the people and make sure it's okay for the environment. And then the generalized principles aspect of it as well. So this is a typical flow chart of what he called comprehensive anticipatory design science. This one comes from the Design Science Laboratory that Medard Gable runs. It's coming up again in June. We're checking out, I'll put a link in the chat. It does show a fairly, what we used to call the waterfall process or linear process. The big differences from this and any other design process we really see today in the world is that first part of it. It's comprehensive. We're starting with the biggest view. We're considering all the factors. And then it's forward looking, it's anticipatory. So it looks towards building a better future for all of us. And as you might imagine, very few design processes do both of those things. To do this, we have to kind of focus in on something, a level at which we're working. These are words from Amy Edmondson's A Fuller Explanation, that we go in a room and we might focus on the chair. We remain cognizant or aware of the room and the house, but they're not really what we're focusing on. We're also not zooming in to the insides of the chair, right? We're looking at the chair, the chairness, if you will. Now, he did a number of graphics. This is one showing how that worked. In this particular one, in the center, we've zoomed in, right? We've looked at a particular set of frequencies that show this circle, and we're ignoring the things on the left, which are smaller and faster, and the things on the right, which are larger and slower. He also did this chart, and we're going to zoom into one of these, and it really says the same thing. But he's basically saying, the bigger stuff is less frequent. Okay, the smaller stuff is faster, etc. And so we start with saying, well, where are we at? And then we say, where do we want to go? So we look forward and we say, what do we want? Basically, do we want a new system? Do we want to create that new model that Faith talked about? Maybe. Now, one of the things I found out through the explorations for this design science studio is that if we view these things in 3D, it makes it easier. So the bottom image is from VZone, which is a digital version of Zone Tool. I'll put a link in the chat. And really looking at it has led us to the fact that, well, there's kind of a simple series of things we want to do when we start, right? We come up with a phrase that says, here's the kind of thing we're looking at, we want to explore. And if you see this one, what you can see is that there's a number of these systems. And he said all systems are sort of closed in space, right? They're sort of polyhedral, if you will. So we have 2 or 3 systems in there, and we have this thing around it, which I'm saying is the boundary. So what we've been made aware of is that when we start this comprehensive anticipatory design science process, we look for the systems that are interacting. And then from that, we say, well, what's the level of boundary around them we want to look at? If it's regenerative ag, we're looking at the neighborhood, the community, et cetera, et cetera. Now, systems, of course, closed in 3 space, at least 4 points. This is an illustration from Synergetics, just showing that even Plato in his, triad didn't really have a system until you brought the observer in. These systems are composed of relations, and those relations are active. They're forces, flows, or verbs. Bucky famously said, I seem to be a verb, and they come together at the corners. And so then we can draw models, and they can kind of get complicated. But what they show us is the structure that exists. And we can adjust that structure. We could trim tab it, or we could change how the parts interact, right? And we could look to nature when we do it. Really, Bucky's work was all about nature. He looked at nature to come up with these generalized principles, right? There would be minimum effort, minimum material, maximally engaged, et cetera. The viral models match the Buckminster fullerene, et cetera. The hexagons from the beehive. And really, he would be, if he was with us today, he would be telling us, do this way, look to nature, look to bioinspiration, because that's really where I got, geometry, nature stuff that I did. And so there's a lot of rich stuff in here. Generalized principles, yes, there's a lot of stuff, part of it, like I said, the geometry, nature, and the biomimicry, and then more things. And once again, these things go into the stuff we were talking about in terms of, well, how would I look at a system? How would I change a system? How would I model the system? That sort of thing. Just a few minutes ago, we're in the Trim Tab book discussion group, and we're talking about orbiting. So one of the things he emphasized is that systems orbit each other, like the Earth orbits the sun and the moon orbits the Earth. We don't fall in. He also said love is metaphysical gravity. If we just had love and that was all, we'd fall in and crash into the other, and maybe we'd bounce off, but we wouldn't be stable. But what happens is we've got that force of falling in, that integrative force, he said, as well as the force that's trying to sort of make us fly away, but they're balanced. Right? Just the way the moon is balanced and orbiting around the Earth, and the Earth is balanced and orbiting around the sun, the net effect, right, of this 2 things, of the falling in and the flying away, produces the orbit. And that's what he said was precession. So just once again, what is a system? And zooming into a system, zooming out of a system, looking at nature, looking at food webs, looking at how other authors have examined this sort of a thing, like Christopher Alexander, Nature of Order, how to think like or thinking like a plant by Holdridge, looking for examples from nature of what's happening, at the cellular level of the boundary. All the boundaries are permeable, right? They allow some things in and keep others out. Why do you have a boundary? You have a boundary to keep things interesting in the middle, right? You keep those parts interacting, and you're aware of the stuff on the outside, you're connected to the stuff on the outside, but they're not keeping you from doing your work, from doing your job. And of course, you don't use brute force, right? Nature does things by diffusion and the interaction of particles, and the design of things like the little tiny channels in the lung, the alveoli, are sized just so that an oxygen molecule is likely to bump into the cell wall and get transferred to hemoglobin. And in a similar way, all kinds of things are designed. So he'd be really into the more general design theories that we're finding now from looking at nature. And of course, all these systems have external boundary connections. So that's a whirlwind tour through this stuff. And we had a session a week ago that it's recorded and will be available later, where we talked a little bit more deeply about this idea of tuning in and selecting where we want to work. And then later this afternoon, we're going to have a session on Bucky's ideas on systems change, because he gave us several great teachings, didn't he? One is this idea of trim tab. How can we adjust a larger system, right? Just by working at the edge of the rudder. Oh, well, and guess what that is? That's bio-inspired. The rudder came from nature. The trim tab came from nature. It's the little feathers on the edges of the wingtips, isn't it? It's the scallops of the tubercles on the whale fins. It's all the stuff that lets nature move easily through fluids and stuff. That's really what it came from. So trim tab, or being able to, and trim tabbing ourselves, right? We have to be able to trim tab ourselves, to know about our own journeys, our own navigations, how to adjust things. So that was one. The idea of procession or coupling, like the pollinator and the flower, coming in and not intending to pollinate, but it does pollinate. And then the idea that systems, when they couple together, have these sort of mutual exchanges, right? There's never just one. If there's one to be extractive, it wouldn't be sustainable. But if there's two, then we have the kind of exchanges where we can really start designing more regeneratively, because remember those food webs and those fungal networks? It's all coupled systems, isn't it? It's all things working together. It's very, very Bucky. So that's a really whirlwind tour, you guys, but that's a little bit about design science and really how Bucky's work still informs us today and how we can take it forward. He didn't want us to just say, oh yeah, that's the Bible, we're never going to change it. No, he was continually looking at the newest research and figuring out what to do. So just encouraging you all to do that. Thank you.
Wow, Kurt, that was amazing. That was like a speed design science lesson. Very incredible. I don't see you anymore. Oh, there you are. Excellent. I just want to say that we've learned so much from Kurt over the last several years, actually, over the last decade on design science. And he hosts his own Synergetics book club. And if you're interested in that, we can put a link into the chat. I don't know if you're still taking participants, but it's really incredible. He brings in speakers and participants, and yeah, dives into different books on, I think it's on a regular basis, probably a monthly basis. Maybe you speak on that for a minute, actually. I'd love
to. So we call it the Trim Tab Book Club. We meet every other Saturday. In fact, I just bailed out of the meeting where we're actually talking about all kinds of interesting things like that. And so we read books by Bucky. Critical Path looks like the next one, and then books about Bucky, and then we have just more general stuff, and then we have a mailing list to support it, and fairly active, and then yeah, the group it's a good group, and I'll put my email in the chat. That's the best way to get signed up for it.
Excellent. I just want to say thank you for your commitment and your trim tab, because you are a true trim tab for us. It's Saturday morning. Next up, we have another trim tab that we would love to join us, and a true, a true bright spirit that I adore. Asha Deliverance is the president and founder of Pacific Domes, and I know that she's truly committed to a life of living outside the box, and is really focused on building sustainable futures that we want to see in this world. And I wanted to read this a little bit, Asha, because you mentioned the birth of Pacific Domes in your bio, and I think that's really beautiful. So Asha created this idea in 1979 on a small organic garden where she was working on a Singer sewing machine, and she created her first dome. She has studied Fuller's work and ancient Vedic philosophies over the last several decades. She's dedicated herself to the creation of building the future of domes and a sustainable future for all of us. And she's continued her Masters of Art on dome building for several years during her time as a midwife and a mother. And she's really really built this incredible legacy for Pacific domes in a way that is groundbreaking. I also grew up in a Pacific dome, so I'm truly, I'm truly grateful for the work that you do, and I think that really creates a whole new sphere within those domes. And I'm really excited about your next conversation about harmonic architecture. So please feel free to take it away.
Thank you so much, Faith. That's an incredible intro. Welcome to, hi, everybody. I don't know who's on there, but I'm hoping that in this short little 20-minute section, I can give you a pretty good idea of why we call it harmonic architecture, which AKA sacred architecture, and what the foundations of that are based upon. And most of you might have heard a buzzword. It's now a buzzword in the architectural world, Vastu. Vastu was the original pre-Vedic text, apparently the first pre-Vedic text they've ever found. And it did describe the physics of how the physical universe is structured. And it correlates completely with Bucky and some another physicist that I am very close to. I'm working with Nassim Haramein, who's also writing many equations to demonstrate this principle. So it's all about harmonics. And I'm going to just give a brief nutshell of the physics so that you can go to the foundations of this. And then I'll describe how that affects our lives in our homes and how our homes can support our lives energetically. The word Om and home sound similar for a reason. And so I'm going to start by explaining this is a diagram. I hope you can see that. I have a lot of reflections, so my apologies. This is showing the singularity at the center. And that is the word Va. It comes from vastness. And for those of you who might be familiar with Buddhism, Vajra is the diamond at the center, the singularity, which is the entire physical universe. The same amount of density is in that singularity as the entire physical universe. And these equations have all been written to show that by Nassim Haramein. We've been working together for 20 years to disclose this information. And I've mostly been working on correlating it with Vastu science. So 5 waveforms come out and eventually form a grid that looks like this. And it is an 8x8 grid that then, it leaps out and becomes, some of you are familiar with this terminology, the 64 tetrahedron grid. And this is where we tie in with Bucky. I built this out of magnets. It is a 64 tetrahedron grid showing the structure of space-time in its 3-dimensional format. Now, of course, we're talking about Om sound, Om light, and frequencies, but there are these patterns that evolve that are dynamic patterns. And of course, we call them the platonic solids, and we can see how they are all formed within this grid. There's people who, if you want to go online, you can find many diagrams showing that, how the platonic solids nest into the 64 tetrahedron. I don't have time right now to show all those dynamics, but basically we've got this 3D structure that then replicates itself through time and space over and over again. But the cool thing is, each one of them at every scale, and I better explain scaling. So just real quick, each one of those 64, this is like a chessboard, by the way, and Zarathustra made the chessboard to show the dynamic forces of the universe. He was a great king and knew Vastu, and as did all of the great kings of old, which were considered, kings means basically wise men back in those days. So each of those 64 padas then scales down another 64 padas fits inside of each one. So that's where you get your scaling principle. It's like a mirror, and it keeps going smaller and smaller and smaller. So Nassim did make an equation that showed the scaling principles. And these are harmonics. We're talking about harmonics. So as we scale down into the micro and the macro, we get the same principle, times 8, times 8, times 8. Now, in India, they use that as their measuring system. Everything is measured times 8, not like we do times 10. So that's where the original Vedas were, these ancient Vedas were found. So I'm going to show how this works with the harmonics. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the 8th square is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then at each corner you start with 1 again. So that is showing how the harmonics work in the boundary condition of everything in this universe. And everything in this universe is entangled with the singularity at the center. Therefore, we are never separated from our source and each other. So understanding the science also gives us a worldview that could be very helpful with our society. So I'm going to explain these harmonics and how they work and how they operate. When we build an architectural structure, what we do is we take the astrological makeup of the person, who is also a resonant vibration. So when you're born, there is a certain constellation of stars, and those are all perfectly scaled, by the way. And if you don't know that yet, just wonder why the moon and the sun are exactly the same size. And did you know that the moon is 108 Earths away from us? 108 moons away from the Earth, and that the sun is 108 suns away from the Earth. So these are all showing this repetitious dynamic of harmonics, basically. And it's found throughout the structure of space-time, everywhere you go. And that's why people can magically entertain you by saying, the Great Pyramids are just like Da Vinci's drawings, and because they use the same scales. Da Vinci was quite aware of all of this physics, and so were all those ancient Greeks and philosophers. They studied this stuff. I want to show how these harmonics work with architecture. So we take the astrology of the person and we create a harmonic of that astrology. So each astrological moment, someone is born in that moment, that's their orchestra, their blueprint to live their life. And that blueprint has harmonic resonance with specific tones and frequencies. And in the Vastu architectural science, they know which tones are working with which are harmonic. And most of them are, just so you know, it's not hard to create harmonics for each individual that support their life. When we make our domes, we have used very specific measurements that are harmonic and universally harmonic with almost everyone across the board. So all of these energetic qualities also translate into, all of these harmonics translate into energetic qualities. So you might have, I have a whole book of them on my website, energetic qualities of the different domes, but one might enhance education, one might enhance art, one might enhance musical talents, one might enhance generosity, one might enhance mental awareness. So all these qualities can be built into your home. Now, I studied with the master in India. His name was Dr. Ganapati. He was recognized by the Indian government. He was there who designed all their buildings while he was alive. He passed away about 5 years ago. And he taught me the birth of Earth, basically, which is this science that I was just explaining of how these waveforms come out and form this grid that then reproduces itself throughout time and space without gap or overlap, and how all of these harmonics are at play constantly. So the structure between, one point and another that appears physical, we don't see it, because when this information comes out of that point, it is moving faster than the speed of light that we perceive. So we do not see that. But we see it after it starts to spin, and it starts to spin like, that's the wrong direction. Oh, anyway, clockwise spin. And then eventually it forms this 8x8 grid. And it bulges out in each direction, and we get a 9x9 sphere. And we see the shearing of light. We don't see the subtle information. But a NASA physicist once said that if you speed up to the speed of light, everything becomes two-dimensional, showing that the birth of Earth comes from a two-dimensional, he called it the surface of a black hole, but two-dimensional, and then leaps out and becomes three-dimensional. And that's when we get this dynamic of the spin. Nassim describes it here in the double torus formation. There's 6 points going out from the center, east, west, north, south, above and below, as you know from the Native American tradition, as they did understand this also. And then 6 going back in, because it is a cyclical thing. Just like your heart pumps blood in and out of the heart, also the singularity pumps information in and out of the physical universe. And so that dynamic is called, this is Om sound, Om light coming into the physical universe, creating harmonics. That's why it's called a universe. It's a song. And so when we start to understand that everything is musical and that we are music, what I was going to explain is that the subtle universe is moving faster than the speed of light that we perceive, and there are also audible sounds that we do not hear. And so these are actually more potent because they actually have more dynamics. We don't see it till it's slowed down and we see the shearing of light, but they're much more dynamic in the subtle levels of creation. And here's another quote from a NASA physicist. If you took a string and wrapped it around the earth and called that existence, you could count on 1 dime of that string being the physical universe. The rest of that existence is vibrating faster than the speed of light that we perceive. We call that the subtle universe. And when we can see it, we call it gross. That is physical. And so the dynamics of what creates the physical universe is really important to understand. And we want to learn how to apply that in our everyday life to support the life around us, the architecture and whatever we do. Matter of fact, that in the ancient day, the person who was the high initiate that had studied all of these ancient wisdoms and meditated and done his homework, all that person, him, her, would go and start a new village, and they would use the foot of the ruler to create harmonic resonance when they build this new village. And they would never block the center, because the center point of the village is where the source enters. And Om sound, Om light can resonate through the entire village. It's the same principle in your home or your dome, whatever you're living in. And that same principle applies. The center is the source point that resonates Om sound, Om light, harmonics, and all the source of perfection into your space. So the structure of space-time being the 64 tetrahedron, you might be aware of Nassim, some of you, Nassim Haramein. You can look him up online. the Resonance Project is his website. He was studying Bucky's work, and that's how he got to where he figured this stuff out. Because Bucky was showing how nature had a specific structure, and he mapped that out in this isotopic vector matrix grid. And his vector matrix was mostly complete, but it was, you have to have complete equal vectors. Like if I have two vectors equally the same length, then there's an equilibrium there. It's called vector matrix equilibrium. But if you have one that's longer, then it can, push. So it loses its stability, basically. I don't know what it does, push or pull, but anyway, it loses stability. So at that point, Nassim looked at Bucky's vector matrix and said, hey, we got to make this an equilibrium. And it took him quite a long time to figure out, but it's the 64 tetrahedron grid. Well, I walked into that with the Vastu teacher straight up. He explained that to me, how the 8x8 leaps out and becomes the cube. And from there, how it spins and becomes what we call the earth, gross existence, the birth of earth, the physical universe. It's the shearing of light off of that spin factor. We see the shearing of light. So in those formulas, you get all of the dynamics of numerology going on, the 8, the squaring of the circle, the circling of the square. The square comes prior to the circle, then the circle is the physical universe. Then you've got the 8x8 that then becomes the 9x9. And so that's why the number 9 is such a magical number. It just constantly is disappearing because, believe it or not, the physical universe doesn't really exist. It's a holographic play of light that you can see. It's the shearing of light that we are seeing, and it appears very real to us with our great 3D vision that we have. So anyway, so the number 9, as you do math, it will always just disappear consistently. And the Vedic mathematicians, I call them, they have all kinds of formulas where they can outdo anybody, because they know these harmonics so clearly and they're so basic. They can outdo anybody with a computer to do square roots of any length of number you want, because they have these basic formulas in their brain so well. So these harmonics generate qualities and energetic qualities that enhance the life of the people living in the space. And that's the whole point of this discussion. First off, we want to make aware that this exists, this science does exist, and it is a science that, you can actually buy books online and explore further. I have my little book I put together with one of my teachers showing all of these dynamics, and I pulled a couple of little, I wanted to show this, because we were working with the water. When you take water and you add a vibration to the water, and then we take an image. My friend Eric Larson did this photograph, and you can see the singularity in the center and these 4 waveforms coming out, showing how Om sound, Om light generate form. And then let me see, I think I've got this one too. This one shows 6. I have one that shows 5. Let me see if I can show. I was trying to demonstrate about the dome here, and I forgot to pull up my 5 one. Here it is. This one shows 5. And then this one shows the 8x8 within the sphere. These are all generated with water and sound. So you can see the structure. So
Ayana or Asha, very nice.
Yeah.
Here's Mark. Here's Mark.
Yeah. Asha, what a joy. I'm actually not too far from you, sitting in a geodesic dome. It's not a Pacific dome. It was built in the 90s. And I feel what you're telling us. And also because I'm so involved in myth, and I think of what everything that you said, and the saying how the universe was sung into being. And
that part, it's the best.
Yeah.
Well, we need to sing. I think our original language was also song. And so, yes, singing is important. For some reason, my phone, I don't know, my cord must have died. All right, well, hopefully
You're there.
I go through this. Okay.
Well, we thank you so much for all you've delivered. And not only that, but I know there are some special guests here that have been wanting to meet you and attune with you, and to have Kurt lead into this talk. And we are definitely beaming Bucky today, aren't we? Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And then Mark, also Asha will be back on later on today at 2 p.m. with
Wonderful.
Building Future Villages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to that again. Thank you for joining us. And
Okay, thanks so very much. And thanks for hosting, everybody. It's lovely to have your presence. Thank you.
yeah, we'll see you.
Okay.
So let's see who's up next. We have Shipley. And I'm going to, is Shipley here? Is she ready to come up on stage? Because we're going to introduce
Shipley is here.
Shipley. Okay. Shipley is designer and artist working at the intersection of design and technology, currently based in India. In the project Art of Pulse, she explores the idea of body and pulse. Art of Pulse is a dot in the larger project she has been working on called Kalam. And Shipley, maybe you can take us on that journey of what it is that you're sharing.
Yes. So Art of Pulse is an exploration of the idea of the body, pulse, and texture. We see even when pulse is a repetition, each repetition is unique. My intention through this exploration is to look at not the foreground and the background, but the movement through the entire texture. Bliss will now take you through a slideshow. I request you to please watch it in a dark room if possible. Also, please read the writings on each slide at your end as we move forward. There is no sound or vocal narration to them. It is meant to be a very personal experience. Okay. So please share your experience to me on my email address. Also, I think it would be good if you could watch at your own and in a dark room. The experience, I think, would be different.
It was so incredible. Thank you, Shilpi. Wow.
Thank you.
It's so beautiful. Is this, what's the medium? Like, how was this made? Was this created with machine learning, or were these like,
Yes.
yeah, they're so beautiful.
Thank you.
You for sharing them. And yes, so the invitation for everyone to experience these in a dark room in silence. What a beautiful gift of presencing.
Thank you.
It's been a delight for us to weave with you as one of the revolutionaries in the studio. Excited for so much more to come and to continue to see your work in the world.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Yes, Shilpi, thank you so much for joining us and sharing these wanderings that you've taken us on. And if I may, I would like to present our next guest, part of the team actually. And here they are. Lana strives to build resilient, equitable, and regenerative communities through creative collaboration, compassionate leadership, and innovative thinking. They create immersive interactive experiences through art, sculpture, events, and community engagement that work in harmony with the natural environment. Lana is a multimedia artist with a background in human development as a Reggio Emilia educator and spent the last 6 years living in community in the first prototype arcology. They now spend their time as a nomadic fabricator, specializing in 3D large-scale environments, creating unconventional, imaginative installations that foster interpersonal connection and play for places like Burning Man, Global Eclipse Gathering, and more. Welcome. And where in the world are you beaming in from right now?
Hi, Mark. Thank you for the introduction. I am in north of the Bay in Marin County, California, and it's gorgeous. And hopefully it's a little breezy, so hopefully my audio is coming through okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm at the mothership right now of the Regenera Rising.
Excellent. And Lena, I understand that you are doing a collaborative project and something that's you're building now. Is that what we're going to hear about, or where are you taking us?
Actually, I am in the middle of a project. It is in the front yard right now. I'm not going to be talking about that today. I've gone to a couple of our storytelling seminars and, chatting with you, Mark, and I took your advice as well as Liv and Abba's advice and did some free writing and let the story come out that was supposed to come out. And so I've thrown together a little presentation of a little bit of just kind of like the story I'm telling myself that I'm going to tell the world, and working on reframing a few things, such as being called a shy child whenever I was little, and trying to shift that into being introspective, and being called a sensitive kid and shifting that into more being like in tune. So yeah, so I just was letting myself kind of figure out what story I wanted to tell. So I'm going to give you like a little brief run over of kind of like the theme that's been part of my entire art existence. So yeah, I'll share my screen. Thank you so much for the introduction. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate you so much.
All right. Let's see. You can just see that, and we put it on presenter mode.
Looks good.
Great. Oops, the wrong buttons. Oh wait, hold on. I cannot see my notes, so I need to change that to. Where do I do presenter mode? Sorry. There it is.
Nice.
All right. Okay. So we're all with friends, and this is what's great about this community is, you know, sometimes we get nervous to like talk in front of people, and I've just had to remind myself over and over that I'm just telling my friends a quick story about how I ended up here. So this is little me. And so my life as an artist, as many of ours often does, started as a small child, just curious about the world. And I don't ever think I didn't think of what I was doing as art. I was just exploring nature and creating with the beauty that I saw around me. I grew up in Texas, spending a lot of time also in New Mexico and Colorado. So I've called myself a bit of a free range child, you know, having the opportunity to be outdoors in nature, big skies for most of my childhood. I probably spent more time in the dirt and with the trees and the animals than really anything else. My pockets were always full of treasures, sticks, stones, interesting seed pods. I actually had a display case in my bedroom that was probably like 4 feet by 4 feet, just full of all of the beautiful things that I collected. We'd probably call them altars now, but for me, it was just like my treasure chest. And, you know, not much has changed at the core of my being, but there's been a journey that's gotten me from this little one to who you have in front of you today. And now I actually being able to like identify as an artist. That's been a bit of a journey. So school was pretty challenging for me, but I took some solace in art studio. I was super excited to go to art school for college to become a real artist. And I was quickly discouraged by the constraints and the expectations that were pushed upon me. You know, my medium wasn't pencil and paper or paint and canvas. And I knew I needed something different, but I just like wasn't quite sure what that was. So I dropped out of art school and I was a little bit aimless for just a little bit. I knew they were going to do that. Little dogs barking in the background. So I took a little bit of time off and kind of reevaluated what I wanted to do. And I discovered a teaching program at the University of Colorado in Denver. And I participated in their master's program in human development and education. And the program was focused on discovery learning and play-based education. And specifically, I ended up focusing on a teaching philosophy that came out of Italy called Reggio Emilia. And I worked in an early learning center for several years. The teacher wasn't there to bestow knowledge upon the children because they don't need that, and we know that. We show them, we would create the spaces for natural exploration and created a culture for learning and safety and consent. The rooms were filled with all sorts of like fascinating items that I would find on my hikes through the mountains. And then at times we would completely transform the classroom into a space station, an archaeological dig site, underneath the ocean, deep sea diving. We would transform the entire room. And so that would become this complete immersive space for the kids to play and learn. And it was very much based on what their interests were. It wasn't we weren't following a curriculum. We had, you know, guidelines for milestones, but not like how we would reach those milestones. So it was very much about tuning into what the kids were interested in, and gave us an opportunity to really ebb with the seasons as well. We had a garden right outside the classroom, and it was such a natural space for learning and for play, just to be digging in the dirt and watching the plants change throughout the seasons. So again, it was like an immersive experience for the kiddos. And it was also a year-round school, so we didn't get traditional summers off. I had 2 weeks off in the winter, and that was it. And so naturally, I burned out because I poured everything into it. I didn't have enough time to like really recharge and reset my system. So I took off and went on a grand adventure for a little while that landed me in Arizona, at a community in central Arizona. I'm sure some of you may recognize this. But you know, the place was special, but what I took away from it was the most important part. What I discovered about myself is something central to like my being and what I needed as a person. And that was, it was community, and it was community that was in tune with nature, and also encouraged a lot of learning. So they were experimenting with architecture and how the built environment would work with the surrounding ecology. And one of the things that I recognized shortly after being there for about like a month, it's like my whole nervous system was just like a breath, like somebody had just like pulled a thread, and like the whole thing, the whole like straitjacket was unraveling. And what I discovered, what I realized was that the constant bombardment of traffic noise and just like the busy pace of living in the city, and then working just to pay my rent to go live in this little box, like I didn't know why it wasn't working for me, because you don't know what you don't know until you know it. And so being, you know, close to nature, connected with people, and then having an opportunity to learn some really incredibly valuable skills was just a game changer for me. So I befriended all the old guys in the community that had amazing skills to pass on. And I got to learn woodworking, and this is my friend Sparks. He taught me some electrical, and one of our friends was like, he taught you enough electrical to make you dangerous. So I still only do that with supervision. I learned how to weld. We worked on various like interior renovations and building furniture, and just anything I could get my hands on. I was like, teach me that tool. I want to learn how to do it. So this was about 6 years ago. And you know, it's something like teaching me all of these building skills was something that my dad had tried to do for a very long time. He bought me a whole set of tools whenever I was about 10. But I just wasn't there yet. Like I didn't understand until I got immersed into this like community building experience. And it's community building, and it's people actually building as well. How much my medium became the 3-dimensional, and that creating structures was something that brought me like so much joy. And even still, like I still didn't really see it as art at the time. Cut to my first burn. And this pretty much blew my whole like world open, because it for most people that are familiar with the burns, everybody, it's like it was this life-changing experience, and that's because it is. You know, I came face to face with the largest art gallery, playground, communitas I had ever seen. It like merged everything I loved into one place. So super inspired after that first year. And just a few months, I had been traveling for a while and working on various art installations and stuff like that. And so after seeing Burning Man and seeing what people were doing together, I decided that I was going to lead my first project. So I did, and I built Luna Flora with a team of amazing people. And that's actually why one of the things I'm wanting to talk about is at the core of like who I am as an artist, is the people that support the artist. So Luna Flora is the small sphere. It's the moon with the petals around it at the bottom right of your screen. And we got an amazing placement right next to the temple, which was just such an honor, because it's such a special place at Burning Man. And building large art is, it's a lot. It requires a lot of time, skill, and money, and thankfully many amazing people willing to help a friend bring their vision to life. And these are my crazy friends that for almost nothing, for a ticket, were willing to come and spend their weekends welding and cutting and trying to make it as fun of an experience as possible. You know, we played a lot. We, you know, goofed around. We did a lot of work in a very short amount of time, and we tried to have as much fun doing it as possible. So just to chat about like the skills that came in. When I started this process, you know, I'd never done anything like this before. I'd never built a large scale installation before. And you start putting the call out, and the exact right person at the exact right time for this entire experience just came into my life. And I have a website, and on my website, I have a little phrase in there that says, good art is not created by one person, yet a collection of synchronicities. And that phrase came from like this experience. You know, the engineer showed up right whenever I needed, like, right, it was at the right time every single time. It was like, what do the next phase is coming. What do we need to do next? Somebody would call out, hey, I heard you're working on a project. I sew. Do you want me to help you with this? And speaking of sewing, actually, Sylvia, who spoke earlier in the week about the project she's working on, Intra-Nurture, which is going to be at Burning Man this year. She was my seamstress that did the fabric, and her and her mom came and worked tirelessly to sew a sphere. Like, there's a lot of things spheres are amazing for, but sewing one is really, really hard. It's not an intuitive process, but they just did an amazing job. We had my friend Mish and Tim, like everybody filled in the spot. And the photo on the bottom right, and it's like, I'm in the metal shop and Tim was cooking us all dinner. Like, it was just an incredible experience having all of these friends come together to help me make a vision come to life. And this was the first project that I ever led. And yeah, here's the final photo of it. So I've had the opportunity to lead this one project, and I've had the opportunity to support in many, many projects. I have some photos of them on my website. I wasn't able to like pull them into this presentation for this one. It just didn't feel quite the right vibe. It was really wanted to focus on the people that were that helped create this one. And you know, not much has changed about me since I was little. And I'm at the core, I'm still the same person. I've been making little spaces for people to congregate in and have an intimate setting to connect with one another and hopefully play a little bit. I still have pockets full of treasures and sticks and stones and seeds. I've got piles of them in the yard right now for this next installation. And I think one of the most special things about all of this is now I have so many memories and an amazing community of people who also see the world and its preciousness a little bit like I do, and maybe a lot of it like I do. And that is something I felt like I didn't have years ago. And it feels so special to be in a community of like-minded individuals that are out there sharing their gifts with the world. So my call to action is to go make something with a friend, and hopefully can create a little bit of magic in the world. And yeah, that's what I have for you, right at 15 minutes.
Wonderful. Maybe you could unshare your screen and will be here very present with you. That was an incredible story. This is the sense of story living that we talk about. And the idea that we are beaming, we are backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums. You are a beamer, you're a medium, and you just attuned us to the story of how you arrived right here, right now. And when we do that, it really presents a different picture, even to ourselves, when we take a moment and we weave back of that journey. How did I get here? What were those little moments? What were the things that put me on path? And what a beautiful story you've shared with us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's when you start to I've told this story before, but when you start to see the themes and the threads that take you from, like, that have stayed consistent in your life for your entire life, and recognize that the theme that you're doing right now is on the same path. It's what it's helped for me to recognize is that maybe I am following a purpose. And I think the theme of the purpose is being able to create the space for these connections within each other, for these important interpersonal connections to happen. And, you know, I've also been a fiercely independent person, and I need a lot of space to myself, which is why I bought a little tiny trailer. And now I can drive all over the country and come visit all my friends and make cool projects and do fun things with them, and help support them with the skills that I have. So that's also, like, if anybody wants to collaborate, let me know.
Well, how cool is that? I mean, and just what you did is you found the courage within yourself to be here encouraging others. And for that, we're ever so grateful.
Yeah. And I have to share a lot of gratitude for the Design Science Studio and for Roxy and Nico. I met them at the Renegade Burn this last August, and man, has that taken me on a trajectory. It's just like, I'm gonna say yes to all of these things. And yeah, I just really appreciate the opportunities and being called in to participate in the arts that we're all creating.
Well, speaking of calling in, I'm going to do our next guest. And again, I want to thank you for all you bring forth. And we look forward to collaborating more. All right. So do we have Jens on board out here on Spaceship Earth, our kinship?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, good evening.
Jens, okay.
Computer is literally about to die.
Spotlight.
No, it's okay. I'm done.
Okay. So Jens, let's get you up on Spotlight if somebody can help me with that. Hi, we have yet not to really meet, but I have the honor of introducing you. And Jens is an award-winning international media artist and seasoned post-producer from Switzerland, currently living between Los Angeles and Mexico City, focusing on virtual, mixed, augmented, and sensory reality, exploring the effervescent expansion of consciousness and stewardship of planet Earth. Jen Kuhl's talent blossoms, creating immersive art, innovating educational and scientific XR content, benefiting humanity and expanding and improving our ways of perception of the self and how we interact with our planet. 6 years ago, Jen Kuhl was called to and started to use XR technologies for his creative endeavors and has been immersing visitors into his artwork in virtual and augmented spaces, actively catalyzing and reshaping of our collective consciousness. Welcome, and I look forward to this journey you take us on.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me, and I really feel incredibly privileged to be with all of you, since I feel that future of humanity completely lies within collaboration, and the people that I'm meeting since I have taken on a completely collaborative mindset, although the description of my work has been very me-focused. But since I took on this mindset, the world is really opening up. And this opening up of world happened through several, let's say, happenings and events that just can be called serendipitous. I was very much into serendipity since I conceived a situation in the streets of Mexico City. I moved to Mexico City in order to study photography, and there is also a love story connected to it. I'm from Basel City in Switzerland, and had the huge opportunity to move over to Mexico, where I stayed for 16 years. So I started really to portray the city, and at the moment of looking at the city life and nature within city, I started to deeply focus on taking myself the time for events to happen and to unfold. And I started to actually open myself up to serendipity everywhere and all the time. And this helped me to envision furthermore my own future and the future that I would like to see. So as a definition, serendipity is an unplanned fortunate discovery or a common occurrence throughout the history of product invention and scientific discovery. I would now add the following. It's also serendipity is also a common occurrence throughout the history of product invention, arts, and scientific discovery, because arts now sort of feed into science. Scientists become artists and artists become scientists. So this is a work called Leftover. I showed it back in 2009, and it's a video that is based on serendipity and actually deeply attuning to serendipity and to the events that happened in Mexico City back then. I always carried my video camera. I was a video artist, more video oriented back then. And I just will have you take a look at what's happening here, because I just felt that there's something going to happen around this situation.
Hey, Jens, is there
Yes.
any way you can just collapse the little window with our picture so it doesn't block your words?
Sure.
Yes, thank you. And also whatever's on the very bottom right, if you move that too so it doesn't go over your words as well.
Oh, okay.
We want to see them if we can. There's a way to collapse it. Okay. It might be the floating toolbar. If you just scoot it out of the way. Perfect. At least it's out of the way. Great, that looks great.
So this moment, for me, what it represents, what happened there, the center of the universe just culminated in the moment when this bird was getting wings again. And well, I was very attuned to actually feeling into serendipity from then on, and many works, that was just an example, actually derived from serendipity. So when I came to Los Angeles, I had a hard time to connect with other artists because it is a very competitive city. Talent comes to Los Angeles in order to earn a lot of money, to bank on one's creativity and to make it in the game. And I just never felt attuned to that. And to a certain extent, I lost track. And I went through a divorce, which can happen. And it was just a very difficult time. I lived on a boat for nearly a year. And stumbled, so to speak, into the Pacific crossing on behalf of a foundation. I was the onboard artist, and you can take a look at this webpage called eatlessplastic.com. I will pass it in the chat in a bit. And we crossed the Pacific trawling for microplastics. And we did not just trawl. Here you can see the trawling device. It was like a sock, and we had it pass on the surface of uncharted waters in the middle of the Pacific, and then checked out what remains in this sock, and we took a look whether there's plastic in there. So we really got data out of the ocean and got to understand how bad the situation around microplastics in the ocean actually is. Well, there were very beautiful moments happening during that travel. And I understood that probably focusing on the beauty of nature is a better way, at least in my manner of doing artwork. It's a better way to point out that we have to take care of nature and that we have to steward Earth. Earth comes first, and this was a very special night. We trawled for microplastics, and what we got from nature is this beautiful bioluminescent plankton. And I was really going crazy then when I saw this. And after 5 weeks and 10,000 photographs later and 5 hours to 6 hours of video footage, I got back into the world and started experimenting with Tilt Brush. Tilt Brush is a virtual reality painting tool. It's a 3-dimensional painting tool. So you don't have a 2-dimensional canvas, it's a 3-dimensional canvas. And I kind of started to fill the void of the adventure that the adventure left me, and I started to paint in virtual reality. So I discovered it not just for art, if not for serendipity too, because I understood that serendipity is nothing that has to do with the outer world only, if not what one permits from within oneself, and the perception one can have from within a digital space can also be serendipitous. Well, I call that digital serendipity. And I started to paint underwater scenarios coming back from this Eat Less Plastic trip. And I painted a hammerhead shark gathering because I just wanted to feel like I was taking a diving trip, which I couldn't do at that very moment. And I don't have footage for that directly. But this then became the, sorry, let me see where I'm at here. Yeah, here we go. This became then, I was invited by the Open Earth Foundation to, oh, this is not working the way it should. Let me check why this is happening. So just to make this short and probably finding the right video here. Okay, we go. Oh, that's a bummer. I think I cannot show this. Well, anyways, I painted an underwater world in Tilt Brush just for actually having a better notion of how it was back then when I was on the trip. It was for a nostalgic reason. And a year later, I was invited to the so-called Ocean Drop. And the Ocean Drop was the second NFT drop of the Open Earth Foundation in order to gather finances and fundraising for the Open Earth Foundation. the Open Earth Foundation is a foundation that focuses on labeling regenerative initiatives and actually have those deployed into all the world in order to have a big stop to CO2 emissions and getting away from fossil fuels as soon as possible. So let me see whether I get back on the thread here. What I'm gonna do is rather share the, yes, here we go. I'm gonna share my screen again. I apologize for that. So I was invited to share an NFT, to donate an NFT, non-fungible token. This is a new way of going about ownership in the digital space. A non-fungible token helps to claim provenance, and actually artists can collectively work on things and still earn a big part of the economics that would come in. And the serendipity of this event, when I was painting this on the water shark gathering, when I was asked to do an additional work with OVR and Open Earth to conceive the meta NFT gallery, I felt, well, I have this already painted out, because they were asking me for a hammerhead underwater shark gathering, and I had it already in my library. And this was just one more element that helped me to conceive serendipity as a driving force in my work. And I'm gonna play this from within Doing Good, which is the minting platform that benefits foundations once you mint a work. And all the works of the different artists like Kevin Mack or Paul Nicklin, who works with National Geographic, are in this gallery. They were all auctioned on the 2nd of December of last year, successfully auctioned, and Open Earth Foundation has now the funds to create a digital Gaia, which helps us to understand the language of Earth. And that night, when we dropped this digitally, we had also a physical gathering. And this physical gathering for me was the moment where I understood that when I collaborate with other digital artists and this minting platform called Doing Good, it's the perfect way to give back to this natural conception of artistic output. And okay, now I'm off the feed again. I'm gonna put links here and get the sound off quickly. Okay, here we go. So the big part I want to emphasize on, and so-called call to action, is actually why compete if you can collaborate. And from within digital media now, what we have available are these non-fungible token and cryptocurrency. Somehow it will feed into our lives anyways. And the big opportunity I see that we can seize here is that we can achieve change without necessarily asking for permission to big corporations or the 1% that is managing the economics of Earth. So we can build small pools that contain our visions and how we would like to go about stewardship of Earth. Because if we don't think 2 generations in advance, I think it's not regenerative enough in order to persist, so to speak, and make this place a beautiful place for the coming generations. And I found a way to donate 50% of my earnings when I mint NFTs, and they go to foundations that are doing huge collaborative work in order to have our planet heal. And it's just a beautiful way, and I would very much like to encourage you, if you're going to mint work, connect to platforms like Doing Good and try to connect with foundations that you like and that have certain guidelines that you can align with. Yes. So that would pretty much be it. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. And
that was beautiful, Jens. That was beautiful. I think it's really incredible to use what you said before, why compete when you can collaborate, and using the technology that we have today, such as non-fungible tokens and the blockchain and many other ways that, there's a lot of different AI technology out there that we can resource to start to do good. We've actually heard from a couple other people that are planting trees through this type of mechanism. And I think, there's so many ways to help and to actually move towards a world that works for 100% of life through these tools. I love that you're doing that. It's really beautiful.
Thank you, Faith.
Just a note, if people want to find out more about your specific NFT, they can go on to the Doing Good platform, right?
Yes, I can quickly. I have another NFT there. I have two NFTs on that platform. One is called H2O, the Unified Field, which is a work around the H2O molecule. And the other one is called Ocean Drop Meta NFT Gallery, which contains all of the artist's work. Let me see whether I can.
Yeah, I want to put both those in the chat. That would be excellent. So we have a lot of people that are watching on our streams. So we'll share those to the streams as well. And I wanted to say thank you. We're all called to do what we can in the ways that we can. And this is a really beautiful, innovative way of working with the oceans. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. And next up, we have somebody else that is also doing incredible work with the future of building and the future of how we see communities. Morgan is not only a dad, but he's an architect of the future. What he says is the earth is calling for natural building practices and people are calling for community. Oh, that's so true. They founded GeoShip to mass manufacture natural building and create tools for people to build regenerative villages. I'm really, really excited about this talk, Morgan, because I know that not only are you building GeoShip, which is, the geodesic village of the future, but also you are working on a DAO that is going to be a democratized way of really working within community to make governance decisions and shifts. So super excited to hear more.
Yeah, thank you, Faith. Thanks. Let me just share my screen here as I have some slides. Okay. Yeah, so thank you so much. It's really nice to be here with you guys and just to be able to share what we've been working on here for quite a long time. I left my kind of tech career in around 2003 and just bought a one-way ticket to Asia, started vagabonding, and that really turned into about 9 years of traveling around Asia and India, and then restoring a kind of classic wooden sailboat and cruising around the Pacific, really with the intention of, actually, instead of buying a sailboat, I really wanted to build myself a little cob cottage and just learn to be an artist, but I couldn't afford land. So I ended up with the sailboat, which served a similar purpose. And really for the last 6 years here, I have been focused on building this cooperative that is developing a new material science and manufacturing technology to build all ceramic, or AKA geopolymer, geodesic domes. So I'm excited to share that with you guys today, and we'll just kind of go through more of a focus on I'll try to just get through this in about 10 minutes and leave a little time for questions potentially, and really just kind of focus on the cooperative opportunity in a sense, more so than kind of the story and background. Yeah, so the name of the company is GeoShip, and we are producing bioceramic geodesic domes. And it's really the only natural home building system that is compatible with mass manufacturing. So, we've been at this for quite a few years now. So there's been, a bit of press, and we're building partnerships. Over the last year or two, we've really been focused on, we raised capital about 2 years ago, and we've been focused completely on the product engineering and development, not so much on partnerships. But now over the last couple of months and going into this year and next year, we'll really focus more on partnerships, or at least equally on partnerships, and all the kind of marketing and everything you have to do to be able to bring into the world what we're aiming for here, which is a pretty high aspiration, which you'll see. So really, home building it's no news here. Home building is in crisis. We've got huge shortages really around the US and around the world. Just in California alone, there's about 4 million houses shorted. The houses that we build are unaffordable, unsustainable. There's a lot of toxic materials. They're vulnerable to natural disasters, and they really do not inspire this kind of regen era. The homes that, not only the style of home, but the way that the neighborhoods are developed and whatnot is really anchored in an old paradigm of separation. So the newer alternatives to conventional home building usually only address like one or two of these problems. Like they're either focused on sustainability, or focused on affordability, or maybe focused on health, some. But what we're doing really addresses all of these crises in the home building industry. So, about 99.9% of the housing that is out there today is synthetic. So not natural, meaning not built with natural materials with the focus on sustainability. And the natural housing or natural home building techniques that are out there today take a long time and are often not code compliant. So our solution is really natural homes for everybody. So we can kind of create a new choice where affordable, easy, and code compliant natural homes. So we're building 2-size geodesic domes that can connect to one another. So you end up with a lot of different configurations that are possible with a limited number of components. Our traction so far, we just installed the world's first geopolymer dome. So I kind of use the words bioceramic and geopolymer interchangeably, in that the bioceramic is actually a type of geopolymer. In this dome that we installed is all bioceramic. It's really similar to the chemical composition of the bones in our body, magnesium, phosphate, potassium based materials. We've built about a $40 million sales pipeline with deposits, about a $2.5 billion sales pipeline without deposits. There's about 2,000 investors who have invested so far, equity investors. We've raised over $2 million in capital, and we're, have quite a few patents filed and filing more, which we intend to open source. So what's exciting is the material science really advances the art. Buckminster Fuller said we've heard through the grapevine that Buckminster Fuller said in the 50s and 60s that the domes they were building then were like wooden spaceships, and it would be 50 to 100 years until the right material science arrived to really build geodesic domes, which is pretty typical that the material science lags the invention. And in the early 2000s, there was a new material. Well, geopolymers is really back in kind of 80s and 90s, and they're still slowly being developed. But the specific bioceramics we're using were announced to the world in 2004 after about a 12-year R&D project at the US National Labs, where they were developing this material for use in the nuclear industry to solidify highly radioactive waste for long-term storage. So the properties of the material that make this possible is like, it's got covalent bonding like an epoxy, very high strength and highly crystalline like a ceramic, but an ambient cure and a very quick ambient cure like a rapid cement. So our solution is really manufacturing these all ceramic components in automated factories, automated community-owned factories that then fuse together on site into monolithic structures. So the same material is used to bond all the parts together as what the parts are made out of. And that bonding strength creates waterproof cold joints, like epoxy two pieces of wood together or something. So domes really maximize efficiency, and that they're the, preaching to the choir here, I suppose, to some extent, but lightest, strongest, most efficient means of enclosing space yet known to man. So this, if you look at, 1,000 square foot, 2-story geodesic dome compared to 1,000 square foot, 2-story rectangular box, you have about 50% less surface area for the same floor space in a dome versus a box. So if it's 1 story, it's about 30% less. So this reduced surface area has a lot of advantages. Geodesics also enable us to really uniform components that snap into place and bring in these really 360 skylights and just a lot of natural light from all directions to really feel like we're connected with nature. And of course, the kind of natural geometry really just expands consciousness. I mean, people start thinking differently when the geometry that we're surrounded with is different. So we really up-level the home manufacturing. You can kind of think of this as essentially we're making a new kind of concrete block. Last year, there were 2 trillion concrete blocks made worldwide. It's just like a huge number. And that would actually be a dome for every adult on Earth in 1 year, right? So it's really like geopolymer, casting geopolymer components or injection molding geopolymer components is for geodesic domes is just kind of another stratosphere. Like that would be 1,000 times more than the current home building industry in the US. So in the US, there's about 500 billion concrete blocks made. That would be about 1 billion ceramic geodesic domes, which is 1,000 times the current industry. It's really just like the potential is to be on a whole nother scale for home manufacturing. So super high speed, because there's very few, like 1 or 2 or 3 steps per part. They're really composite blocks. And the stacking and packing can be highly automated, especially now with the kind of microfactory technology that's come out with the EV industry. The bioceramic geodesic domes have a lot of benefit for the planet in terms of about 100x or 10x to 100x reduced carbon footprint over a 50-year life. So that's reduced embodied energy and reduced operational and recurrent energy. So the heating and cooling energy savings of around 90%. So these domes have about a 10-inch thick insulation cavity that can be filled with a cellular ceramic insulation or wool or hemp or a few different types of materials. And that it just like the operational efficiency is about equal to or better than a passive house because of the thick insulation plus the heat reflective properties of the ceramic and the surface area minimization of the geodesic dome. So there's a potential for really multi-century durability in that these ceramic material can be used to repair and resurface the dome by just mixing it up on site. Can sequester CO2, especially in a factory environment. You can accelerate that sequestration, utilize a lot of different waste stream sources. So the raw minerals can come from seawater desalination, from sewage treatment plants, as well as like tons of other waste streams that can be the aggregate in the ceramic, which is really 90% of the mass, because the ceramic bonds to wood and to metal and to a lot of different materials that, you know, concrete doesn't bond to. Practically zero waste in manufacturing, infinitely recyclable with emerging technologies, and integrated tech for really water recycling and heat capture. Also better for our health. This is like 100% non-toxic material that is biologically resonant. So it is actually the exact same chemistry that we built these dome out of is actually used in the human body as a bone cement. It emits far infrared light, has antibacterial properties, radiation shielding properties. There's no food for mold growth. It's fireproof and no toxic fumes released in the fire. Also highly resistant to earthquakes and hurricanes, and just being a monolithic fiber reinforced ceramic geopolymer dome. And the potential is really to crater the cost of housing. So we look at, 2021, the construction costs increased by about 20%, which is the biggest increase in the last 50 years. We think at our starter factory, the single family dome home will cost about $160 a square foot. As that factory scale, or as multiple factories scale, we get down to maybe 120. And as we bring in the village DAO, which I'll talk more about in a few minutes, we start to address all the other aspects besides just the house, but like, how do we buy land and finance the homes and the services that are related to installing and finishing out the homes, that I think we can get the cost per square foot of housing back down to like $80 a square foot. And at some point then, when you have ceramic domes that can be produced for this price and to have all these benefits for our health and for the planet, when do geopolymer domes replace wood boxes? That's kind of the default home. So our strategy is basically we're entering the market with like multi-purpose studio domes for really creative spaces for the backyards and kind of exotic hoteliers. Airbnb, the #1 rentals are like geodesic domes are the #1 rental of all time on Airbnb is a little geodesic dome in the woods. And all of these zoning laws are changing, and California just banned single family zoning like statewide in I think October of last year. And many other states are following suit. So, in the future, we won't live in boxes. Our growth strategy is essentially, worldviews are transforming, as we all know, but our built environment is still kind of stuck in this old paradigm. So our plan is to build a decentralized platform for people to design and build protopian villages that align with their values. So protopian, if you don't know that word, it's just saying like a little bit better than today, not the end state, but a little bit better. So imagine the way we envision home building and community building or village building working in the future is really where we start to build the community in the cloud. So before there's land and before there's anything, you're coming together as a community and starting to develop your relationships to one another and to yourself. Simulate your village in a virtual reality or augmented reality environment. So collaboratively design your home and village, crowdfund land and development costs through NFT and blockchain technology, create your own country. So this is, that would be optional, and participate in building your village in the real world. So this is an amazing kind of opportunity for company like GeoShip to just have like communities with really clear visions of what they want to create as their, you know, sales pipeline for years in advance. So we're decentralizing. So GeoShip will progressively decentralize into a multi-stakeholder cooperative, distributing about 50% of the ownership and governance benefits to nature and customers. So it'll be owned about 50% by kind of traditional stakeholders, which is like the team and the investors, and 50% by nature and customers. There are, you know, a lot of advantages to decentralization and cooperation, and everybody here knows what we mean here. So our next step is we're raising $5 million to begin limited production, expanding our team, redesigning for manufacturing, launching kind of the Village DAO 1.0, building Dome 2.0, and launching Fundraise 3.0. So please contact me. We really are focused on partnerships and just starting to raise the signal. And this is actually the first time I've made this presentation. First time I've made this presentation at all. That we did some presentations about 2 years ago when we were doing an initial fundraising. But like I said, for the last 2 years, we've just been we have about 100 acres of commercial real estate that we purchased in Nevada City, California. That's where the shop is that we've built the first domes out of, and also the land that we've installed them on, and it's zoned for up to 200,000 square feet of manufacturing space. So that's really our next step, is to start building out a factory. Yeah, I won't get into the projected capacity, but basically it's a very profitable, profit for all kind of operation, because you're just taking raw minerals from a commodities market and making blocks that enclose full space. It's interesting that 2 trillion concrete blocks is actually, 150-foot high wall that wraps around the earth like 25 times. That's how many concrete blocks are produced every year. And the difference, you're creating walls versus geodesic components, you're enclosing space, healthy space. And it's just, the volume is incredible. So that's my little spiel.
That's amazing, Morgan. I'm curious if people have questions. There's a lot there. And
yeah.
I think you spoke to my question, which is, when can we get one? When can we get one? I think a lot of people are waiting to get one. So
yeah. We're about 1 year from kind of limited production, and at least 2 to 3 years from volume production.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Can I just do a celebration? That's so cool that this is the first time that you've officially shared it in this capacity, Morgan. We're honored to be your stage, and this is being streamed to 10 platforms. So the other 150 people who are currently tuning in can amplify this moment and unbox reality.
Thank you.
Does anybody else? I feel like there would be a lot of questions here. For one, this material is new to domes overall. This great material is new to domes overall. So that's.
There's a question in the chat.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Are they portable? Do they need plumbing, electrical? And then also, someone's looking at investing who's not in America. I'm curious if that's possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this first domes that we're producing are not portable. They're designed to be permanent installations in villages that hopefully last for hundreds of years. We can use a similar technology to make portable domes, but those are really being done already. And we're focused on more permanent code approved. So the unique thing about this building system also is that it fits in the current building codes pretty easily, because they know what geodesic domes are, and they know what they have insulation cavities, and they're easily engineered, checked by structural engineers, and the strength is very high of these ceramic composites. So.
And then the other question is, can people that are outside of the US invest in GeoShip?
Right now, only if you're an accredited investor. Or outside the US, yes, you can invest through startengine.com. But if you're in Canada or the UK, you can't invest through that platform. So you have to be an accredited investor. We are planning to open it up next year to make sure that Canadians and people from the UK can invest too.
Yeah, I think that was exactly the question. I just want to say that we'll be hearing more. I can bring myself up on the stage. We'll be hearing more from Morgan at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time with Asha and Ed Lance and Kurt Prisbilla on building future villages and why choose domes. I think there's a lot of reasons. So we're excited to have you later. And I'm really super excited about the work that you're doing. I know that a couple of my friends have reached out to you to try to get domes in their communities. So can't wait for the next 2 years.
Thanks so much, Faith.
Yeah, thank you. And next up, we have a revolutionary and evolutionary, Melissa Lockwood, who is a intermediate artist participating in the Design Science Studio, and her lifelong focus has been keeping things in use. She's dedicated to keeping objects in the use stream. Melissa has salvaged many kinds of objects, keeping them in use. Her current projects focus on lowering fashion industry waste fabrics. And she's going to be sharing a video with us about the way people can upcycle and help the earth by doing so. Hi, Melissa. Do you want to say a couple words?
Yes. Hello. I'd like to mention how I came into the work that I'm doing. As the youngest of 6 children, I only had hand-me-down clothing. My mother shared our extra clothing with other families. Eventually, I met other children wearing garments I had worn. I thought it was really cool. Then one day I was walking down the street and a box of shirts fell off a truck in front of me. It landed spot in front of me. At that moment, I thought the world has too many garments and that no more needed to be made. This is how my lifelong interest in keeping things in use began. So as an adult, when I saw industrial-sized dumpsters of fabric, I was shocked, and it altered my art practice. I had been presenting healing-oriented performance art. As a lifelong upcycler, I shifted my fashion focus to lowering fashion industry waste. Taking on the challenge of figuring out ways to lower fashion industry waste is important, and upcycling people's personal garments and keeping them in use is also important. The landfills are not the best use of these precious garments and fabrics. So have fun creating and updating garments with your existing garments. In the video, it's a short upcycling video, kind of a how-to.
Thank you, Melissa. And I just want to say that Melissa's been with the Design Science Studio since the very beginning, and is just an incredible embodiment of your passion. You're so embodied in your passion, and I think you've taught so many of us, and look forward to doing some of these upcycling workshops in cities around the world. You can train more upcyclers and get things out of the waste stream. So invite everyone to enjoy this, and also there's some really beautiful installations of Melissa's work in the immersive worlds.
Thank you, Roxy. In this video, I will show you how designers can design into the pattern block waste areas. This is a block pattern for a pair of shorts and a jacket with a hood. My production is to make 10 jackets and 10 pairs of shorts and to utilize the spaces in between. And so this is an example of a skirt that's designed with this off-cut remnant shape. Yeah, pretty straightforward. And then this is another one. This shape gets thrown away usually, and this is a skirt. Here's another one, another skirt. You can see that shape, and then it's there. And I'm actually making some of these wider by using the offcut outer edge remnants that are cut off the spreads of fabric so that it can be squared onto the fabric grain. Here's another one. This weird shape made this skirt. I've actually made the life-size garments now, and they're all working out fine and wearable. Yeah, so this is another one, and this. So these are all unique skirts. This is another one that's made out of like one of these pieces, like this piece and this piece. I just sewed them together. Yeah, I didn't put the color highlight on there. This is a dress that can be made with these offcut remnants that are usually cut off of all the sides of the fabric. This is another one that combines a remnant shape and then an offcut outside edge scrap. I just put it sewed them together, and it made a top that can go with any of these skirts. There's even here's another skirt, and this is the only one where I modified the shape at all. To make this skirt radial with the opening at the top, I snipped off a little bit, and this could be, you know, sewn on the tips off of that to make a cute little thing, and it doesn't take that long. So this is how I'm doing it, just like finding those shapes, using their multiples. So with my block pattern, making 10 shorts and 10 jackets, that leaves me 20 of each of these. 20 of each of these, and so it took 20 of these to make this skirt. And the interesting thing is that all these skirts are the same size as the shorts and the jacket. Here's another skirt made with a block pattern waist. Skirt made with the block pattern waist. Skirt made with block pattern waist. Skirt made with block pattern waist. Shorts made from the block pattern that I made the skirts from. This is a dress from block pattern waist. This is a block pattern waist top and the pants design that created the block pattern that this fabric was waist from. All of these garments are made with salvaged fabric. These garments are made with fabric that I found discarded at garment manufacturing factories. Many of them are made from the same shape pattern pieces that come from the block pattern waist area. Those are the ones you see that are, you know, these odd shapes, but they're often quite beautiful garments. I also worked with the garment scrap that is a long, narrow strip that's cut off the edges of the block, off the fabric, so the block pattern can be placed squared on the grain. Yeah, so those are the ones that have the kind of spiral, long, tubular kind of, you know, dress forms. You can see a lot of triangles, a lot of trapezoids, a lot of shapes that come. These type of block pattern waste parts that get thrown into the landfill are generated worldwide. The process that I described earlier in the video, where the pieces between the standard pattern areas, if those are used to make garments, it will lower the fabric industry, garment industry waste fabrics a lot. Yeah, I found it really straightforward, you know, like if you can, you know, predetermine, you know, these usages in the pattern making process. Usually people just disregarded the parts between their normal pattern areas, but I've proven that it's possible to design with those waste fabric pattern areas.
So inspiring, Melissa. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Stand still.
Oh, I have a random Johnny Depp video that's starting to play. So, wow, he's inspired by your block pattern waist patterns too.
Wow, that's great.
Melissa, how can people support your work, and what's an easy way for them to get started upcycling their own clothing?
Well, I can give a quick example again. If you have a t-shirt and you want to have like a casual skirt or kilt that you can wear, like good for out in public, or like if you just want something casual for after a shower or something, I take t-shirts and flip them out. Well, cut open the sleeve parts right along the edge, so it's completely open, and you turn that over and put it on, and it works as a skirt. If you need to tighten it up, you just kind of, cut along the side and tie it into a knot, or you can, just sew along the edges so it gets narrower. It's kind of take your spare garments. Like, this is something I used to love to do in New York, is have garment swap parties. Like, we would have like as many friends as over and just make a pile in the middle of the room, and just start brainstorming about how you can transform something as easily as possible. It's just, yeah, just find your inspiration with, what you have.
That's wonderful. You reminded me that I was traveling in the Sinai, and I got a, I forget the name of it, but it was basically a shirt that went all the way down to the ground. The Bedouins wear them. And over my travels, I kept cutting off parts of it because it was all the way down. And I would make different things out of it because I didn't have much. And it turned into many different components of my backpack's wardrobe at the time. Yeah, so much fun to think about what we can do with what we have, but also how you've integrated your life story into your work. And we keep hearing about that today. And I think that's one of the themes that we've experienced so far. And want to thank you for sharing that. And I'm curious, Roxy, we've got so many more stories coming up. Are we ready for orientation?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Now it's time for orientation.
Excellent.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Mark. Well, first and foremost, thank you also to Vincent and the Catalyst team. If you haven't noticed already, our schedule is hosted graciously on Catalyst. We had a few technical errors this morning. Hopefully you didn't have too hard of a time finding us, but it seems like things are up and running, so we're good to go. I am going to share a very short little tutorial on how to navigate the platform, and then I will do some spotlights on things that are coming up. We have about 25 different segments today of different international creatives from all around the world, partners, and thought leaders who are collaborating and co-creating a regenerative future that works for all life. So definitely want to invite you to invite your people as well. If you're out there on the stream, come on in. And if you're in here in the room, really is just such a delight to get to spend this time together celebrating equitable and just futures for all, and seeing the good news of all of the wonderful creative initiatives around the world that are helping to propel this, as collaborators are standing by. And we at the Design Science Studio are just so delighted to be celebrating in the second annual summit for creators of regenerative futures. So here's the tutorial on how to get around Catalyst, and then we'll hear from a few people who are hosting throughout the day, and we'll get into it. So, oh, the volume's down. 1 second. I forgot that I muted the tab so that it wouldn't randomly start playing in the middle of Melissa's, and then I didn't unmute it. Sorry about that. All right, let's try again.
Either scroll down the page or use a purple bar at the top to jump to the section that you're looking for. Each event has different sections that are turned on and off. The Happening Now section shows everything currently going on with a quick way to either join the session or to preview what is happening. The Check-in Map is a module for virtual conferences, which allows attendees to see where everyone is calling in from. You can click on the different cards to see people's responses and where they checked in from, or you can click on them to see their response in a pop-up window and cycle through by clicking Next. The Featured section is a way to showcase different speakers or presenters at a specific event. The Agenda shows all the different sub-events for multi-session and multi-day conferences. There are lots of other sections, such as sponsors, related events, and comments, but let's dive into the agenda. This event is the Regenaissance Rising launch for the Design Science Studio. Pretty awesome. Each event has different views at the top right corner. The gallery view is best for exploration. The long card view is my personal favorite, which shows topics as well as the different stages. The list view is designed for a quick glance and easy ability to find events listed in chronological order. The calendar view gives a big picture view of the entire week for a multi-day event. And last, the timeline view. The timeline view is a detailed agenda that allows you to see events that are happening at the same time. You can also toggle between week or day view to be able to zoom in and see everything that's happening for the specific day that you're interested in. For all these views, you can change the way that the events are searched and filtered. For example, you can filter by topics. These filters will filter across all the different views. You'll be able to see that there are 5 events between April 21st and May 1st which have these topics. You can click on the X to remove any topic filters. You can also search by the session category and session types, for example, workshops. Each one of these views allows you to click on the particular cards and see a preview of what's happening with the date, information, as well as ways to either share, join the session if it's in progress, or add it to your calendar. These cards will also have the related information, such as participants or related events.
Great. And one of the upcoming events that we have is from Alexandra Alden, and she pre-recorded this little video to tell all of you about it. So before I go into the schedule, I will show this to you so you can hear from her herself. This will be happening at 2.
Hello, I'm Alex from Entelechy, and today we're going to have a little discussion around what it takes to rewild humans. So be
prepared
to enter into a little bit of an experimental space where we're really going to work together to play with these concepts. Hello, I'm Alex from Entelechy, And today we're going to have a little discussion around what it takes to rewild humans. So be prepared to enter into a little bit of an experimental space where we're really going to work together to play with these concepts of what makes us feel belonging in ourselves, with each other, and with the planet Earth.
Thank you, Alex. I'm sorry, I was showing the wrong screen. No errors here in Regenera. Just kidding. We are human. So let me show you around some of the other wonderful things that are coming up. There's a lot of incredible humans who have worked and put so much care and love into what they've been creating. And this time, this summit is an opportunity for that to be amplified, to be woven, to be shared. So really happy about all of the beautiful offerings that we have ahead today. And as you can see, there's a future feast. So this is actually a pre-recorded Q&A and really, really special project by one of our revolutionaries, Rafael. You can click there and check it out. If you haven't already checked in, I am amazed at this map. It's not showing for some reason, but it has so many people from all around the world tuning in. I would say this is successfully, definitely a global convergence for creators of regenerative futures. There's few continents that I think are not represented in the map, and it's just been really a delight to see everyone all around the world and learning about what a future that works for 100% of life looks like to them. So yeah, thank you to all of our friends in every corner of the earth who have joined. It is really such a special moment in time. So coming up in about 15 minutes, there is a regenerative design via systems coupling workshop by Kurt McNamara. This is the same Kurt McNamara that you heard from this morning, who taught us all about design science. So want to encourage everyone to go to this session. Also, you can look at Kurt's project for the Design Science Studio by clicking on the project view. You can learn about the details, what it's connected to, and how to follow up with Kurt. So you'll see that the different artists have projects connected to their pages. This was recently populated, so if there's someone that you interacted with over the last 10 days and you want to explore more about their work, this is a great place to check it out. You can also do that by clicking on any of them, and you will be able to see their projects as well, and any sessions that they were hosting. Obviously, Liv has been very active and created a lot of amazing sessions over the course of this week. So right after this starts, another session will start here in the Vision Train. Also, shout out to our friends at the Vision Train. The Vision Train is it has two directors, Alicia Sacred Heart and Amanda Sage, who are both part of the Design Science Studio. And we are delighted to be here with the Vision Train community of artists. So you'll see lots of live painters, and we are kind of two communities collaborating, and we do our best to host together just so that we can build more bridges between creative communities. So in this main room, there will be a water blessing and a bit of a sound healing. Give me 1 second, I have to cough. A lot of talking, you need to drink water. Okay, and then at 2 o'clock, today is Under the Dome, the Interbeing Sphere, and we are beyond excited to kick off this discussion on building future villages with many of our Domey homies. So we have Pacific Domes, GeoShip, many other dome experts. This will feature Faith Flanagan of Buckminster Fuller Institute, co-founder with me of Design Science Studio, Asha, who you heard from earlier today of Pacific Domes, Kurt Brisbala, Morgan, who also just shared about GeoShip, as well as Ed Lance, who will also give a talk later today. So not to be missed, starting at 2 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, Alexandra's session is also happening in biophilia, which is going to be really special for someone. And then right after that, this session called Arts for Long-Term Regenerative Resilience is happening. I'm starting at 2:50. And so this is going to be with one of our partners, and Laurel is going to be hosting this session. Really going to be a very special session, and Laura Line from One Resilient Earth. So definitely check this out. Oh, here it is, Laura Line Simon, sharing the weaving of the young nonprofit organization that is weaving art into climate resilience projects. So this is going to kick off at 2:15 p.m. And at that time, here we will be sharing about La Tierra, a regenerative eco-village, which will be one of the future headquarters of the Design Science Studio that myself and Nicolas Alcala have been developing in Costa Rica. And we're going to be sharing all about the land project, and really excited to share the progress, as this time last year we were just sharing an idea, and it's coming to life. So I want to invite everyone to check that out. In biophilia, the other room is going to be Ed Lance, who is going to be speaking also at 2 in the panel. And Ed is going to be sharing about his environments and domes and eco-villages that he brings to life with his immersive environments. So he is going to be giving a 20-minute keynote, which is shortly to be really, really inspiring. He's also been with us this whole summit, and it has been such a delight. You'll start to see that there's some art tours popping up. Those are opportunities to go check out the art. And that's going to be hosting hundreds. It hosts hundreds of the projects of the Design Science Studio, almost 300. See right now. So all of the immersive worlds, I think there are now 11 of them, each have portals into the different projects. And all of the ones at Zootopia are also places that you can find each other. And so it's a really good place to walk around, talk about art. You might run into the artists. And then we'll kick off our planetary salon. And just before that, the foundations to medicinal mushrooms will be hosted also in biophilia. And Christopher Weir will be hosting a session called Loving Systems that is based on collaboration between one of the patrons of the studio, Mansour Vakili, who is a living systems philosopher. And so this is a really exciting session hosted by Christopher Weir, Evolutionary of the Design Science Studio, and also one of the team members in the studio. Dynamic emergence will happen in this main room. We took a note, this is showing up at the wrong time, with Claire Headed. It's actually at 4:45. And then David Bloom will be hosting Chinese 5-element theory workshop. We'll hear from some of the citizens of Regenaissance. And then Julian Ramirez will share about Star Galaxy for the World, and also his initiative that he is launching, which is, he's been one of the most collaborative artists this year in the Design Science Studio, and it's just been really a delight to see all of the incredible work that he's created. Right after that, Stephanie will talk about Fuller feedback systems and do an artist presentation. And then Mariette Papik is going to be hosting a conversation all about trans reality, music, art, and technology. This is going to feature a collaborator that Mariette works with, and we're really looking forward to that session. At 6:30, this is actually not a musical performance. This is an artist talk with Amanda Gregory. This will be updated, but Amanda Gregory is Evolutionary of the Design Science Studio, and is going to be performing our opening ceremony tomorrow. Also, do not miss the opening ceremony tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. We'll kick it off with Amanda Gregory, and then the Empress will do a whole immersive experience about the Ubuntu sphere, and then we'll hear from Atosa Sultani. So that's going to be starting tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Pacific. And after that, we will have a musical performance. So that's a little bit of what's ahead. I know it's a lot. And this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we have literally been building for all of this time. So I take a deep breath and revel in all the beauty that's ahead. And this Zoom room is where we're going to have the wide domes building future villages conversation that I was talking about a few minutes ago. So if you are, looking into the navigation of the platform and you want to find people, that's where this is happening at 2 o'clock. So next, I am going to share a little bit about, 1 second. I want to just check on my timing and see how we're doing. Perfect. Okay, so I have about 10 minutes. All right, so here at the Design Science Studio, we are an educational incubator for the art of the Regenaissance. And if this is your first time with us, welcome. This is our second annual Regenerative Rising. And what we do here at Regenerative Rising is that we amplify the projects of all of the international multidisciplinary creators, thought leaders, and also so many collaborators from all around the world. So just for a little bit of perspective, in this time, this year, we have, by the time this event is over, there will have been over 340 different individual sessions showcasing and sharing the work of incredible creators who are working and putting their creativity and design and systems thinking forward to support a world that works for all. And that happens thanks to a collective mission to help move us towards a regenerative and just future that works for all life. I am the director and architect of the Design Science Studio and one of the 4 founders. My name is Roxy Shohadai, and I'm really honored to be here with you. This is kind of, like I said, the moment we've all been working for, all been waiting for, and it's really nothing to squiggle the nose at, because it's something that only happens once a year, and it always blows our minds just how much creativity is poured forward for this collective mission. And I'm just pulling up a presentation to share a little bit more about the Design Science Studio and a campaign that we're currently running to support this work being able to be in the world. So with that, I am just going to share my screen and talk a little bit about what we're up to, and invite you all to be a part of helping continue this great work in the world. And there we go. Great. Making sure that I have the right screen this time. Perfect. Okay. So as I mentioned, this is an educational incubator for the art of the Regenaissance, and we work to empower global creators just like you to imagine this regenerative future and move towards it to support a world that works for all life. And we are within the world of Regenera, this world where we're experiencing all life thriving at the expense of none. And the future always is first an idea, and stories and new narratives help to shift the way that we relate to the world. And we can create systemic and social change through story, through narrative, through new ways, new lenses and perspectives. Speculative design have paved the path for so many innovations around the world, and it is those who dare to dream beyond the possible and to the potential, and stay connected to that potential regenerative future that can help move us towards it. So we are aiming at creating cultural shifts that help to encourage behavioral change for all life, because we are the seeds for a revolution that can help reimagine life on this planet. And we've been able to, with only 2 years under our belts, do some great work. We've awarded over $100,000 in scholarships. This means over $100,000 were not paid to be one of the members of the studio, which we run 1 cohort a year at this stage, which is 144 interdisciplinary artists who are connected around this shared mission. Can you tell them to not talk loud? And we've had 53 public events actually at the end of today. This will be 63 because we have 10 currently over the last 10 days, which is pretty amazing. Over $30,000 has been directly awarded to creators. So Mansour Vakili, who we were mentioning a few minutes ago, he sponsored a program last year for 30 artists who were able to receive a stipend monthly to focus on living systems projects. And so that plus some funding from some of our summits, we've been able to award $30,000 so far in 2 years. We've created 17 long-term partnerships and many others that are more short-term whenever we're doing events and kind of bringing communities together. 33 different visionary speakers have come to support helping to how do we sense make moving towards a world that works for all, and how can we use our creativity to propel regenerative just futures. And so 33 generous visionary speakers have done educational sessions with us to support these creators. We've launched over 200 projects into the world with the 288 artists, and we have 9 part-time team members making this happen. Over 25,000 people have come through our virtual doors. As I mentioned, over 288 creators, and it's created really real impacts in their lives and helped to incubate critical projects that this world needs. And we're all, as I mentioned, connected under the shared mission. And it has been humbling this week in the last 10 days to continue to hear the messages from these amazing creators. Thank you. Shant just brought me some tea because my throat is feeling it from 10 days of talking. So we have a campaign that we are running during this summit, and it is a $60,000 campaign. Our hope is to meet that $60,000 goal during this launch summit. So far, we have raised just over $1,000, and this campaign's success is critical for our success. Our team is really committed to doing more of this great work and supporting more creators. And we are entering a bit of a lull while we work towards bringing a lot of really amazing initiatives to the world and launching the next program. And so it is through our patronage that we will be able to survive this next period in a good way with our team. And if not, we'll slow things down a little until we can kick them back up closer to the end of the year. But we really are hoping to be able to invite others to support helping keep this train going. So I'll share a little bit more about kind of some of our vision and what we're up to and why this all matters. We know that these visions are visions that we are stewarding, and we're honored to be stewards of those visions. And our long-term vision is that, you know, we are able to raise millions of dollars each year to not only provide an incubator and a platform for creators who are working for future that works for all life, but that we can fund them, that we can amplify their work, that we can help them focus, because us collaborating is critical to making it through the few options we have left, as our stability on this planet is at a critical tipping point and has been for quite some time. And so we're establishing partnerships with institutions and funds and individuals who are also committed to transfer wealth towards the regeneration of our planet. And so if you know any organizations that might want to be a long-term supporter of the work that we do, we really want to establish a few key partnerships. The operations of this program are only $400,000 a year, and that's it seems like a pretty reasonable amount of money to support how many creative projects we're currently supporting now. And so with just a few key partners, stewards and patrons, we'll be able to really continue to do this great work. And we're really passionate about doing it, and we want to. So with that, anyone can support, even just a little bit helps a lot. Only $1,500 sponsors an artist to complete the entire program. That's just one of these artists that you have seen today or any of the last 11 days. only $1,500, and literally any amount helps. We are looking at how we might tap into refi and some of the other innovations in regenerative finance. But right now we are a nonprofit program. And so we rely on the generosity of our patrons and our supporters, and are really hoping to call in partners who want to help to make sure that, you know, the foundation of this can be solid, so we can continue to amplify and support all the creators in this work. And what will we do with that funding? Well, we will support making sure this program happens. We will continue to create immersive worlds and experiences like this one, weaving together international, global creators, initiatives, thought leaders, and the voices of the earth to motivate and to help us all feel a little less alone, and to be more connected and be able to come out of our silos and collaborate as cooperators who are standing by. And the more we can see and find the others, the easier this whole thing gets. So that's some of the foundational work that we're raising funding for right now for just the next few months. And also it funds the story universe of Regeneissance. So if you haven't become a citizen, recommend becoming a citizen. We're creating something called the Green Book, which I'll share a tiny bit about, but we'll keep on moving because we have some more amazing presentations and experiences for you. And a content library. So we have hundreds and hundreds of hours of content that we want to make accessible to more than just the people who are able to go through this longer term program. And we want to strengthen the ability to have a really strong alumni program, to have what we call expeditionaries, which are different professionals across the world who are partnering with these artists and designers, and also just other kind of levels of ways to integrate with this creative work, and also all of this educational content. So we want to make a living library that is multimedia, and we need to be able to fund the editing and the process of creating a strong scaffolding structure that will actually help to make this accessible and malleable and open source to the world. And so those are some of the things that we're funding. And with that, I'll say just a few words. Thank you for being Regeneissance over the last few days. We have raised a bit of money, and we want to support everyone who has contributed to that. And if you want to support the campaign, like I said, literally anything helps. So it's just bit.ly/fund Regenera. Also, just put the direct link in the chat if you are in this room. And I want to thank everyone who's contributed with your presence, with your creativity, and with your funding and connections. So thank you so much. And with that, I will give you a sprinkle of what the Green Book is all about. Obviously, you're in the world of Regenera. And while we were in the process of creating the world of Regenera, one of the things that was so critical to the city thriving was the Green Book. And the Green Book was, it's something that we'll talk about in a little bit more detail later. But for today, I will say it was co-created by the stewards of this world. And so this is our invitation to you. If you had one page to transmit an important message, one piece of information that could be useful, what is your trim tab? What is your idea? What is your instructions? And so the Green Book will include new words, aphorisms, ideas, guides, quotes, illustrations, and we're collecting them now. And over the summer, we aim to publish a version of this, and it will be connected to the Cooperating Manual of Spaceship Earth, which we've been collaborating with Buckminster Fuller Institute on. Just by the way, the Habitual, my creative and the Buckminster Fuller Institute have together, I am being called by Vincent Arena, together created the Design Science Studio. So we are core partners, and it's really amazing to be able to create in many ways together. This illustration is actually from Amanda Joy Ravenhill. This is all about being a trim tab. And so there's a few different, little messages, and these can be illustrated by some of our artists. But if you know, like, how would you distill your core messages down to inspire the world to shift the way they relate to complexity? And so with that, contribute your idea. We'll make sure all these links make it into the chat. And this Green Book will always be a resource. So I was thinking about the quote just a few minutes ago that is from Bucky. which I think I can try to recite. I don't know if I'll remember it, but if success or failure depended on who I am and what I did, who would you be and what would you do? And so what we're doing is literally everything we can to support artists and creators and all the amazing humans around the world who believe in a regenerative future. So if you can support us to support them and to collaborate more, we would be so honored and grateful. And yeah, we can't do it without you. So with that, I thank you. And it's very courageous to ask for funding, and I will continue to do my best to do it because our work matters. And thank you, Faith. As Faith knows, it's not my most comfortable place, but I'm excited to be doing it, and I believe in what we do, and I know that we can do more together. So thank you.
Roxy, catch a breath.
Oh, I need to catch some tea. My throat is so
Yeah,
dry.
and I've only heard one person that spoke faster than that, and it's Buckminster Fuller. He delivers so much information, action-packed. And thank you so much for what you're doing, the inspiration that you've given us all, the courage that you took to encourage us. And you mentioned about the citizens of Regenera, and I think we're going to be meeting some of them later on, right? And I think right now, actually, we have a special guest with us. And the name I know him by right now is Mel. Mel's been puzzling us since he joined us in the inaugural launch of Regenera Rising with his many characters. And we never quite know who will appear when he is called forth. Welcome here. Welcome, Steer, Mel.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
You're coming in clear.
All right. Well, yes, I'm actually, I should change the name there on the location. I'm actually appearing today as Captain No Accounting, No Accounting for Taste, who is on an ocean voyage at the moment, and I'm currently circumnavigating the planet on cruise ship Earth. And we are trying to visit various places. And one of the things that we're doing is we are, I'm going to just share my screen. I think I can with one of the things so that I can put something in the background there. And I'm just going to play this while we go on. Let's see, how do I make that full screen?
The two little arrows, bottom right corner of the arrow pointing in two directions, maybe.
The diagonal arrow.
Okay, so are you still hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you, but you might want to.
Hello.
Does it have audio?
Are we positive? Is it? Am I sharing something or not?
You are sharing.
I thought I was sharing the screen, and what I thought I was sharing was a video, which I can make full screen. But if I'm not sharing that, then I'll just tell you about my project. You tell me.
Well, you were on full screen.
Wait.
You were on full screen with those little arrows.
I still?
Yeah.
Where am I?
You're here.
I'm just gonna stop the share for a minute and see if that goes back to that me talking. Okay, here I am.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we could see it.
What I've been doing since I haven't left the cohort. You know, I'm still. Are you talking? Is our hearing everybody? Okay, good. The fact is, when I left the cohort to go on this cruise ship Earth, go around the world, we've been trying to come up with new ideas, like how can we make new out of old culture? One of the ways to do that is to rehabilitate artists from the past. I don't say rehabilitate in the sense of a kind of Maoist re-education campaign, but the fact is that there's a lot of artists from the past that like Melissa's dresses have a plenty of waste material that we want to invigorate, make something new out of. So we've found, for instance, there was Grant Wood, W-O-U-L-D. He's got a new project because he's joined the spaceship Earth. He's now a passenger, and he appears he adheres to the principles of the Buckminster Fuller Institute, and we call it's the DS. The name of the actual boat is the cruise ship Earth, but the DSS Fuller is what it's what it's called. And we go around and we pick up some of these characters, like let's see, there's Willem Dafoe, Defaux. Willem Dafoe was an actor, but we've rescued him on the board the ship, and now he's writing fractal poetry. We have Grant Wood, who has a project having to do with jigsaw puzzles. We have, let's see, we have Washington Alston and Joseph Boyce and D.W. Griffith and Andy Carhole and your great Aunt Belva. We have lots of different characters who have joined the ship, and they've all taken their past and they've reworked that past into the so that their art adheres to the principles of cruise ship Earth. And so that's what we're trying to do. And the most recent discovery is a guy named Herman Melville. Maybe you heard of him. Well, the fact is, if you know anything about Herman Melville, you know about Moby Dick. But that wasn't a successful novel, and as a result, he just at some point he just old sailors never die, they just drift away, and he kind of went off the picture for a while. But we've rescued him. He's on the ship, and he was early in his career, Melville had seafaring adventures that he based Moby Dick and all his early novels on. And then he especially talked about his work with indigenous people, cannibals, he called them. But we all see them differently today. Those people that he did. He's sort of in need of awakening, and Melville needs to kind of deal with the present, and so he was shipwrecked. We found him. He actually was shipwrecked on an advanced society, on an island of advanced society, and Melville. They gave him everything he needed to live the things, but they gave him a cell phone, and he found that somewhere on that cell phone was the ability to make little movies, and so he's been making short films. So I've been working on a project called the Great Short Films of Herman Melville, which is now listen, please ask me any questions about that project. You just unmute and say hello, because I feel like I'm kind of floating here myself. Of course, I am in what used to be called the Love Boat. The Love Boat was used to go from San Diego to Puerto Vallarta. Hi, Faith. The Love and during COVID, it was changed into Cruise Ship Earth so that it could take people all over the world and address problems where they occur by throwing artists, engineers, and designers at the problems, and then trying to get people who are there to come on board, and through exposure to the designers, engineers of the DSS Fuller, through exposure to those, that maybe we can come up with solutions that will benefit the 100% of life on the planet. And that's what we're doing. And I'm so glad to be here today. I'm sorry that I can't really share the screen with those great short films of Herman Melville, but we're going to find a way to do that. We're going to put them somewhere on Regenaissance, wherever, and we'll find a way that you can come and see those plants. And there are things like the flora, and they're like 19-second video clips, because he's not really a narrative filmmaker. At least narrative filmmaking doesn't work for him in the 21st. Is this the 22nd century? Oh, I get so confused. Anyway,
thank you, Captain
Herman Melville's great short films. Look for them here on the somewhere, vision train or whatever it is, whatever it is, it'll be around. You'll find him. You'll discover him just as we did. Thank you all. Let me see now. For some reason, I'm just going to buy that.
Why would we not all want to be citizens of Regenera if we have such incredible citizens as Captain No Accounting? I think you can hear us now, Captain No Accounting.
Unmute. I shall unmute again.
Oh, no, that's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for sharing the journey of this planet with us, and we're all happy to be on Spaceship Earth with you.
All right, cruise shipper. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Awesome. I love your jacket. I just logged in and caught the end of it, and good to see you, man. Thank you so much.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. And it looks like Bliss wants to share something. We have a message from Bliss.
Hi, I wanted to introduce our next guest because she's a dear, dear, sweet friend of mine. So I'm hoping that, here we go. Hi, Shelly. Shelly, this is the Spaceship Earth crew. You are on the floating city in the sky, Regenera. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Blessings.
Oh, we can't hear you.
We can't.
Yes, we can.
I can hear her.
Oh, it's
Someone
my audio.
can hear me. I can hear me. I think I can hear me.
I'm sitting next to Roxy and we keep bouncing back and forth and I keep forgetting to turn my sound back on and then I panic. All right, Shelly.
Yeah. Can you see me or do I need to be in sunlight?
You're perfect, just as you are. So as I said, I've known Shelly for years and years. She has been weaving and working in the arts since she was a little one. A Wisconsin native, she's been opening her heart to living, healing, and growing in Colorado for the last 27 years. 23 years ago, she began practicing massage therapies. Through deep exploration, she found herself integrating quantum shiatsu, meditation, yoga, breathwork, sound healing therapy through vibration of bowls, tuning forks, and her given voice, sung in sacred songs into her practice with self and others. She's been blessed by and is so grateful for her teachers, both externally from all over the world and the ethers and from within, as she continues to live and explore, grow, and share in all this juicy gift of life. And Shelly, you may have missed it, but I taught bliss hugs the other day, and part of it was the wiggle at the end. So that's, now everybody knows where one piece of the bliss hug came from. So
see that the partial solar eclipse.
And with that, Shelly, I will let you share your voice and your song. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to start today, invitation only, of course, to touch our hearts, touch our bellies, wherever it feels for you, if you feel it, and to come in to your breath, meet your breath. We often look to a tree or we see a bird and we're like, they're alive. We don't always, well, maybe some do, invite in this oxygen that is full of life, full of light, and full of love, and is very much alive, carries spirits into our beings, not just kind of. So in the oceanic breath, allowing that breath to come in, the way you would see a wave come over the shore, and it trickles in everywhere. We don't know where it goes. We know and feel something as we breathe in. So as it comes in, allow it to get everywhere, deeper than the lungs, deeper than the bone marrow. And allowing the pause, connecting to your being, however that is for you. There's no rules. And within that pause, and then the exhale follows, there's a wave that comes in over the shoreline, and then it also draws back out. And we don't know where it goes. So within yourself, can you invite expansion? We don't know where it goes. We just are expanding, breathing. And the pause. And the exhale. And our beings have this opportunity to create some space and expand a bit there. So, sit with that for feeling that. You're occupying yourself with light. These beams of oxygen come in. Gratitude. You have this vital life force energy coming into your sacred being. And as you occupy yourself with light, because this oxygen is like the vehicle, the water, the carrier coming through your body, mostly water in this physical body. Deeper than the bone marrow, occupying yourself with light, top to bottom, front to back, all sides. Not just kind of. However you work with this. While you're with your breath, sing your song. Ai pachai mama sundayande Idra sundayande Dayande Ai wai ai tia sundayande Idra sundayande Inayande Inayande Lanta Sundayande Idra sundayande Inayande Koro koro sunaya, ita ita sunaya, koro koro sunaya, ita ita sunaya, eh hey. Oh, 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 agua sagrada sunayande, itra itra sunayande. Ay pachay mama sunayande, itra itra sunayande, koro koro kunaya, itra itra sunaya, koro koro kunaya. Yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 Grateful for that song that came, the lens song that came years ago. Prayer. Occupying ourselves with light, bottom, turn to pot, not just kind of deeper. The second song comes with permission from Delaney Blossom, the water blessing song. It's a song for healing the planetary waters. It comes from and with part of a Japanese mantra called the Grand Invocation, promoted by Masato Emoto for world peace. I'll read this. Its pure vibration assists to purify our cellular structure, as we, of course, in this physical form, have so much water. The potency of this grandification translates as the eternal power of the universe has gathered itself to create the world with true and grand harmony. So this song being sung, one of his messages was, we could sing this song many places all over the world. mantra was after Fukushima, clean the lakes. It's been sung everywhere. Many, many people. If you want to find it, Nalini Blossom, the water blessing song. Uchu no mugen no chikara ga kore kote makoto no dai wa no miyo kanari nata. Uchugen no chikara ga kore kote makoto no dai wa no miyo kanari nata. We pray for healing, blessings on these waters. We pray for healing, blessings on the sea. We pray for healing, blessings on the rivers. She may shine in crystal purity. We pray for healing, blessings on the waters. We pray for healing, blessings on the sea. We pray for healing, blessings on the rivers, that they may flow in perfect harmony. Uchunau, Uganau, Chikara, Kakore Kose Makoto, Daiwa, no Miyo, Kanari Nata. We pray for healing, blessings on the waters. We pray for healing, blessings on the sea. Pray for healing, blessings on the river, that they may shine in crystal purity. We pray for healing, blessings on the waters. We pray for healing, blessings on the sea. We pray for healing, blessings on the river, that they may flow in perfect harmony. Uchu no mugen no chikara ga kore kote makoto no dai wa no miyo kanari nata. Uchu no mugen no chikara ga kore kote makoto no dai wa no miyo kanari nata. We pray for healing, blessings on the waters. We pray for healing on the sea. We pray for healing, blessings on the rivers, that they may shine in crystal purity. We pray for healing, blessings on the waters. We pray for healing, blessings on the sea. We pray for healing, blessings on the rivers, that they may flow in perfect harmony. Gracias, Aguirre Clara. Thank you, sacred water. We pray for healing, blessings on these waters.
Thank you, Shelley. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you. And yes, please, please, please bless the water. Yes. So, yeah. Thank you. And hopefully we see more of you as we continue along our journey in Regenaissance.
Thank you so much, Shelley. That was really beautiful. It was very healing and heartwarming. Next up.
Much love. You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Hello. So next up, we have a panel. Sorry, I also have two beautiful 7-year-old boys right behind me. Next up, we have a panel discussion on building future cities with domes. And the panel today will be hearing from dome builders and enthusiasts, Kurt Prisbilla. One moment. Thank you. All right. Kurt Prisbilla, who is the founder of Tetra Tops and the Molecularium, and also has done multiple geometry of thinking workshops with us. Asha Deliverance, founder of Pacific Domes, Morgan Burship, founder of GeoShip Domes, and Ed Lance, who is the founder of Vortex Immersion. And we'll be diving into a conversation all about why domes in multiple different ways. So I'm going to bring everybody up now. Let's bring our full panel up. Beautiful. All right. We just need a Morgan here. There you are. Excellent. So we're going to kick it off with Kurt sharing a little bit more about Buckminster Fuller and domes, and then we'll dive into a conversation.
I'm gonna try to share my screen with you. Let's see if this works.
We're seeing a screen. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you.
Do you see Bucky?
You see Bucky.
Yes. Great. Thanks for inviting me to be part of this panel. Buckminster Fuller is probably best known for his development of geodesic domes. Here he is in 1967 outside of the Expo 67 dome in Montreal that he's quite well known for. He often used to state that his goal was to discover the generalized principles that the universe was using and then apply them for humans to use. And he was very interested in, before his discovery of domes, creating inventions that would help humanity. And he felt that shelter was one of the most important. And his first invention was the Dymaxion house it was a pole mounted, it was a tensile structure that was suspended from a pole. Here he is in 1929 with the model that he made of this invention. He never got it out of the prototyping phase, and he had a second iteration of this, which was called the Wichita House in the late 40s, but that too never got out of the prototyping phase. And after that, he wound up at Black Mountain College, where he started to really explore what he called energetic geometry. Later on, he called it synergetic geometry, excuse me. And you can see him here in his office in Black Mountain College, which was down in North Carolina. You can see some of his first models of the first geodesic dome. And here is the actual first geodesic dome that they built in 1949 at Black Mountain College. Now, Fuller was exploring the geometry of nature, and he realized that nature doesn't use blocks to build, it uses spheres. And triangles are the basis of all structure. One of the primary structural systems that he discovered was one of the Platonic solids, the icosahedron, which is the closest you can get to a sphere with equilateral triangles. For those of you who play Dungeons and Dragons, you might recognize it as the 20-sided die shapes in Dungeons and Dragons, but it is the closest you can get to a sphere with equilateral triangles. And what Fuller discovered in his exploration of geometry is that if you break down those equilateral triangles with triangles of different sizes, you can create what he termed a geodesic dome. Now here you can see the icosahedron with a single triangle, and if you break that triangle down into its 4 more triangles, you will get what is called a 2-frequency geodesic dome. And the more you break down the triangles, if you see along the edge, there are 2, it's just dividing it in 2, that's a 2-frequency. If you divide that triangle into 3 parts, you will get a 3-frequency dome, which actually gives you 9 different triangles in one single triangle of that icosahedron. And as you break it down even further, you will notice that the dome becomes more and more spherical. And this idea of geodesic domes is actually something that is found in nature. There are microorganisms like these pictures of radiolaria that have geodesic structure in their actual exoskeletal structures. This is a capsid of a virus, an adenovirus, and you can see that that also has a geodesic structuring. Fuller realized that this structure is very strong, and actually realized that it could be utilized for housing. While he was at Black Mountain College, one of the first uses for the dome he thought would be a single family housing unit that could be delivered very easily. He called it the standard living package. In his hands, you'd have something that could be delivered by trailer and set up rapidly, and then enclose housing units for the average family. However, geodesic domes are one of the most efficient ways to enclose space because it's based on spheres. Spheres enclose the largest volume of interior space with the least surface area, so they are very efficient. And one of Fuller's principles and design aims was to do more with less. He called that ephemeralization. And with a sphere, if you increase the diameter by 2, you increase the volume of air that's enclosed by 8 times. So it was a very efficient clear span structure that needed no internal support because the actual shell creates the structure itself. He found a customer for his first dome. This is the Ford Rotunda that was built in 1953, and it was the first commercial application of the dome. Because domes are so efficient geodesic domes are efficient at enclosing space, they actually have no limit to size, and they were able to span large spaces like this Ford Rotunda. He proposed in 1955, he proposed the first athletic dome to enclose, it was going to be for the Brooklyn Dodgers. It was proposed for downtown Brooklyn, but Robert Moses opposed it, so it was never built, and the Dodgers left to LA. But the US Information Agency started to utilize domes to actually create big spaces for expos. This was one that was done in Kabul in 1956. And then in 1959, another one was built for an exhibition in Moscow. This is Bucky in front of that dome. Inside, there was a big display that Charles Eames did with 7 different projections, and Nikita Khrushchev and Richard Nixon had what is called a kitchen debate inside of the General Electric exhibition inside of this dome. He became very famous as the domes spread, but this one in Montreal, as I started with the Expo 67 dome, was something that made him world famous. And the amount of area that was enclosed in this dome, this was the largest clear span structure ever created by humans at that time. It has the structure itself gets stronger as it gets larger. One of the things about geodesic domes is that if you are, excuse me, I lost my train of thought there. If you actually, if it were to be hit by something, the load is evenly distributed in all directions. So it becomes stronger as it becomes larger. Here is the dome that was built at the South Pole, and due to its strength and efficiency, they had it as a huge enclosure down there. But Fuller saw that the domes could be used for structures for dwelling in as well, and he actually had a dome built while he was living in Carbondale, Illinois. This is a picture of him outside of that dome home. And he saw efficiencies for this family dwelling because actually the amount of air and space that is enclosed leads to efficiencies. The dome itself, this is a picture of his wife inside of the dome. The living space is very good. The air circulation in a dome is also very efficient, and dome structures usually have 30% savings on both heating and cooling compared to structures of their similar structures of that size. Another thing is that they also spare you on materials. The amount of materials needed to cover the same space, again, due to the efficiency, saves on cost. Fuller was very happy to see that dome homes were something that became popular in his lifetime. Again, these efficiencies make them much cheaper. Generally, again, 30% savings on both the heating and cooling. And you can see the space that they create is quite remarkable compared to traditional homes. The open space is quite remarkable. Here is a dome that was built by a couple, excuse me, they live in Norway. It's above the Arctic Circle with this home, and similar to the one that Fuller had for the standard living package, you can see they built this a dome around their home in order to make it more efficient for them. I'm going to turn it over at that point to the rest of the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt.
A little, yeah.
You're doing great. This is amazing. It's really good to hear about the history of Buckminster Fuller and the dome. And I feel like their domes have become so popularized over the last century. And more of us are using domes and building with domes. And so this panel is basically to discuss why are our domes the proper, I guess proper is not right, but why are domes the recommended or the most efficient or the most effective homes to build villages with for our future? And the question I'd love to ask Asha, which she spoke about earlier, which is harmonic architecture. And what does harmonic architecture bring to mind when you're speaking about domes? And, you know, as a lifelong dome builder and creator.
Yeah, thanks, Faith. Hey, Kurt, that was lovely. Thanks for running down all the points of why domes. And I thought I'd add to it because it really goes along with my talk about harmonic architecture, that, you know, why is the nanoparticle called a buckyball? And so I just want to get to the basics of this. This is the structure found in nature. And why is it integral? Everything in nature is structured similarly at different scales. And this icosahedral formation is found in all of nature at every scale. And the buckyball was the tiny nanoparticle scale, and we have the galactic scale. Where it's the same dynamic happens. And so I'm going to show this image again because this is water with a resonance pattern, with a sound introduced to the water that generate this shape, showing the 5 coming from the center point, so you have the singularity generating all this form that we see, we call the physical universe. And in the center is the singularity. And then sound, light generates out, creating all these forms. And the basic structure of nature is the icosahedron. And so it's the strongest structure known to man because it is the structure of nature. You can't take a cube and, even though that's a platonic solid, and, it will collapse with certain pressures. Whereas the dome, which, the icosahedron cut in half, is a dynamic structure that basically any wind force blows around it, snow loads, heavy, anything. So I just wanted to add to Kurt's why domes with an exclamation mark, because it's the structure of space-time, it's the structure of nature. And it's got this dynamic that is invincible because of that. So we often, this is for real. I mean, I've been making domes for 45 years or something, 44 years. And I've gotten so many phone calls from people saying that a hurricane came through and we'll see the pictures of the trees blown over and the dome is untouched. People on the coast of Chile, we go in the dome when there's heavy winds. It's the only solid structure, lots of clients making these sorts of claims. And so I just want to, reiterate that the dome is not only the strongest structure, but it's also windproof. So if there are high winds, we did a lot of polar research with our domes, sending them to the poles because first off, they got to be portable. So we make a really portable structure that, a little package pops into a big, huge dome. You can fit it in the back of a 4-wheeler or a snowmobile and take it somewhere and pop it up. And it's a full-on structure. So, but they handle the wind, and that's the whole point. So wind and snow both. So they're quite the engineering feat. Yeah. What was your question again? Oh, why harmonic? Okay. Yeah, why harmonic architecture? Well, there is something really important that people need to know, that we did once know on this planet. It was, if you go to all the ancient sites, my teacher from India did this with a team of scientists. He traveled all over the world to ancient pyramids and all kinds of solar temples. And he told them every measurement in each one of them, because all he needed was one measurement and he knew all the rest, because I was talking about creating harmonics, and he knew, this one measurement would create these harmonics. And so they were using specific measurements for each site. So he went all over the world to everything that you guys probably ever heard of with a team of scientists, and showed this ancient science, which is based on the tiniest little thing called an anu. An anu is a measurement. Well, it's actually called the para anu. It's the measurement when energy turns to matter. And they actually knew specifically what that was in the original Vedic text. Now we call it a Planck. And so it's when energy turns to matter, it's a very small little thing. And then from there, it's scaled times 8, times 8, times 8. Once again, we have that 64 dynamic, like the chessboard, reproducing itself through time and space without gap or overlap. And so that dynamic is harmonic. And I did show that. I don't know if there's new people on this panel or not, but this is showing the basically the chessboard, which I mentioned. Zarathustra was a great wise man of old who developed the chess game to show the dynamic forces of the universe, the movements of the universe. And this all has to do, so one of the things I wanted to say is about the phi ratio. A lot of people don't know this golden mean thing. What is this phi ratio golden mean thing? So when the information leaves the center point, the singularity, it starts a spin and eventually turns into an octagon. I don't know if you can see these okay. And then it does create this dynamic of a double torus, which Nassim Haramein has been showing on his with the 3D. I don't know if you can see that, but basically it's kind of like your heart pumping blood, where information comes out, goes around, and cycles through, where you get your figure 8 thing. And that is all the same at every scale. So the nanoparticle on up, that same dynamic happens, and that's where your geometries get formed through that dynamic. And all of them are 8 by. So they are harmonic with music. And so when you talk about building a structure with using harmonics, it's working with the para anu times 8, times 8, times 8 at different scales, making harmonics that support biology. And these are subtle sounds. When I'm saying harmonics in architecture, they're not necessarily audible. Some sensitives might be able to hear that sound, but they're not audible, but they're potent. They're more potent than the sounds we hear with our ears, because as the physical universe is generated, we have the dynamics of the singularity bolting out, moving faster than the speed of light, and then becoming the physical universe. After it slows down, we perceive it. So all that information that we don't see is the structure of space-time between you and I at all times, loaded with consciousness. So never alone.
That's incredible, Asha. Wow. It's amazing how not only are domes structurally fit and structurally sound, but they create this kind of harmonic interintelligence within our being. And so I think there's something that's really beautiful about that. And then Morgan earlier spoke about the domes. Traditionally, domes have been built with wood and other types of materials, wood, bamboo, etc. And I know, Morgan, you work with domes in a different type of way. You've been working on this crete material for many years to build your domes. Mm-hmm. I'm curious if you can share a little bit more about what that looks like and why this crete material.
Yeah, so it's a geopolymer, and one type of geopolymer is a bioceramic that we're using, but just geopolymers in general. You think I think domes are just dramatically underrepresented in our current built environment, right? They were the round structures were all through history. And then we've come into this kind of age of separation, I think, in a lot of ways over the last 100 years, where now it's, the single family home is a box, whereas, scientifically, just reduce surface area 30 to 50%. It makes sense for building single family homes, especially out of domes. And, one of the best explanations, I just want to add this in, it's a quote from Black Elk. It said, after the Hyoka ceremony, I came to where I am now between Wounded Creek and Grass Creek. Others came too, and we made these little houses out of logs that you see, and they are square. It's a bad way to live, for there is no power in a square. The power of the world always works in circles, and everything tries to be round. In the old days, we were a strong and happy people. All of our power came to us from the sacred hoop of the nation. And so as long as the hoop was unbroken, the people flourished. Our teepees were round like the nests of birds, and these were always set in a circle, the nation's hoop, a nest of many nests where the Great Spirit meant for us to hatch our children. But they have put us in these square boxes. Our power is gone and we are dying. The power is not in us anymore. We are prisoners of war. We're waiting here, but there is another world. And, Buckminster Fuller also, said it would be 50 to 100 years until we had the right material science to really make geodesic domes. And now, over the last couple of decades here, we have geopolymer materials, and there's a lot of different chemistries that can be utilized. And the unique properties of geopolymers is that they have covalent bonding. So you can make geopolymer components that fuse together with geopolymers, right? So you end up with monolithic structures that are, and for instance, like last year in the US, there were 2 trillion concrete blocks made. Not in the world, 2 trillion, 500 billion in the US. That it's such a huge number. That's a wall 50 foot high that wraps around the earth 25 times in 1 year, right? If those were ceramic geodesic components instead of concrete blocks, that would be like 1 dome for every human being on earth in 1 year, right? Just that level of production capacity, efficiency of making geopolymer blocks that form actual structures, right? 3D space instead of separation walls in a sense. So yeah, it's really, I think we're really on the verge of like a dome regeneration, renaissance. It just brings the shape at least back into, another thing I'd really like that I think grounds it too, the understanding of why domes is, you go back to Plato's Timaeus, and he described a 120 right triangle sphere that he called a container for becoming, sacred, feminine, vibrating container for becoming, Gaia. He called it Gaia. And that sphere nests, all 5 of the Platonic solids nest within Gaia so that their corners touch its corners. And this form is like the ley lines, the rivers of magnetism that encircle the earth form a geodesic, right? A Gaia. There's a beautiful article in Nature magazine that goes back, 15 years ago or something, describing how, Fuller would do the jitterbug, the icosahedron, dodecahedron, just showing that this is it's actually the only 3D golden ratio fractal. So it's just like, it's in our bodies, it's in the universe, it is the Earth grid. The native geodesic or the native Earth grid is geodesic. And I think one of the problems with homes is not only that they're boxes, but they're built on a grid system, right? And if you go back to when did this grid system come about, it was actually Rome. When they would occupy territories, they would put down a grid of roads. So basically they could stand at a corner and, monitor in a sense. It's like a pattern of occupation. So yeah, it's time for a new pattern.
Yeah, I was just going to ask before I ask Ed a question. I'd love to ask, you all might know, why haven't we moved further into building with domes as opposed to building these square homes on a grid basis? What's stopping our development in terms of domes? And then Ed, feel free to hop in, any of you, please feel free to hop in.
Well, my partner Kate just asked an interesting question. Can you make skyscrapers out of domes? And I'm like,
Yeah.
Don't you need like a vertical load bearing? I don't know.
Yeah, I think when you want to divide up, put a bunch of rooms in an enclosure, the box is great for that. But single family homes, I think the reason is that we haven't had the materials. There's a lot of waste, different materials that are coming together. And
yeah, and multi-floors too.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to pivot the conversation if I may.
Yeah, please do.
So I've been working with domes for some years, started working with Asha when I founded my company, Vortex Immersion, in 2007. And let's see here. Oh gosh, Zoom quit unexpectedly.
Yeah, we're not seeing anything on the screen if you're trying to share something.
Okay.
Now we are.
Oh, you're seeing it?
Nope.
No.
Yes. Yes. No, yes.
It's just saying. No. I'm like, yeah. It keeps crashing. Let me just.
Well, you're starting. Oh, it looks like he's gone. We lost him altogether. Oh, Ed, are you still there?
There he is.
Okay. Well, we can see his screen anyhow.
Let me get unmuted here. Okay, there we go. Finally. Yeah. Now, hopefully this won't crash it again when I go into screen mode. You seeing that okay?
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Well, we all know there's lots of applications for domes, grow domes, home domes, retreat centers, architectural domes, extraterrestrial domes, even event domes like Asha does. What I do is I project on the domes to create immersive environments. And there's lots of different types of these theaters, digital domes, we call them usually, full dome theaters, whatever. Digital planetariums, giant screen, IMAX type domes, perforated aluminum, and whatnot. These are ones I've designed. I've done about a dozen around the world. Some prestigious projects that I was very blessed to be able to work on, and I built a team to create and install digital projection systems and architectural design and the whole thing. But the fun really begins when we bought a dome from Asha and put it up in downtown LA on a studio lot called Los Angeles Center Studios. And I thought, well, we're gonna like show Hollywood what you can do with immersive cinema, right? And but what actually ended up happening is artists flooded in. And I mentioned Kate McCallum, she's on the call. While I was doing the commercial projects, she's doing all these cool art projects. And the artists started coming in and blowing our minds with all kinds of creative sorts of productions. We had live performance art where Aaron Axelrod had a plexiglass dome and was spilling paints on the dome, and we projected that live overhead. He'd like dropped acid just before the show. I don't know why, but we did an immersive ballet. An 83-year-old choreographer, Stefan Winter, came in and he said, "I must do my ballet in here," So I was like, okay, dude. Very cool. Audrey Phillips did the visuals for that. At the same time, I was doing commercial projects. So a couple of Comic-Con domes for Super Bowl domes, IBM dome, just on and on, concert domes, the whole deal. But the most recent thing where we really had success was with this show, Mesmerica. And this show is a journey into your own mind. And it blew our minds because how people responded to the show. And you can go to mesmerica.com to see more, but the show actually blew it out of the water. We sold 330,000 tickets up into the pandemic. Grossed about 10 million. We were playing in 33 dome venues. These are like digital planetariums and IMAX domes across North America. And we also last year launched Dome Fest West. So now we have a full dome film festival. And what was cool is we partnered with 3 other dome film festivals across the globe, UK and Australia and Germany, to create a Best of Earth award, which you never see multiple film festivals collaborating on global awards. So that was like really inspiring, really cool. So I thought I'd just share briefly this vision for the future. Where's all this going? Well, you've all heard of the immersive Van Gogh, the walkthrough immersive experiences, really cool stuff. You might not know that there's a bunch of digital domes coming for arts and entertainment, not planetariums. The Wisdom is here in LA. They do all kinds of transformative Android Jones and all kinds of crazy stuff. The SAT is in Montreal. This company, Cosm, bought where I used to work when I was designing domes. They acquired several companies, and now they're making LED domes and are putting tens of millions into it. This is the granddaddy of them all, opening next year in Las Vegas. There's one going up in London too. It's an LED dome, $1.7 billion, 17,000 seat dome. So it's like, oh my God. And this is what I've been working on, are what we call domeplexes, right? And these are multi-dome architectures of all kinds. We're still out there raising money for this, but this is a Phoenix, have a Native American property in Phoenix. So what's coming, I think, and if we got to think of this as an ecosystem now, we have retreat domes where you have these inner journeys, plant medicine maybe, stuff like that, on a small scale. And you can do production retreats so that the team who's producing can get into a headspace and produce from there. Community domes, entertainment domes, these are the large domeplexes. So what's cool about these structures is it engages artists, designers, developers from across all disciplines, and engages them in creating experiences. So, and where it's headed, we've been doing domes in the metaverse too. So what we're seeing is, oh my God, this, because it's immersive digital, it's the same format as VR, essentially. The dome is a portal into the metaverse now. And of course, the metaverse can be portals into your domes, right? So, but this to me is the calling. And this guy, Gus Speth, made this quote. And he said, look, the top environmental problems I thought were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, climate change. He's like, I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And we scientists don't know how to do that. Like, what we need is a cultural and spiritual transformation, and us scientists don't know how to do that. And it's like, well, guess what? The artists do, okay? And that's where I'm calling in for the domes is what I call digital temples of transformation. I'll be talking about this later in the day. And the maestro of transformation is the techno shaman. And the techno shaman, this could be in VR, it could be in domes or whatever. It uses the power of XR technologies to craft multisensory experiences, not just for entertainment, for transformation. And because we can take people, I call it phenomenological cinema, instead of cosmological cinema, which David McConville coined that term. We're actually, the movie is taking you into the mind. It's not taking you into the physical world. So you can actually evoke unique brain states and all like that. So that's the future that I'm calling in. And we're always looking for a team and supporters. So if anybody wants to get involved, please reach out.
That's amazing. Thank you, Ed. That is incredible. Go for it, Asha.
Ed, I remember when I drove up to Mesmerica in Portland with Kate, that's Ed's partner. She told me a story of when you first put that dome up at Universal Studios.
Whoops.
Her story.
Asha, I'm not sure if we're still hearing you.
Can you technology demons?
I'm here. Couldn't quite tell. I'm curious, Ed, how do you feel? I mean, you've told us quite a bit about how you feel like domes are advancing our human consciousness, but beyond just the immersion of domes. Curious if you can talk about that.
Well, what's interesting is just entering a dome space, even without all this fancy projection equipment, right? You just walk into a circular space, the brain shifts. I don't quite understand it, honestly, but the brain shifts into a different mode. And it's like when we do these shows, right? You can't hide in a corner texting. You're like, it's like a womb. It's like a digital sweat lodge, like you're in, and it's a circle. So right away, you walk into these spaces and it takes you out of ordinary reality. And what's cool about the digital domes is now you can project a pixel on just about every nerve ending in your eye, right? And you can now change people's reality and take them to other places, both real and imagined. So it's a transmission, though. When you create content, if you embody a certain state of consciousness and you create from that consciousness, and you immerse people in it, it's a transmission of a brain state. And if you're a Zen master and you're transmitting that, maybe you don't have to meditate on your breath for 7 years to get there. You know what I mean? Like it can transmit brain states much faster.
Yeah, and I know Kurt has also worked in this immersive space.
Oh yeah, Kurt's like the man. It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too.
Yeah,
I was going to say that the most common place that you've found domes throughout time are in sacred spaces. Churches and cathedrals were the most common space, and they start to transport you just by the space itself, and the clear span nature of domes, that opening up of space, I think really has an effect on our consciousness immediately just by being in the space. And if you've ever been in a large geodesic, you feel that very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to add anything to that, Morgan? Because I feel like the reason that you're moving towards domes is because it's a shift in consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, you can go back to stone circles. The shaman wanted to connect deep into meditation and communication with the ancestors. You make concentric stone circles, and so I think the right materials too. So high dialect, there's a beautiful science coming out really around biological architecture and being able to measure, the charge distribution efficiency inside of different spaces and how that's affected by the materials and the geometry of the space. And I think as those, that connection to the subtle energy to nature becomes more common for people, or more awareness, and the measuring devices to actually measure those states, and then we see how it'll affect our biology and our thinking, these kind of structures will become much more prevalent, especially for creative spaces, like
do we have an
creative studio.
Yeah, I'm back. My grandson just had turned on something, so it turned me off.
He's a gamer?
Yes.
Oh, geez.
So, so I was going to say that the Bucky stamp, where he has the dome on his head, is kind of really appropriate right now to visualize, because it really does create, like, crowns. I don't know if you guys knew this, but crowns were originally used to create a singularity so that you could think clearly, that you channel information. And the dome does that. When you're in a dome, I've had so many speakers over the many years speak inside of domes for events, and they all come out saying they've never had a better talk or given a better talk. And children will go in the dome and just go crazy because they feel the energy in the space. So it is something not visual that you can visualize, but it's so palpable that you can see it in everybody who walks in a dome. And what I was trying to say before was something that Ed's partner, Kate, had told me, that when they put that dome up at Universal Studios, the woman calibrating the projectors went in and saw a white goddess standing in the center of the dome. And she said something like she's the goddess Sophia, and that every dome is connected with a cord of love to Venus.
Wow.
So maybe that's where she was from or something.
Yeah, she did a ritual to lay down the codes in the dome, and that's what the vision she came out with. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
That was very cool.
Yeah, there's a collectivism that's really built inside of a dome that's not built in other places that I've been in. You're a part of everything that's happening. Like you said before, Ed, you can't hide in the corners of a dome. You are a part of the beings or the inner happenings of a dome, which is a powerful thing.
Yeah,
We've done spiritual circles and stuff like that. It's very powerful space.
And they say, you know, it's maybe hard to see it, but you can hear it, right? The sound goes right into the sweet spot in the center, right? All the energy is being focused in the center.
Yeah.
Love is metaphysical gravity, maybe longitudinal electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, the word pyramid works in the dome. Pyramid means fire in the middle, and that's the point of source energy that comes Om sound and Om light are born from that point. So it also happens in the dome, and that's where you get that sound where it just disappears into a thud and everything else is resonating. It's pretty cool. So what I was going to say is dome uses. You know, I have a video on the Pacific Dome's YouTube channel that's called Do It in a Dome. And it basically goes through tons of ways that our clients have used domes over the last 45 years. And there's been everything from what Ed does, which is, you know, conscious projection, to matter of fact, that's what made me make bigger domes in the first place, was the projection studios that were being built. My son was involved as well as Ed in that industry. And then, you know, went into from shelters to, you know, playground equipment, greenhousing, just whatever weddings, you know, whatever you could do in a dome. But I got to tell you, one thing you don't want to do is run a schoolhouse, because the sound in the dome is so, it kind of has this way of like resonating throughout the whole structure. So if you are on one side of the dome and you whisper, you can hear it on the other side of the dome. And we have had to help people figure out ways when they put up a dome for a schoolhouse to you know, deaden that sound, drop the sound levels down. And usually carpeting takes care of that. But
beautiful.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of testing in our dome too around. Buckminster Fuller had a beautiful story about the dome they built in Hawaii, and thinking that it would have this horrible, you know, acoustics, but the way that the triangulation that protruded out from each triangle around the perimeter caused all these cancellations, and the acoustics were perfect, right? I think there's ways with the attenuation and diffusion to really control that.
Yeah, I bet I'm imagining that both Ed and Kurt could speak to that as well. We have a special guest in the audience that I thought that I'd maybe bring up for a moment. I'm sure you're all familiar with Doug Jacobs, who I'm going to bring him up for a moment because Doug, do you want to speak directly to both Buckminster Fuller and what you do with Buckminster Fuller and domes as well, because you have been a part of this community for a long time and with domes, and we're coming to a close, so I thought I'd open it up to questions, and would love to just hear from you for a moment.
Yeah, I know many of the people here, so it's nice to see them again. Kurt was at the opening night of my play about Buckminster Fuller in San Francisco. It's the first time we met, and we ended up staying up very late drinking, and we were the last two standing at the end of the evening. So, and it was a great evening. Can I share one picture?
Yeah, please do.
Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, but just to say that, you know, there's so many different forms of domes in the world, and there's a lot of opportunities to engage with domes, not just from the people that are on the screen right now, but there's so many opportunities out there. And I just want to say that the domes are our future. So we really need to start engaging more. Go for it, Doug.
Yes, here's an image that is, I don't know if I use it in the show or not, but it's one of Bucky's first structures, which was a playpen he made for his sister. And it summarizes a lot of the personal elements that I tried to bring into the play and the structural elements. And I realized looking at this, that he has triangles in these corners here to strengthen this box that he and his sister in. And what this summarizes is Bucky's idea of a system which has the inside and the outside, and that which separates the inside from the outside. And animals and kids want to go into a structure like that. A cat would jump into this structure and then jump out. And so the idea of borders, and I mean, this is basically the structure of a little home for he and his sister to play in, and play being an important element in Bucky's life. And you can see the glasses he had from a very young age, and the nature around him, which was always, so his experience was always experiential. And so I tried to do a play that was about Bucky testifying to the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. And that was the structure of the play. And his own transformation as a model for other people to transform their lives, not to be little Buckies, but to be what they were uniquely designed to do themselves. And a lot of people, in talking about the sacred geometries, while I was working on this play, I got to know a lot of the Paiutes in the Eastern Sierras. I used to go to those sweat lodges, those circular spaces, and did a hike from the floor of Yosemite Valley over the mountains to the foothills above Mono Lake, and learned a lot from what it means to get a group over the mountain or to leave people safe on the other side of it. And the care and the prayer and the concentration that went into bringing integrity to the group. And I realized that's also what Bucky was writing about. And his daughter used to talk about when he visited Bali or when he visited native shamans, that they always sort of recognize something in Bucky. So I did also the centennial. I worked on the centennial in 1995 when Peter Meissen handed me a copy of Bucky's monologue scenario book. And I had that in my hands for a few hours, and I said, this would be the basis of a great play. And then 5 years later, I did open the play based on Robert Schneider's work, and then drawing in a lot of things from everything else that Bucky wrote. So that's just a short intro. But this picture I keep coming back to because it sort of starts with family as well, and that he made something for his sister. So love being, for Bucky, love was like a monkey wrench. You know, it really did things in the world. It created low pressure points where energy could move in unpredictable ways. And that's a brief history of my connection.
Nice. I love that. So from here, I would love to open it up to the audience, and I'm gonna just stop the share so we can see everybody on stage. There's some questions that are coming in from the audience, but I'm just curious if there's anybody that wants to directly ask a question. We probably have time for 1 or 2 questions. Is there anything? The acoustics inside, oh, Harlan, go for it.
And he did just put it into the chat. And what is GeoShip's name? He put his website, GeoShip, and I wanted to just hear a little bit more about those polymers and that, since he didn't give us any real clear photos. So if you want to talk for a moment, tell us the website.
Morgan actually gave a talk earlier today, so we can see that later too.
Okay. and then otherwise, just thank you. So great to see all of you. So exciting. Oh my God. This should have been longer because I know everyone on this panel could share so much more amazing information, but this was a great primer to it all, and I was really glad to be here. Thank you all.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you, Harlan.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was, so Patricia did actually ask a question. I don't know if she's here. She's written the book, The Girl from Spaceship Earth. Patricia, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, if it's okay, I'm not going to be on camera, but I would love to know about a little bit more about using domes for a greenhouse. We're working on a local gardening project here where it's all about teaching. It's a teaching community garden to improve our food security in our community. And I really want a dome to be part of it. And it seems natural to use it as a greenhouse. I also thought about a dome as an aviary. But if anyone has experience with actually using domes for greenhouses, and especially somebody who could provide actually the manufacturing of one, I would love to hear from them. Either now, or I'll put my email in the chat.
You can go to the Pacific Dome's website, and there's a link to the greenhouse domes. We've made a lot of them for schools for sure, not just for climbing domes, but for the schools to do growing projects for the kids. Super important for kids to do. So yes, the answer is yes, and there's a big movement about that. By the way, you're right in the groove of that.
And as far as aviaries go, the dome that was built for the 1964 World's Fair in Queens was moved and became the aviary for the Queens Zoo, and it's still there and being used for that.
Thank you both very much. I will follow up on both. Thank you.
Excellent. Are there any other questions here? I feel like there will be a billion questions. There's so much here. Go for Lemur.
I'm just going to share my gratitude for each and every one of you, for what you bring forth, what you nurture, the stories that you've shared, the essence of Bucky you've brought forth. I couldn't think of a more gifted and group of people to bring together. What a joy. Thank you, Design Science Studio, for weaving.
Yeah, we have one last question. I wanted to let you have an opportunity to ask it before we hop off.
Is that Lemur?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, thank you. All of this has been so inspiring and very aligned with what I'm working on myself. And I'm curious to know the felt experience and the possibilities when you're talking about shifting consciousness in dome spaces like this. And when we apply these types of geometries, what are the possibilities that either are not expected maybe, or what has been experienced and what is possible other than what we are seeing today?
I just say in terms of the structure, it is a multidimensional pyramid. So you're generating a harmonic that's filling the whole dome with consciousness. And anybody who goes in there is going to feel that sense. And then to take it a step further, you can have Ed do some projection and some music. And it turns it into a multidimensional experience.
And the thing about that is that it's an amplifier of consciousness, just like the internet and Facebook and Twitter. It's just amplifying what's in there. So if you create a show without perfected consciousness, or if you're not coming from a good place, it can be harmful as well. So, as these XR technologies get more and more powerful, we have to learn to be wiser and use our technology wisely. So that's why I'm encouraging as many conscious content creators as possible to come into these spaces and do cool stuff, because that'll lay down the codes for the future.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. Oh, do you want to answer that, Morgan?
I was just going to say, kind of outside of what we're projecting, also just the deeper meditative states. You can literally feels like you're in a lightness of being that is basically a biological capacitor. The energy field is being held in the space and accumulating.
Like the Integratron, that's a good one.
I actually have a physical experience. I had a physicist go by my house who lived on the street that I lived on, and we have big, huge, massive power lines on that street. And he came by and he's like, Asha, how come the whole street is dumping EMF madly, but from here to here in front of your house, there's no EMF? And I said, I have a dome in the backyard.
That's amazing.
It actually harmonizes the field around it. It harmonizes inside, internally, and it harmonizes the field around it.
Oh, with that, I think we are actually over time a little, but I just want to say thank you all. This has been an incredible conversation. I feel like we can go for the rest of the day if we wanted to. There's a lot more here, and if you are staying on and want to continue watching, Ed will be on in the biophilia stage at 3:30. So please do join us.
Thank you, Faith.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much, Asha. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Kurt. And thank you, Ed. Really, really powerful conversation. And there's a lot more to be had here. So
yeah, and FYI, we all love each other, all us domies. So we're all kind of a little clan. And thanks for putting us all together, Faith.
Love it. All right. Well,
love you.
Love you guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks for showing up, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was
Thank you.
so fascinating. There's such a wealth of knowledge, and I want to just pick all of your brains and learn everything. So thank you
thank you for being here. I am very excited to, talking about building future villages and where do we go from here. And we have some very, very exciting news here at the Design Science Studio. So I am going to bring up our fearless founders, fantastic founders. I don't even know how else to describe them other than they are Imagineers, they're story weavers, they are experienced designers, they are creative producers, they are just beautiful wealths of knowledge, and we have this very, very special announcement. So I'm gonna mute, and then I don't know, should I say more? Roxy, Nico, we love you. Tell us. Thank you, Bliss. Awesome. Can you hear us? It's working. Okay, cool. I have interesting glitch in technology today where I can't control my sound in a normal way. Cool. Thumbs up. Awesome. All right. Yay. Well, we are here to share with you about a project. Ooh. There we go. Ooh. Yeah. Perfect. So this time last year, we shared about this project, and this was in a completely different stage. And here we are a year later, and we have some exciting updates about La Tierra, previously called Shangri-La.
Yay. What is La Tierra? Well, La Tierra is a village project that we've been developing for almost 2 years, and that is getting into a very, very, very interesting point. Last year, it was only a pitch deck that you're about to see. We're going to walk you through it. A year later, we have found our land, and we are about to sign a contract to acquire this land, and we are about to launch the project into its next phase. And so we're going to walk you a little bit through what it is and some of the progress that we've made, and hopefully we'll inspire you as much as we are. So La Tierra, what is La Tierra?
Well, there's sort of 5 main components that make up La Tierra. For one, it's a regenerative village, and this village is designed to embody and teach the principles of a regenerative future. One thing that you'll hear a little bit about more later is mycelia, which is this concept of a village of villages inspired by Burning Man, but that's one piece. Another piece is that similar to the Design Science Studio and future home of the Design Science Studio, a think tank and a school for the regenerative movement to find planetary solutions and to empower them.
It's also a place where you can disconnect to reconnect. And so it will feature a large outdoors, immense rabbit hole of experiences, garden, a la Burning Man, but permanent and in the jungle. And what we want it to be really is like a safe haven for travelers and thinkers and philosophers and revolutionaries that could find a home, a center, a place to live and to develop their ideas. We're going to walk you through some of these concepts that Roxy was mentioning. The first one of them all is mycelia. Mycelia is this idea that we had inspired by Burning Man. Burning Man does something really amazing on creating a city in only a week. It's like they basically do 3 things. They set up the streets. They tell you, just like set up the city a little bit, the layout of the city. They build a temple and places where, we can gather together. And they also build some principles on how to operate within it. And within that, then they invite people and give them real estate. And these are groups that are already cohesive and have been already formed and, are willing to put in the time to come and build what they call camps. And through the build out of all these very diverse camps is that the entire project comes to life. And so we're doing something similar. We're going to be building a village of villages. So we're going to do all the hard work of acquiring the land, doing the roads, putting the water, the electricity, all the complicated things. And then we're going to start inviting groups that are somehow looking for land, looking to ground in a place, looking to maybe even build a building. For example, the Natura Institute could have like a building there where, you know, they can do their teachings. Some of them will build an entire village for like many people to live in there. And so it's through the creation of these different villages that will have interoperable principles and that will talk to each other and that will be coexisting in the same space, that we will create a very, very diverse, interesting, rich space with, you know, for many different people. That's the thing. So we're going to have circus people, yoga people, we're going to have thinkers, we're going to have tech people, we're going to have elders, and we're going to have young people. And so we want to really address all these different personalities and types of people that we want to live in our village. Communities will own their own spaces and they will create their own worlds within the village, always abiding by the general regenerative principles of the project.
The next space that I want to share about is Agora. As it says here, a place to develop the revolutionary noosphere. And so Agora, similar to, again, here we are in the Design Science Studio. In the past, Agoras were kind of intellectual havens, places for people to come together to rethink and reimagine the way that we orient and to learn and unlearn together. And so the intention of Agora is to host a variety of workshops and deep dive conversations, to have the home of the Design Science Studio, or at least one of them there, to have a wild school and permaculture space, just a place to come together and learn and practice. And so this is a space to kind of foster planetary solutions to design a world that works for all in physical space. And so you might say like Esalen meets Burning Man in the 21st century.
Another important part is the port. This is our fun playground. It's a co-created, co-lived village for the 21st century. And you can imagine this as a true port. It's going to be a very diverse, filled with like artist residencies. I'm going to show you a little bit how it, you know, we're imagining it will look. Let's see. Right. There you go. So it's going to be more like built out of wood and bamboo and like really designed to foster connection. We're going to have these like houses that will have 9 rooms in a shared living and kitchen space. We're going to have like shared decks, kitchens, and a lot of spaces for just like playing and having fun. This is from a movie I really like, and it looks exactly how we intend the center of the village to look.
Ataraxia. So this, you want to talk about ataraxia?
Sure. Ataraxia is, I wouldn't say opposite, but it's a little bit like a quieter space. This is more for families, so it's going to be a part of the land that will be more chill, more designed for like people who want to build their houses, have a back like a garden, a backyard, front yard, and they will be designed in a way that it will also foster a lot of like connection among neighborhoods. All the design of the layout will be in pods of 6, like a cell, and so 6 houses will be sharing a common central space with a deck and a food garden, and it will really be designed for interaction with yoga shalas. Every image that we're showing where you see architecture are most of them belonging to architects that we are going to work with, that we have already established connections. This, for example, the yoga shala is from Pablo Luna. This is from Azulik architecture, Roth architecture. We're also gonna work with them, and as you can see, it's gonna have a like really amazing biophilic, biomimetic inspired architecture. It's gonna look really, really cool. Villas will be built with like light materials and under biomimicry and biophilic principles, and it will just seek the perfect balance between privacy and peace, but also connection and serendipity.
And if you can't tell, we're experience designers. We're designers, we are ontological designers, and the space that Nico was just talking about, all of these spaces are really trying our best to integrate what we've learned about biophilic design and ontological design, and how critical it is to have spaces that architect the mind, that are unboxed, that are more natural, and that are really looking at the most sort of regenerative principles and how those spaces can help you learn. Now, another space that we're developing is the Land of O. And so the Land of O is another kind of space that architects the mind. We learned through immersive art that there are things called inactive environments. These are environments that are designed to help you learn and to learn. One of the most important things is to play, as with some of our friends here have mentioned, and the importance of play and the importance of immersive art to support that. And so connected to Agora and to the rest of the village will be the Land of O. And this is a myriad of different rabbit holes and immersive experiences and land art and large scale immersive art for people to widen the mind, to tell stories, to reimagine our narratives, to perform, to amplify art, and the importance of coming together for narrative artifacts and for new myth to kind of take root in the space, and also a place for the physical art to kind of come to life that is being breathed and dreamed in the space of the entire village, and also will kind of call home to some of the artists who come out who are potentially Design Side Studio members or otherwise around the world, to feature kind of outdoor art that can be animistic and inspiring and connecting. But all in all, immersive art, as Ed was just sharing about, has the power to change our collective consciousness. And what we can do with these sorts of spaces is reorient to the natural world and our relationship in it. And so there will be small narrative devices, little time machines, places to kind of blur the lines between our present day and the future, narrative and reality. So the Land of O will be designed to support that and be a home for all the large scale immersive art of the village. And yeah, a place to really get inspired. And it's going to serve as this inspirational launch pad. Ritual and magic, kind of where the rules are suspended. Diactic shifts is a suspended belief. It's kind of the experiential side of La Tierra and what kind of connects all the pieces together.
So these are like this is the overview of what we're going to build. On top of this, we're going to also be building a super cool hotel, a farm restaurant, a whole permaculture operation. But more than anything, La Tierra will be built out and born out of all the other villages that will come and coexist with us, and that will build over time. And we will create this, like, hopefully really, really nourishing space that can serve as a blueprint really of what's possible. Same way Regenerai is our a story universe that we need to we need to put some imagination into it, but it inspires to understand what's possible. La Tierra will be just that, but real, like tangible. You will to come and experience it. And we always say that for us, connection with the planet comes first. Our goal is to be mere stewards of the land we inhabit. We don't believe in ownership of land, but stewardship. And we've been using some like really powerful design principles, like 7th-generation thinking principles, which is wild. Like when you're designing something and then you finish the design and we sit for a second and say, okay, how does this look in 7 generations? And how does that look in 7 generations after that? And it really starts transforming the way in which you approach things and you design, designing with and for nature, using regenerative practices, and following just one principle that for us is very important. And it's what regenerative means, is to give more than you take. So we expect this land to be taken care of for literally more than 7 generations. And we pledge to always be a trim tab, a space for imagination, ideation, to just be the smallest part of the system that can create the greatest impact.
So we'll talk through some of the principles. One of the things that I think is most important is, maybe I'm skipping ahead, but land stewardship. So the land will be put into a land trust, and everyone is stewards of the land, not owners, because this is a really kind of critical piece of the puzzle. Regeneration, as Nico mentioned, is one of the most core principles, looking at how do we make sure to embody the principles of regeneration, both in the materials that we're using, in the way that we're treating to the land, in the way that we're listening to it, in the way that we're tending, and also understanding the story of place and the indigenous within it. And we're really doing our best to look at how do we think far into the future and not just the short term, and how might this place be a protopia, a place that is, just helping to embody these regenerative values so that other people might be inspired and be able to bring this to the urban environments that also so need a re-inhabiting the village, a reconnection to that which has been, is different than the way we live now.
We will have a large permaculture operation because we believe in food sovereignty and in rethinking how we eat. That, it's eating is that thing that we do at least a couple times a day, every single day, and is our direct connection with nature. And so we really want to create a space. Actually, the restaurant that we'll create will be right in the middle of the permaculture garden. And so you'll be literally having dinner within the orchards, and we'll be able to get into the greenhouse and learn about, where the food that the delicious food that you're eating is coming from.
Designing with and for nature. And so this is really, as you saw from some of the inspirational images, it's really important to us to be designing as biophilically as possible, but also really thinking about and learning about what are the natural materials there, what is going to be the kind of right approach to something that is going to last for 7 generations, and doing that in a way that is the most sustainable as possible. And so we're looking at, it's been interesting to look at different materials and realize like, oh, maybe this isn't the right way. Maybe we need to use something like rammed earth.
They're here.
And so when we're learning about different types of materials, some of the things that have kind of come up are in the process of biophilic design is being inspired by and moving with the natural environment that's around. So instead of cutting trees, looking at how we might integrate them, and really understanding the long-term way that the land functions. There's stewards of this land that have been there for almost 30 years. And so we've been able to have kind of a jump start on that permaculture approach to really understand how we might be moving in rhythm with the way that the land has operated, and taking those biomimetic principles and living systems principles and looking at how they're integrated from everything from what's built to the way that the different spaces work to the organizational structures and beyond.
We are going to be trying to foster and design for a village where principles like kindness are not enforced, but like encouraged, and where like it feels like the right thing. And I think we do that through creating spaces that allow for there's a really nice wireframe that Jamie Will uses that we've been using for designing this, which is this idea that successful communities can thrive if they keep a good balance between having ecstasis, catharsis, and communitas. Ecstasis being those peak experiences that we have in ritual together to experience the divine. Catharsis being the being kind, the doing the work, the sitting together and healing, and then communitas, which is the feeling of camaraderie associated to a group that is experiencing the same thing at the same time. This festival is a perfect example of communitas. It's when we get together and we gather and we feel this thing. We feel that we're achieving something together, that we're doing something that makes sense, and that we are one in a way. We're part of the same tribe.
So we were talking about stewardship. I think stewardship moves beyond also the land to people, and so really looking at how we might be stewards and community, reorient to and away from ownership and towards really being conscious and considerate and mindful of how we're reorienting to what it means to be human, and to live in community in this way that can really work. Oops, someone is unmuted.
It's a future citizen.
Keep going.
Oh,
ontological design. So I was just talking about ontological design. So ontological design is this discipline concerned with designing the human experience. And so it's a really important part of La Tierra to look at how we're designing objects and spaces and experiences to design the human being itself. And so this principle is kind of the core principle, everything from architecture. So if you've been, with us in the summit for the last 11 days or 10 days, then you would have had the opportunity to go into some of the sessions with the different architects. And one of the things that we have, heard the most is just how important it is to look at both our inner and our outer architecture and how those things are innately and intricately connected. And so as a core principle of the way that we look at and design forward, this principle from the sound to the experiences, to the spaces, to the dwellings are designed to transmute and support the human experience to really empower mindful connection and equity and justice for all in the space of community.
And ritual, of course, we've been talking about myth and ritual for a long time. And it's, I think it's very important that we create new rituals, right? Because we can also drink from the ones in the past, but like in this process, we're creating new ways to interact with each other and to revere the things that are important for us, either that be nature, each other, our collective experiences, etc. But like we believe in bringing back rites of
Let me just put up.
Rites of passage and like it's like those moments in time that are important for us as human beings for growth, and that we are, that are much more powerful when they're done in community.
So back to stewardship. As stewards, not owners of land, it's important to look at how we relate to our planet and the future of it. We are much more temporary humans than this planet is, and trying to help create a culture that can shift to understanding that we, one of the things that I've learned the most from working with and being connected to, oh my goodness, Mama Nature, you keep unmuting, can you please be careful, is that from our traditional ecological knowledge, education, and so many of the people who are helping to support Indigenous wisdom being relayed into our modern day, they really relate to the land as stewards. And we are, as I said, but temporary. And so the structure and the model is that the land is in a land trust, and we're looking at how we can all relate to this planet and to the land that we're tending in a way that is, yes, the structures that are built can be owned, but the land itself is something that we all steward together. And so it's also about this coming back to communitas and it not sort of just being me or you, but we.
These are some of the designs that we have been working on with the brand agency that we're working to design the brand. They are very beautiful. And I'll relate this. I'll show you once we're going to go in a minute to the work that we've been doing in the past 8 months, and I'll show you some of the symbolisms that we're creating. But we had this fun moment with the brand designers, and we were, having this idea that we're designing almost for a new civilization, right? We're designing new rites, new rituals, new ways of being, new ways of getting together, of living. We're now designing villages with, well-contained temples. And so at some point they kept talking about the branding, and I stopped them and I was like, no, we're not creating a branding, we're creating a cosmology. We're creating like a universe of a new civilization. And in that process, we need to create the visual aids that will allow you to identify with this new way of thinking. And we need to create new symbols and new myths and new origin stories. And so I'll show you in a minute some of the symbols that we've been playing around, the symbol cosmology. But these are some of the designs the amazing team is creating. And then each one of these represents one of the parts of the village that we talked to you about, the port. And we're gonna now take you for a second to show you a little bit more about the land and show you a little bit more about the work that we have been doing. So let me get out of here. Okay. And so what you see here, first, this is, so in the past 8 months, about 10 months ago, we found this incredible land. And the owner of that land, which has been its owner and steward for 23 years, fell in love with this project. And he had been looking for a project like this to come to be developed in the land. His name is Ben Nehmadi. And so he invited us to develop this project there. And we agreed that we were gonna design together like these master plan or like design project to outline everything that we wanted to do, which was mostly put on a pitch deck that we just showed you, but that now needed to be developed in full. So the past 8 months, we've been working really hard with not only the branding team, but also architects, permaculture designers, civil engineers, financial consultants, and building these, putting all these into numbers, into a spreadsheet that we can then finance towards, and really diving deep into the design. And so we're about to finish this process. We'll publish it probably in like 2 months, 2 months and a half, and make all of these available. But these that you're seeing, which we received only like a couple days ago, this is the first map layout outline of the architects with the placing of all the different parts. So you see here, this is Agora, there's a healing center here. All of this is Ataraxia, as I was describing, the 6 houses around the center. All of this is the port. I can zoom in a little bit. All of this is the port. We're going to have all of this, the permaculture with the restaurant. We're going to have mycelia over here. We have a festival ground. And we have all these magnificent things.
And this whole entire belly of the land is remaining completely untouched.
So here
all
you can
of
see it here a little bit more, but like all of these we won't touch. The whole that is going to be like wild. And maybe we can just say a few
things. And the
things.
parts that are currently being developed are primarily already cleared. It was used for cattle grazing up there. So we're really trying to do our best to basically not really affect or change the land in any dramatic way, but to really work with what's there.
Yeah, so everything that you see here, for example, in like orange, all of that is mostly cut out already, and have few trees. What you see in purple is mostly clean, but there is a few trees, and then what you see in green is the deep jungle. And so there is about 150 acres that you can start building tomorrow without affecting much of the flora and fauna of the land. The land is 430 acres in a very, very, very prime location in Costa Rica. It's in the Nicoya Peninsula. The Nicoya Peninsula is one out of the 5 only blue zones in the world. They're called blue zones, and they are like studied deeply around the world because it's the places where people live the longest and healthiest in the world. There's like, I think, another one in Okinawa, and I don't know what the other 3 are, but exactly at the center where we are is one of the blue zones. It's only 5 minutes from an airport, so you can land in San Jose, is the main international airport of Liberia, and in about an hour you can transfer your flight, fly in a little plane, and be landing in our land just 5 minutes from it. It's incredibly beautiful. There's like a lot of flat lands where like kids will be able to run around, where you'll be able to walk. There's a lot of hikes. There is currently horses in the land. There is about a mile of beach that is one of the most gorgeous places that we've seen. And the land has 2 rivers, and one of them ends up on the beach, on a sweetwater lagoon on the beach, which is incredible. And the other one ends up on a waterfall that pours into the ocean. And there is only like 25 waterfalls that pour into the ocean in the entire planet. And so you can stand at the top of the waterfall watching the ocean. It's like really spectacular.
One of the days that we spent kind of traversing the land, the last time we were there, we walked all the way down one of the rivers until the river met the ocean. And it was one of the wildest and most beautiful things I've ever done. I've never been to a place where I can walk from a river into the ocean. It's before.
Also, there are 3 parts of the land that touch with like a main developed road. You don't need to go off road for an hour to find us. We're like right there. We're like 10 minutes from a main town with a few supermarkets. And as we said, like very close to the airport. And we're also sitting right, like our neighbors on the left side is a 14-acre natural reserve that will never be built and constructed, and is preserving all life in there. And so really spectacular. So these that you see here is the 8 months of work that we've been doing on developing all the different parts of the land, the relations that we'll have, the population, the culture and myth. These are some of the symbols that I was talking to you about. And so we're playing around with these, symbologies where, like, if you combine village plus regenerative, you get mycelia. If you combine experience plus land plus story, you get land of awe. If you combine communitas plus play plus village, you get the port. And so we have all this system of symbols that we're creating. That is really cool. We have also, all of these will be designed in depth, and we're working with the design teams. These are just placeholders, but it will allow you to just like walk through all the different aspects, all the different parts, all the maps that we're developing. This is the center of the port that I was showing you. That will be pretty fun. That's a tree that is at the center. We're going to use as the center.
Will you zoom in a little more? So this is the actual tree. There's me. Look, I'm with the tree. It's beautiful. And it's called La Abuela, that area in general. This is definitely the grandmother tree.
Yeah, we're going to build a giant Daniel Popper sculpture right there. We're also working with, all the different environmental things that we want to do in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of like sustainability, water. We're gonna be and also enforce through the bylaws of anybody that wants to come and live in here, one of the most sustainable regenerative projects in the entire planet. And we're gonna be like a blueprint and an example of what can be done. A lot of like really cool common spaces. We're gonna have an amphitheater, the yoga shalas. You want to talk about the indigenous village? Yeah. Okay.
If you can talk to it.
So also one of the things that we are very keen on is in like just being in right relationship with the indigenous peoples, not only from Costa Rica, but like everywhere. And so we're gonna be giving back 10 acres of land to the indigenous people that were originals from that area. But at the same time, we're gonna help them build what we have called the indigenous village. That will be one of the villages of mycelia, with the idea of it being a center for teaching indigenous wisdom and knowledge from many different indigenous traditions, where people can also come and learn. Not only people like people who haven't been exposed to this kind of knowledge, but also indigenous people that might be want to learn things from their original tribes. Or
similar to, I don't know if you were here whenever we had a Harsur snow raven come, but she is creating a temple of shamanism and science, and that's to help preserve and support different indigenous traditions. And she's native from the Siberia, but one of the things that we've learned after connecting with some of the different indigenous representatives in Costa Rica is what they might actually need is not land. What they might need is actually support, is money, or is a place to congregate or come together, and programming and places for their youth to learn new skills. And so we're really looking to see how might we really be not just deciding this is what we think is a good idea, but we're in kind of a deep listening process and learning about what would really be most supportive for those cultures and that wisdom to pass forward in a way that resonates with those communities as well.
We're also going to be working in a really, really cool, amazing, immersive story hotel with an incredible hammam, and really, this is going to be part of what we believe in around immersive stories and like immersing yourself into something. Also a farm to table restaurant I was saying earlier, where I literally meant you're going to be eating within the orchards and like learning from the ground and nature, and it's like really connecting with the experience. And so, yeah, this is more or less where we are. There's going to be plenty of things here. This section is still empty. We're still working on it, but it's the one in which we will describe how you can participate. So we're gonna there is going to be many ways to plug in, from buying a piece of the land and building one of the communities to buying something to build your own house, or being, buying a condo, or just coming to interact with us as part of the many things that will happen in the land. What are you looking for?
No, I'm just showing around some of the initial ideas of how people can, start.
And I think with that, we're gonna close it with the first few images of the land. We haven't thoroughly showed this to anybody, but we're really happy to show this. We were showing it the other day because we had here Moncaya, which is a dear friend and singer, and we borrowed this song from her. Yeah, so these are.
Make it bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know if your sound is on.
It is.
When I come home from far away, no need to shed a tear, no need to talk about happier days, no need to try to find or say the words we never said. When I come home, we'll never be the same. I'm coming home, coming alone, not alone. The birds say so. I'll come alone, deep down below. You guide me home. I'll find my way, find my way. When I come home.
That's it. That's what we're working on.
That's La Tierra. So yeah, so happy to have shared a little bit of it. In about 2 months and a half, we'll put all of these online, so you'll be able to explore it just once it's finished. And then we're gonna start a long journey. This is a long, big, ambitious project. We're gonna need to fundraise millions of dollars, but we believe that it has all the elements to be one of the important projects of this regenerative movement. So we're thrilled about this adventure that we're starting. Super thankful to have access to a land like this and to a team of incredible people that will put this together, and then to have the Design Science Studio to come and back it up and play, and all of you, hopefully, to come and help us build this.
Yeah. I think also, some of our friends coined, I think, a really beautiful framework, which is about lighthouse portals and protopias. And so the lighthouses are kind of the places in cities that kind of help us commune and connect and ground. The portals are the ones that are just outside of the city that are starting to give us the connection a little bit closer to nature. And then the protopias are, some of things like this, like eco villages, places that we can go visit, places that we can live, and also have a deeper connection with the earth. And it's very real that this is a privilege to get to steward an idea like this. And a lot of the impact in the world that is needed is also in cities. And so we're looking at how this may be a place, also a safe haven, a place for people to come and replenish and say, there is a way that is possible that can embody, similar to Regenera, right? Where like a floating city, but this one's basically the size of a small town and it's on the ground, that we get to live that and experience that potential and bring that into the rest of the world as well. So it's a big vision, and so far it's gone from lots of really great ideas to great ideas mapped to physical space. There are also, as Nico mentioned, there's a lot of kind of environmental assessment that's been happening over the last few months, working with different permaculture experts and engineers and vetting that all of this is possible. And so far it is, which is pretty wild. And yeah, it's definitely a lifelong and beyond the lifelong endeavor to help steward a vision like this. And it's one that is really beautiful to share about where it's at, because it's kind of getting to that point where get to start breaking ground. And in the chat, Melissa was asking if there are any structures. So the landowner Chipe, or the land steward Chipe, has been living there for 27 years. See?
30 almost, yeah.
Yeah, and so he's been stewarding the land of the landowner, or landowners, between actually before that, the current landowner Bendamati. And so that's the one structure on the land is Chipe's house. And otherwise it's completely undeveloped, other than, there's some parts that had previously been kept clear for grazing, which is not a part of the future vision, but because of that, there are places that can be restored, developed, and the rivers that run through the land, it is at the end of a watershed. And so we're looking at things like retention ponds, and because it is very wet for part of the year, but then it becomes very dry. So we're learning a lot with the permaculture experts about how to support and preserve the watersheds there, and life sheds, as someone said the other day.
Yes, it is next to Montezuma. It's about 15 minutes by car from Montezuma, and a couple hours walking through the beach. You can actually easily walk from Montezuma to our land through the beach. So, if you have any more questions, we can have like 1 more minute. If any last questions, either raise your hand or put them in the chat.
Cool. Okay. Yay. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Harlan.
Can't believe no one was jumping in. I mean, I'm just so excited about this. You've been talking about it for a while, and I'm so glad I was here to be able to get your whole presentation. And of course, I put in the chat, I want to, do some portal installations or some portal camp, and just the whole model of it being like Burning Man, but permanent and conscious, and just everything about it just so exciting. And so, I've been listening intently to this, and then when you said any questions, and I'm like, I'm sure people are all going to chime in. I know we got to wrap it up. I just had to fill the last moment with my excitement, enthusiasm for this, and I can't believe that you guys both run the Design Science Studio and are doing that, because both of those are full time. So you guys are amazing. So thank you so much for all of this work, and looking forward to the next level.
Definitely 2 full-time jobs.
All right.
Yeah, it's been a challenging year. I will say that it's been a lot to juggle between the two of us and the other people who are helping, but it's coming to life. And not all births are easy, as they say, but definitely would love Portal Village. And like one of the villages I can only imagine would be the studio, because we all love each other so much. Like, why wouldn't we want to hang out, create a home together that we can all play in and create inside of, at least one.
It's such a well thought out vision with every aspect, so can't wait to just see it keep moving along. So thanks and good luck with it all, and we'll be in touch with that. Okay.
Thanks, Arlen. Awesome. Cool. Any other questions? How can we participate? Hi, Melody. Yeah, so as Nico mentioned, there's things that are still kind of, one of the things that's still structurally in motion is how we engage our community. And right now we're in the final processes of finishing the plan so that we can get into the final stage of contract with the landowner to make sure that we can move forward with the vision. And then once that happens, then I think we can start to really move into the next phase of development, where we'll have a first settlement, and we'll start to develop the artist residency programs and some of the first programs, the permaculture programs there. So as we know, there's definitely levels of collective governance that are built in. So we'll be letting everyone know how they can plug in. Yes, Jarno, amazing buildings, and Melody too. Epic. Yeah, let's do it. We'll be together. Epic. Well, that's a big and exciting declaration.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. I've just talked a lot, and now I get to talk some more. I'm going to put my cool background back on so that I'm back in Regenera. What? Okay. So next up is a little bit of an art tour. And there are so many virtual worlds. I don't know if you played in them. I want to invite everyone to, if you can, come on camera. Love to see your faces. Know you're there. I see a wild Mark appeared. Oh, amazing. Kyle, Jarno, Ty. Look at all y'all. Lena, Lemur, Claire. Cool. So I'd love to know, with a show of hands, how many of you have experienced or explored the virtual worlds of Regenera? Use your actual hand. Okay, I see a few. We got one. I see Patricia actually raising her virtual hand. That's cool, because then I can tell. All right, so some of Ooh, is that you, Bliss? Well, this is going to be a little bit of an art tour. And if any of the members of the Design Science Studio who have art in this world, or any of these worlds, I want to kind of bring you up on stage, because we're going to do a little bit of a shotgun art tour, move around the space. And so it's all right with you, I'm going to snag some of y'all up here and wander around. So give me a little note in the chat if you want to join. Hey, Mark.
Hiya. How fun is this going to be?
You've been fast. There's a lot of space, but I think that it's well worth it. Melissa wants to come up. Cool. Come on up, Melissa. And any more takers? Mel, I'm going to bring you up just to hang out with us for sure. Hi. Okay, cool. So we're going to kind of start at the beginning. We're going to start inside of the Regenera mythos. And I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to move through this first little bit and invite some commentary from our fellow artists here. What do y'all think about the entry to the story world?
Every journey starts with the first step, right? And it's going to be a story along the way. It's beautiful.
So the story tells us about how this movement had been growing underground, and this space that we all are inside of now, this floating city, is Regenera. It is the heart of the Regenaissance. This is a place to blur the lines from reality and imagination. And so we're welcomed by our friends Gloria and Ava as we enter the world of Regenera. And they welcome us as weary travelers and show us around a little bit. You know, came on Earth a year ago and a year and a month ago. It's only here for one more day, and then Regenera will leave, undock, and go off into the distance, which is wild. Oh, come on, Mark, what do you think? This is your buddy.
Oh, Antonio, Antonio, he keeps visiting me and dropping these little stories in from his experience of omnidirectional communication and popping in and out of different moments of time. And the favorite story that he told me was this idea that there was a story that started a long time ago that we may have forgotten, and we're remembering it now. And it wasn't the story of separation by any means. It wasn't about divide and conquer. We had misunderstood. It was divine and conqueror. So here we are, intuitively in accord with a sense of what we need to be doing.
Antonio, if you didn't catch it, he was the first one to spot the city, and now he lives in the library, where I'm currently in the library of Regenera. And divine and concur. I concur. I concur. So once you meet Antonio, then you go and you get trained. And so you meet Baswa. And Baswa says, hey, what's up? Here's the letter from the founders. Welcome to Regenera, this floating city that was created at the Design Science Studio, an ideal like an idea, except its purpose is for supporting other ideas to emerge. So Melissa, how have your ideas emerged in the world of Regenera?
Well, they've emerged in installations and video. Yeah, there's been, people that were willing to build the 3D models. They really realized my vision that I was unable to create myself. I'm not really a traditional graphic artist, so it's just really brought it to life for me in a variety of ways. It forced me to confront myself and look deeper and figure out how to make it intelligible to other people. So it's been immensely helpful for me and hopefully to the people that will see it in the future.
What part of the city should we jump into? We could jump into Mora, which we've launched 2 new worlds. I don't know if anyone's seen them. Or we could jump into one of the worlds, Topia. Right, and leave it on one of you to pick where we go first.
Topia.
Oh, here you go. Topia it is.
Topia it is. Okay. Oh, I lost your screen somehow. One sec. You went, y'all disappeared into the ether of my screen. I don't know if Moni is here, but at some point it'd be cool to take a peek over into the poetry world. But first we go into Topia. Oh, I found your screen. Okay, great. Which part of Topia? Should we go straight into the deck? I see some nodding. Okay. Now we have Captain no account here. Captain, where have you been living in this good old world of Regenera?
Me, I had a shipwreck initially, but I'm not sure it's there again. If it is, I'll have to get on board.
Creators, that's you. Systems thinkers.
Hey, look, it's us.
To imagine, collaborate, and co-create a world that actually works for 100.
I think I saw the captain. Oh, there he is. Look at that. There it is, Captain no account. He's frozen though. Captain.
Oh yeah. Is this the live one? No, that's an old one. I believe, but yes, it definitely is. But I'm around. I'm wandering the island looking for foraging for all kinds of interesting things to discover.
So here from the Regenera deck, we can explore many places. We can visit our friends here. We have Tara Baswani, who welcomes us.
To support the very worthy work of the Design Science Studio and all its creators that belong to it. Thank you.
We have Natura.
You know what's really fun, if I can say, about Topia as an environment, as a place to go, is that it is about connecting with others in this space. So aside from wandering around and seeing the artwork or listening, when you get close up to it in proximity, then it will come alive. But when you get next to somebody else, it looks like you're a little lonely in Topia right now, but when you get next to somebody else in Topia, then their camera comes up next to you and you can actually dialogue and hang out with them. And we've had, over the time, different gatherings in Topia. And there's just ways to collaborate within that environment. It's very fun.
So I just put the link for Natura in here. So if you're out here in the worldwide Zoom world and you want to jump in, you could jump into Natura and hang out with me. There's so many places to explore here in Natura. Let's see what we find. Ooh, what have we found here? Ángela del Sol. Oh, this is sweet. The land of dreams, powered by NFBs. Wow. This is one of the projects. Oh no, Sisu's having a hard time. Frown. Well, Sisu is a wonderful initiative that Ángela del Sol has been leading. And It's a climate restoration dell. Let's see what else we got around here. This looks fun. Who's over here?
Oh, it looks like the domes we saw earlier.
It does. You go inside. There's a tree in there. There's a bathhouse. I could use a bathhouse right about now. Let's just put it in here. Oh, okay. Go behind the water. Oh, this is Sano. Oh, look, we found Benny. Great. So this is our friends.
Oh, hey, you made it. Oh, great. I'm so happy you found me here in the stupa. We built this place to honor Earth Day 2022, my friend Caro and I. And we're so happy you're here. Isn't it wonderful?
It is wonderful.
You know, while you're here.
This is great. Benny, go visit Benny in the stupa. Have you all been to the vision casting circle before? You've never been in the vision casting circle?
No, there's so much that's changed every time I come around. It's like evolving and morphing and growing.
Well, the vision casting circle was created by Ganga Devi and Harris Adele last year. And it is a place to cast your visions to the sacred dragon. Thank you. There's little things that you can click on that are all connected to the temple of regeneration. This is all about regenerating our commitments of healing the world. In Syntropy Springs, so this is in Syntropy Springs, and this is a ritual space to support regeneration. Pretty special.
So all of these worlds, in essence, are portals to the different artists that have participated, right? Is that what's happening here?
That's what's happening.
Not surprising.
Did anyone come hang out with me in Tokyo? Did anyone come? I don't see any friends in here. It's a good place. This was topia.io/Natura. Okay, well, no one's gonna come hang out with me. Maybe we should visit another place.
I'm there, but I can't find you. I'm walking around. I don't.
You're in Natura?
Yeah, I am. But I'm over. Where am I? By some clear dome, and I can't see. Oh yeah, I'm right by that clear dome. I'm behind the dome. Yeah, I'll come towards you now. Now I can see. Okay.
Wait, where are you? Oh, I see you.
Yeah, I'm on the back of the dome.
Oh, there's going to be some crazy echo. I should mute myself. Here, I'll mute my tab so it doesn't get crazy. But oh, there you are.
Okay, finally. I didn't have my camera on. How do I turn my camera? Oh, I don't know. Which is me and my camera? Anyway, it's because I have it zoomed out and it's hard.
It doesn't look like your camera's on.
I know. Oh, I was clicking on Roxy's camera. I got it. Here we go. Hi, it should work.
There you are. What's up?
Here, look at the camera and be there. All right, should we go and check something out? What is right in here? Look at there's a fire inside of a dome.
That's cool. Let's go check
Who's
that
it?
out.
What is this?
This is cute. You're generating rhythms. Oh, do you remember Alana Bloom's project?
Oh, and the birds. It sounds great.
This is nice.
Or then let's see. Wait.
Just keeps
look. I'm dancing in the fire. Yeah.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
It just keeps getting more and more colorful and more detailed, and everything. It's like it was a coloring book, and now it's all being colored in.
Oh, we have a Maxie. Hi, Maxie.
Okay, should we go? What is
Hi.
it?
It's fabulous.
I'm gonna look at this thing behind us. Look at how cool that is. I'm gonna cut right through the hedges, and up it goes to a website, which is Origin Earth.
Sequoia. This is Sequoia's project. Oh, it's not working. Why are they not working? Well, none of these things work. It's pretty cool when they work. I don't know what to do.
Oh wow! I got the website open. Nature inspired design.
Oh, I wonder why it wasn't looking for me. I'll try here. Origin Earth. Oh yeah, there we go. Bam. Yeah, this is, oh, we could go visit this piece. I installed this.
Which one?
This one. Are you seeing the screen? The website?
The Origin Earth one that we just.
Yeah. So this is Sequoia.
Yeah.
And this is in New Art City.
Oh, well, should we? I've been to Topia before, New Art City. I really want to see.
You want to go? Okay.
Should we just get everyone over there? This was a good tour showing how it works. Now let's go to New Art City.
For you.
Yeah. So, you're in there, Jarna?
It's big. It's hard to find when you get there. It's so spread out.
We'll just mute yourself. Okay, so if you want to go in New York City, fun fact, there's so many worlds because there's so many people. We have some new ones actually, which is pretty cool. So 1 and 2 were from last year, and this year we just had an exhibition called Invisible Visible. And when we did that exhibition, it was so big we had to make another world called Interbeing. So we made a portal world that goes to all of the worlds, and then we made a new one called Protopia. Let's go check it out. So Regenera is kind of the home, the heart. And look, the little blimps are here. And if you click on them, you can time travel to another world. Isn't that fun?
There. Okay, the
What?
blimp.
Oh, the blimp. Oh, but do we need to? That's a way to go from Topia to New Art City? Because I launched the website, which is just Design Science Studio /Mora.
Yeah.
Which is Museum of Regenerative Art.
Yep. So here's where we arrive. We've docked. We are welcomed. This is so cute. And then you can kind of walk up. Look, it's our cute logo. Isn't that nice?
Yeah. I love it.
Serena made it. Okay, so here's our worlds. Cohera, which Maxie, are you in Cohera or Autopoiesis?
I don't know. I've never been able to find it.
What? Oh my gosh, really?
I think I'm in Autopoiesis.
Which is really a horrible thing to say for somebody who has their first NFT drop this week and can
that's a whole
figure out how to buy some currency.
Well, so your NFT thing, isn't that over here somewhere? Hold on, I gotta figure it out because I'm pretty sure there's where did it go?
I just knew that it was in Mora somewhere.
Yeah, well, I think it's in Protopia. So let's go to Protopia. Here's Protopia.
Okay, exhibition number 6.
Yep. Boop. Oh.
Look how this is all modeled after the idea of the floating city of Regenera, and that you actually this year you can fly. Last year you kind of were grounded, and now you can move in every which direction.
Yep. So if you go into Protopia, so it's just New Art City /Protopia. There's this little map, and in Protopia you can see kind of who's in here. We're at the Sunset Terrace apparently. And then it says,
oh, there's my exhibit.
Where are you?
Just turn to the left.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, there it is. So that, just go straight in there slowly. Oh, there's a sphere and a sphere and a sphere.
Well, let me turn on the sound, although I'm going to turn it down so it's not so crazy.
Yeah.
You're in a sphere, interbeing sphere. And then if you go in the belly of it, in the middle one, you can manage. It's much more calm in here. Okay, that was fun. So over here is the NFT exhibition. I know, that's good. Serena made it all happen. I was like, Serena, I really want to build all these new worlds, but I have no time because everyone submitted everything late and we were slow to ask for it. And she was like, it's okay, I'll do it. Here we are. Oh, I really wanted to show Amanda's piece today. Hold on. See if we can look at it. We go purchase it, then it'll show us the original. Although I think their website was being weird and you couldn't actually hear anything. So let me know if you can hear it. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Pretty cool, huh? All right. So anyways, there's a whole bunch of NFTs in here. Maxie, you were just talking about yours. Yours is one of them. There you are. Here's Maxie's. Nice. And Amanda's going to come tomorrow, Maxie. Oh, wait, Amanda's coming tonight. Amanda's coming soon. Oh, we should send her a text to know where she's going at what time. You must be text Amanda Gregory. Here's Maxie's piece. Maxie, do you want to say anything about it? We can't watch the whole thing because we don't have time, but.
No, but I want to thank I'd say a couple things. I want to thank you in the Design Science Studio for meeting Amanda Gregory, because when I listened to her with once it was a 9-minute piece with my eyes closed, I saw visions, and she's the only person I've ever listened to where I saw visions. So I asked her to collaborate with me on this piece, which to begin with, I gave her a bunch of pieces. She picked this one. And when you hear the actual sound of the earth bubbling up from the earth, it feels, I can feel it in my first chakra. You can really feel it. But it's a long piece. It's like 4 minutes, here you go.
Maxie, is that actual film or is it created?
No. I'm shooting in Iceland. This is the hot water bubbling up from the ground in Iceland, a place where there is so much water that people go outdoor swimming in the middle of winter, because every town has a swimming pool by this very cheap water. The sidewalks are heated by water, and people keep their windows open in winter.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
so I only feel weird that the price is so high, because it probably costs more money than that to make the piece in some way. But I didn't know enough, like how you price these things. So whatever. But the money is going to the SDGs, number 2, to help hunger. And what would be better than giving so much money to help hunger, relieve hunger around the world? So, from that perspective, it's like nothing.
Yeah, and part of it also goes to support you and the studio. Yippee.
That's right. Goes to support
So
water and the Design Science Studio.
Wow. So, I'm in Protopia, Roxy, and I see in the very lower left your name and my number.
Oh, yeah.
But I cannot navigate around and walk around like you're doing and showing. When I click into the gallery and I try to use the movement, the arrow keys to move around, it just doesn't seem to work. I don't know. I can't. And of course, this is very different than Topia. We won't be able to see each other like you do in Topia. We just can know that we're both there.
That's beautiful.
This is all Dr. Diane's Ubuntu sphere.
That's one of my most favorites. It's so complex.
She's coming. What's wild? So tomorrow, Amanda Gregory is opening with a performance, and then Dr. Diane's going to do her Ubuntu sphere. So wait, anyways, Harlan, you point with one, and then you use your arrow keys with your other hand. So if you have your mouse, you just use it to. Can you look around right now?
Not easily, but you know what? I'm using Firefox. Maybe I need to go to Chrome, because Topia also does not work in Firefox. Topia needs to be in Chrome or another browser, and that may be the same thing. So I'm going to try it in Chrome and see if it works better. And I remember though, Topia will load in Firefox but not work right. So I'll see what happens.
Shanita's so cool. Also, if it's not working, will someone let the person in, because I'm trapped. So if you push escape, there's this catalog button, and then you can actually just look at the different pieces that are inside the space
Ah,
and look at it in a catalog view. Because
yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
it's a little hard to look at it in the main view because it doesn't really work for all different computers.
I know. Like I'm loading right now. I'm loading it in Chrome again. I'll see what happens. But where was the catalog?
I literally had to get a new computer to use to build
Yeah.
it.
You know what? And I have an old computer. But okay, it works way better in Chrome.
Oh,
Okay.
good. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
just note that we
Now
only have
I'm
a few
in.
minutes left. We'll
I'm
come
totally
back.
in. Like
We'll
there's
play
John.
here some more, but I do want to give y'all just quickly going back in to the thing. Let's see what else we can find real quick.
So Roxy,
Yeah.
I think it would be great to promote some tours like this through Utopia. And I'm so grateful that I'm not touching anything. I know that's probably lazy to begin with, but I love a tour.
You love a tour in Topia?
In Topia and in Mora. I think you should be like a docent and get,
We do docents.
Yeah, you did. I remember last year we did that.
Yeah,
Rocky,
yeah.
at the end, you were doing a great tour of everything.
Yeah.
Evo's done that. Yeah, she's done some.
Serena, how good is this? Yeah, for sure. It's just been a little bananas trying to get it all done, but I definitely want to do more tours. So here we are doing one. So let's do more. We have 2 more days. Let's do it. Who wants to be a tour guide?
Oh, look, wait, Roxy, go to your left. Wait, no, first, no, stay there. Yeah, both are good. Yeah. That was Sylvia's piece, and then there was my piece. No, you went too far. Go back to, oh my God, I don't know how to navigate it. Oh my God, keep turning. Yeah, that's the interdimensional portal with a chunk missing out of one of the arches, and it's like transparent or something. Look at that. Serena did this. I gave her the file.
She did that.
It's not exactly right, but at least it's something. And then right next, and then right next door was Sylvia's piece.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
So
I got
cool.
excited.
Yeah, but that's it. That's so cool.
To be here in real life at
That's a little. So turn to your
it's
right.
not missing a chunk. It's just like
Oh, the cloud. Yeah. That's awesome. That's so cool.
But it's in there. See, the chunk is there.
Yeah. No, I know. It's pretty. There's some weird things going on. And look, there it is. That's Sylvia's piece. Let's go inside the
Look,
eagle.
this is a portal. If I walk into it, it'll go in her fundraising campaign.
Oh my God.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yay.
Oh my God, I need to do that for my piece.
I mean, I'm gonna do that for the studio. We tried, we're still trying, raising that money. Look how cute this is. You can go inside of the little guy.
Yeah.
Here we are. I am nurtured.
Oh, look at I like how it's lined up with the Greek temple in between the wings.
Serena did such a good job.
Yeah, that was good. I need to get up to speed on this 3D modeling.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's so beautiful.
Look at the 3D design science logo.
Isn't it
Oh
so
my God. That's so cool.
Oh my gosh, y'all, this is literally like we've gone through like 1/4 of 2 out of 12 worlds. There's so much art. We talk about all the art, but like we gotta get up in the art.
That must be Kurt's space.
Oh yeah, look.
McNamara's.
Changing the direction of the system. Yet another is precession. This is a form of systems coupling together. Basically, when the pollinator flies into the flower,
if I was in
picks
Topia,
up
I would sit
something
down,
that Bucky said was
The
picked
thing
up.
that sucks about this place, I can't just like sit down. What's in here?
Yeah,
Oh,
look at
this
that
is
film.
Susan's thing. Oh, is it? This is Susan's thing. Cool.
Oh, Concrete Oasis, Pershing Square.
Yes. Oh, this is awesome. What fun. What fun. Hold on, I gotta see what's next because I don't want to go too crazy. Oh, it's almost Chris's turn. Oh, this is very exciting. Okay, well.
That was a good tour. That really worked well. We didn't see everything, but that was so cool.
5 minutes. We have 5. All right. Well, let's see what's up here. Look at ball. Solar power incubator. Wow, that's nice. Okay, very well. Oh, yo, this is the Protopia work from Monica. Oh, yeah. This is Monica Sinienska's Protopia future stuff. This is awesome. Got a whole Protopia world. You can learn about Protopias. Oh, where did I go? Oh, I backed up into the portal. I didn't mean to do that. Well, here we are. You can learn about Protopia dreams and Protopia principles. Pretty amazing. Yeah, I just really want to encourage everyone to go explore the worlds. I mean, this is it. This is all. There's so much art that's been created, and we're talking about a lot of it, but like, you got to go experience it. It's pretty amazing. So, oh, let's look at this one though. This is like the sweetest collaboration ever.
Yeah. I think that's, you know, the point about collaborations was what made this whole thing is everybody worked with somebody else to realize their visions here. It's really beautiful.
Yeah. So neat. Well, it's been really fun having a little mini tour. I wanted to go to the multiverse poetry, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow because my mom disappeared.
I think we're planning that for tomorrow, actually.
Oh, good. Because it's been really fun. But I'll give you a little, if y'all want a sneak peek, I'll put it in the chat. Multiverse poetry. So how many people have collaborated on this so far, Mark?
Oh gosh, I think there's at least 6, if not more. I kind of lost count because people kept adding stuff. So
amazing.
Wonderful. I was just going to say it was a wonderful invitation from Moni, from your mother, to she started this last year, I believe, and then the artwork is actually, you could probably speak to the artist better, Umara, who helped with this, but a whole bunch of us jumped in with the invitation to share our poetry. So there's either the graphic, or you step up to it and you'll hear the poetry, or you can click through to a video.
So good. Well, this is actually a perfect segue to our next evolutionary artist, because Chris Weir was Moni's pod captain, and has been just such an incredible artist, collaborator, ally, team member, all the things. So let's give a big familial warm welcome to the one and only Christopher Weir. Oh, where'd he go? Hi.
Yes.
Wanted to show your full installation as a part of your exit strategy.
What's that? Sorry, I was just turning the fan off because I'm working off an iPad. The technology this week had different plans than I did, so
I was
we're
saying,
adjusting.
I was just in interbeing, and I could get to your piece pretty quickly. If you wanna, we can have that be our closing of the art tour and entry.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me put it back on screen share mode. And maybe while I do that, thank you, Captain No Account. Thank you, Maxie. Thank you, Melissa. Mark, could you give the warm formal welcome to Chris while I pull up his art, and then we transition to share about his project?
I'd be honored to do that. Chris, we met last year in the inaugural Design Science Studio launch of the Design Science Decade. And you kept popping in for all sorts of different reasons. But I think what brought you here is that you're a multidisciplinary artist whose work aims to expand our imaginations and move us beyond our individual and collective limiting beliefs. His art, writing, and other work is made mainly in Oakland, California. And I've noticed throughout the year, like you've popped in and said, hey, I'm doing this event on a rooftop or someplace where you're showing your artwork and you're collaborating with others. And so it's always lovely to bump into each other out in the real world. So here you go. There you are.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, here's one of my illustrations.
Yay. All right, Chris. Thank you. And I also see that Mansoor is here. I'm not sure if Mansoor is planning on joining you, but I just want to celebrate that Chris also was not only in the inaugural Design Science Studio, but also in the Living Systems Art and Design Collaboratory, and then in the Design Science Studio Cohort 2, and is one of our core team members as our Director of Attention. The eyeballs help us. We have extra ones, thanks to Chris, and is such a talented writer and artist, and such a deep advocate for this community, and and has been one of the core storytellers, helping the world know the work that we do, and is now collaborating with Mansour, which is incredible. And sorry about the background noise, but I will give you the floor. Thank you, Chris. Excited for this.
Thanks, Roxy. Yeah, thanks for having me. This project that I am a part of with Mansour has been an honor, really, thus far to get to where we are together. And I'm learning so much from him and with him, working with initially writings and observations that he shared with me. And together we are coming up with what I'm about to talk about in the best way that I can, as it's still emerging for me a bit, for sure. And so our project is called Loving Systems, working title. It's working with, as I said, ideas that Mansour has shared and is developing with me. And this project is shifting into a new medium. And right now we're looking at using our voices, coming from writing to using our voices as a podcast to share the ideas that we are wishing to share with you. So here's a draft of that. This project is inviting us to come into acknowledgement of a deep simplicity that inherently exists throughout all living systems throughout our entire universe. As it's known by many systems thinkers, network theorists, and as well as stewards of wisdom and spiritual traditions around the world. And many of our network this week as well, who you've seen share as part of the Design Science Studios events this week. That these living systems that we are all a part of are self-organizing. This powerful self-organizing process is happening at every scale, from our solar system to our planet to the individual human body. And this is particularly where we are inviting you to look, to observe and learn about nonlinear, interconnected, self-organizing emergent systems in this time that we're living in right now. So within the body network, we can see the process as we see multiple systems coexist and co-regulate the entire body synchronously, much of it beyond my personal ability to even acknowledge is therefore a subconscious level. And they display these nonlinear, inherent self-organizing processes and principles that we can observe in all interconnected systems. So from our own bodies, we can learn about this inherent process and then apply that learning to our other networks that we are a part of. But within the human body, there is a network that seems to be working a bit differently. This is the cognitive system, particularly the brain. Our brain is part of our coming into consciousness and self-awareness process that we have been observing since we have been observing ourselves as humans, has separated the brain from the body network. And it's dominated the overall system for its individual benefit. And so we can see here when the brain, which is one part of a greater nonlinear network, behaves with linear values as opposed to nonlinear values. It's behaving with linear values as it observes itself as separate and with linear relationship to the rest of the system. It tends to act in ways that are based in domination, that are seeking short-term gain, and also concerned with liability management, rather than working in sync with the rest of the network, that it could be working with higher efficiency of cooperation with the entire system. So with linear thinking, which we've developed as part of this self-awareness process that we are observing even now, with linear thinking, we tend to behave defensively, with competition, acting based upon fear and implementing a perspective of this elusive separation. This is elusive separation with an I, as in illusion, okay? It is elusive separation, seeing ourselves as separate from everything else, seeing the brain as separate from the body. And so as part of that, system behaves for its individual benefit with linear values, as described, over the greater benefit of the entire system. We can see that this doesn't ultimately benefit the entire system. It actually is a model that is turning out to be quite unsustainable. If one part of the body acts for its individual benefit without recognizing its relationship with the rest of the greater system, then I think we can all imagine this may not work out very well for the rest of the system overall, right? This could be the brain seeing itself as separate and I go for caffeine instead of food. This can be as well as when certain parts of the body are out of balance or in a state of dis-ease, we see different proportions taking over the attention and energy and resources of the overall body. And this may be a sign of something that is unhealthy and not sustainable. And so in this way, our development of consciousness and self-awareness has led to elusive separation of the brain from the body, just as linear values have separated ourselves from one another and humanity from the rest of our planet. So what we're inviting you to do is observe the relationships within your body, learn from this individual observation, and apply this knowledge to all the networks that you're a part of. Because of the universality of nonlinear systems in network theory, we can apply this knowledge to all networks at any scale. That is domestically, individually, internationally, politically, economically, across disciplines and sectors and silos throughout society. And we can see how coming into nonlinear relationship can benefit any of these systems at any level. And in this way, our development of linear thinking, although it seems like it could have been a detour from the overall greater process of what the Earth is kind of guiding us back into, this detour has actually not been a waste of our time. It has not been a waste of our energy. It has not been a waste of our resources as humanity and the overall network of our planet is concerned. Because through our self-awareness process, the self-awareness process and coming into consciousness and awareness of our roles and influences and effects on systems of from ourselves and the human network, the Earth itself is coming into self-awareness. And as the Earth is coming into self-awareness, it is inviting us to resynchronize with the greater self-organizing system that is the planet overall. But how do we do that, right? It's a great idea. How do we do that? So in order to do this, we need to shift our focus from damages, liabilities, blame, fear-based mindsets, and of the process as it's happened so far, and focus on and assess our assets, those things that are of value. What have we developed? What has linear thinking brought us into? I've personally spent many years, luckily not too many anymore, focusing on the negative things in my life and the negative parts of myself that have eventually now come into focus. If I exclusively focus on those things, then it doesn't facilitate me getting anywhere. And similarly, with observing our self-awareness process and our development of linear thinking and separation of me from you, this can certainly be observed as something that is not what the Earth is asking us to do, and not ultimately perhaps what the goal is and our destiny might be as a species. But if we are able to refocus that energy from blame and liability and damages, and instead bring that focus into what we have gained, what we have achieved, and assess our assets quantitatively in a linear way, we can then allocate these assets and reorganize them in a way that is working with nonlinear values. So right now, essentially what we're doing is a mismanagement of our energy, and it's all necessary and it's all part of this self-organizing process. And now that we are at a point where we can observe these systems at many, many, many different levels, and we are coming into an awareness that spiritual traditions, as well as new sciences and network and quantum theory and all these wonderful things, are coming to a similar point of acknowledgement that there is a deep simplicity within and throughout all of these systems. If we're able to refocus our energy onto what we have and what we can use and how we can collaborate and combine, then we will be able to create a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. Because elusively separated, these parts are not working together. And together, we will be able to achieve the highest potential that humanity is capable of within the greater network of our planet. And so that is essentially an introduction to my best understanding and knowledge and ability to share with you today about what our project, my project with Mansour Vakili, is aiming to share with us. It is an invitation. It is an invitation to find folks who may be listening right now who are interested in learning more. An invitation to receive feedback, as living systems are feedback loops. An invitation to perhaps have people join us in the conversation itself. And also very much an invitation for any contributions that you can think of. And yes, a form was just dropped in the chat that you can click. It goes to a simple Google form that you can fill out with your ideas. And we would love to hear from you about what you think about where this project may be heading. As again, this was just a small taste of my current understanding of this greater project that we're all a part of. And I'm also interested in taking questions. If anyone is interested in asking them, you are more than welcome to unmute. Roxy and Bliss and everyone else, full transparency, I did not set a timer. And so please guide us with how much time we may have.
We're doing well. You have,
Great.
we have a little bit of time, and I'm just wondering if Mansour would like to join you and add anything to the comments.
That would be wonderful if he's able. I know he's also with family and stuff today. So, oh, here he is.
Hi, Mansour.
Cool.
Welcome.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good.
I'm so happy to join you guys and see all the beautiful faces and souls that we work together, be part of your team, and somehow we can all work together to have a better life for us, for human beings, for other species, Earth, and everything too. And we are living, as you know, in a very is an emerging process. Earth wanted to be self-aware, choose us to take this task. We already got all the knowledge that we needed, that this is a self-organizing living system, how it works and all this that shows in the nonlinear network theories, and giving us hope that we are not just separated, or we are not just alone in this Earth, just accidentally here. We are part of a bigger process of cognitive process of this self-organizing living planet and universe. Earth wanted to be self-aware, took us to this loop of being self-aware, and through that process we did a lot of used all the resources, but we converted to information to do the task of self-awareness of the Earth. And now in digital world, right now that everything is going chaotic and unpredictable and all this too, is the sign of emergence that Earth wants us to join back and act with nonlinear principles of self-organizing system, and through that bring hope, bring positivity and for the earth and everywhere, and all the inhabitants of the earth and things too. And that brings hope and positivity and shows that we haven't wasted, even though right now linear mind and linear model, approximate model that we created, we did a lot of damage or abused things. But at the same time, we have to focus on the achievement that we have. And that's what I'm trying to, and the deep simplicity that, like, as you know, when I'm talking right now, 4 million neurons and cell between you and I is synchronizing to take one word from my mind to your mind without any, without the minimum effort. At the same time, is regulating my body and everything too, my blood pressure and everything, and my enzymes and everything too. So this self-organizing process is capable of doing the most complicated thing with the minimum effort. And that's what I'm inviting you to see, the potential that it is in our body. And why we are not bringing that out is a domination of linear mind that is end of it. Anyway, I'm sorry to take too much time, and I hope it was.
Thank you so much, Mansoor.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely no worries at
Wow.
all, Mansoor. We're so
No
happy
words wasted.
there. No words wasted. Thank you for all of your support of our work and believing in what the power of art and design have to support a more integrated future. It is really delightful to have you here with us, and we missed you.
I'm sorry that I've been so busy lately I couldn't participate, but I will definitely will follow up, and we will be more in connection and go forward. And we are inviting, any of your artists or anybody that is really interested in it to join us in development of this concept, which is amazing. You can apply it to politics, economy, planetary level and everything too. And it's amazing knowledge that we are gaining now to be able to bring the hope and positivity to the world.
Thank you. This is reminding me, and I'm sorry I've dropped his name, but the graphic artist, Chris, who worked with both Marshall McLuhan and Buckminster Fuller. With Bucky, he did I Seem to Be a Verb, and I can't remember his name. And I was like, I would love to sit with him to know what it was like to have been an artist, to work with such a wonderful mind like Mansoor. And what a gift, huh? What a gift.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful.
It's
Thank you both. Yeah. Look at you beaming. It's wonderful.
And I can add to this that even though cognitively we know the self-organizing process, we know the feeling of it is the feeling of love. And that's the one is going to really, because Earth takes us 365 days around the solar system, gives us everything, and it doesn't ask anything. Unconditional love. Sun does the same thing too. Dog does the same thing too. And all the people that they were close to near to death experience, they feel that we lose that self-elusive separation, and we feel that. So eventually all we are trying to say is not only living system, but is a loving system.
Yeah.
And that's a feeling of this universe. And that's where we are getting. And that's amazing that, all the spiritual paths, Rumi, Jesus, everybody was just with any other wisdom tradition inviting us to go for love. And that would be the main source of all this beauty that we are seeing around us in the planet and everywhere too.
Yeah. As Bucky said, love is metaphysical gravity.
That's it.
That's it. All right. Well, thank you both. And speaking of emergence, our next guest is all about dynamic emergence. If we could welcome Claire onto the stage. Hi, Claire. Listen,
I can't believe this. I'm literally gobsmacked by the serendipity of Chris and Mansoor and what you're both talking about. It's just, there's There was so much that got shuffled around today, and including on my end, things that were meant to be happening that got cancelled. And if they hadn't been cancelled, I wouldn't be able to be doing what I'm about to do right now. And if it wasn't right now, I wouldn't have just heard Chris's presentation and Mansour's interpretive kind of comments on that, which is exactly where we're going next. Yeah. So I'm really blown away by the cosmos at the moment.
Yeah.
I guess everything was self-organizing us actually to be able to see you here.
Absolutely. And if we can remember that, then there's a little less stress involved, right? In staying in that flow, trusting.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take a moment to introduce Claire properly so that everybody has a little sense of her. But once this is over, you will know Claire. Claire is a mystical planet walker, a Samara, a pollinator, a connector of ideas and people. She has been a sound healer and an energy worker for much of her life and explores the realms of the numinous and the tangible through her work as an artist. She swims in liminal spatial realms, teaches, and alchemizes consciousness. She understands energy from the human living system perspective and feels the emotions of life and the elements. All this shows up as performances and dynamic emergence and Claire. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. So I am going to screen share. Let me find the top of this. There we go. All right. One thing you can see in the four corners here is 4 different energy balls. And those are moments of capturing or witnessing, actually, I prefer that language, something going from the implicate to the explicate. In other words, if you're not so familiar with Bohm, the not yet visible, tangible, tactilely relationable into something that we can either see, feel, or hear. Intuition, of course, is the ability to feel these things before they come into form. And Chris, the reason I was really excited about what you were sharing is because one of the things I'm going to touch in on, I hope you can stick around, is this another perspective, an additional feeding into what you were talking about with linear values. Okay, so dynamic emergence has a proper formal definition, which I'll give you, but it's really just about life becoming. And it's about, for right now, it's about the human experience of being a living system and what that really means for us and how that affects our experience of being here in an interconnecting web of living and loving systems. So the actual technical definition is the phenomena of novelty arising when 2 or more elements meet. The phenomena of novelty arising when 2 or more elements meet. So as a musician and an artist and someone that just likes a good conversation, you know, I'm always being present with what wants to emerge. And even if I'm sitting in a meeting, hang on, I've just got to shut my door. The neighbors are getting active. Yes, even if I'm sitting in a meeting as a witness, there is this waiting for that feeling that something is not yet being represented and wanting to facilitate that, wanting to name that. And we'll see the 2 tenets in a minute, which will kind of capture that. So we and life are always coming into being all the time, everywhere. It's just a constant activity. Whether it's coming into being or fading away, there is still motion. So energy and consciousness matter. And I mean that in various ways, right? Things coming into being is another way of them mattering. But they matter because this is our experience. This is the process of us being here and this evolution of our consciousness. So the thing for us to be able to do is to become energy experts and to understand energy as information. And there are lots of ways that we do that, which we'll be visiting. But as you can see, you know, the community that is here, this extraordinary, beautiful community that is DSS, that is of the Bucky Fuller Institute, are just this kind of cornucopia of creators, designers, dreamers, artists, developers. Like, so the pragmatical, as I mentioned the other day, inspirers, empaths, highly sensitive people that have different ways of knowing and being. And to be here as part of this and to be able to support that emergence with this kind of information feels really good to me, and it feels important. So one of the things about dynamic emergence is that energy, activity needs to be noticed, waits to be noticed in order to either alchemize itself or amplify itself. And this can be reflected back on in our human experience by things like when somebody names something that is in the room, or if you explain something to somebody about how you feel and they're able to mirror it back, that's energy being noticed. And then as soon as that's happened, there's this wonderful release and things become new again. I want to show you this because we talk about energy a lot, but this is actually, I believe it's electromagnetic filming. I'm not entirely sure what the technology was, but I go to Dowser's conferences every other year. And so I was giving a sound healing. And I'm really hoping I've shared my sound. I think I did, but I want to double check. So hang on a sec.
Yep.
Did I? I
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
Okay, cool. All right, so up front, the audio quality is not great, but what really matters is noticing the energy. So this lady, she paid for me to have this filmed, basically, and I came in to give her a sound healing. So this is her energy, bearing in mind, even though I'm off screen, I'm still close to her. So it's not just her energy. As you can see, it's slightly off to one side. And that might be, I've never thought about this before, in anticipation of me coming in, because that was the intention. So let's play it and see what happens. Notice the change in colors, obviously. The colors are open to your own interpretation. I don't have comment on that really, except I will make that observation that traditionally people consider the heart chakra to be green, and that can relate to healing. But there are so many ways to look at color. I just like having something that says, yes, look, there is energy interacting. It's not just, it's not just a way of saying something, it's actual. So dynamic emergence, there are two tenets, and this was a download I got. I've been talking about this for a really long time. I've got videos that I can't even believe where I'm standing in a muddy field talking about this in festivals in England from years ago. But it came into a more formal kind of shape about 3 years ago, and I downloaded about 65 mind maps and was lucky enough to be able to film a whole series of videos to go with every single mind map for a series that people can study at their own pace or in a cohort on my website, dynamicemergence.net. So here are the two tenets. Tenet number one, nothing is fixed. Now, that just sounds pretty straightforward, but the implications of that are extraordinary. If nothing is fixed, and one of the ways people might have experienced that with me through this these 11 days of Regenaissance Rising is through singing. So when I did some singing, I think people experienced something about their field being a little bit different. I know for sure I do. And I've done experiments with people where I ask them to think of a problem that they've got that won't leave them alone in that moment, something that's alive for them right now. And they write it down, and then I say, okay, so it's been documented, now just experience some sound, and then I'll sing. It doesn't have to be for long. And afterwards, I say, now can you go back and have a look at what you wrote and see what your relationship to it is now? And invariably, something has shifted. And the fact that we are not fixed and are able to be shifted by an environment, because we are an environment, right? And these environments interact. I think that's pretty interesting. One of the things that it made me think about when I thought more about it was you better think about who you're hanging out with, because the level of their consciousness, their conscious awareness, is going to have an impact on mine until I'm a master of my own energy field. So there's an influence happening. So if problems aren't fixed, that's pretty good news, right? It's a matter of how we come together in order to facilitate the emergence of novelty. And we do become different people in different people's company. A way of thinking about that is, I'll tell you a very short story, and you'll have a million of your own that you might start thinking about now, is that I used to teach creativity and innovation to management students at San Francisco State University. In the office hours, they very rarely came to talk about creativity. They usually wanted to talk about their grade and try and persuade me to increase it. But one day, a student came in who just wanted to talk about creativity. And so we were having this conversation, and it was wonderful. And then all of a sudden, out of absolutely nowhere, I heard myself say to him, there's only so many ways to paint a horse. And then I looked at him, noticed what I had said, and then said, do you know what? I have absolutely no idea what that means. I've never said that before. I mean, I think I understand what it means, but I've never said it before. So I don't really know why I said it. And he looked at me and without hesitation said, my mother used to say that to me all the time growing up. So this information sharing, if energy is information and our fields are interacting, there is information traveling back and forth. And you'll notice things like your sense of humor will change, things that you feel willing to say, things that you don't feel willing to say, feeling cautious or feeling more buoyant in someone's company, finding yourself to be more funny, more amusing in someone's company, more delightful, right? All of that is in some sense, telling you something about the other person, because all of this stuff might be in us, but it's resonating with someone else and therefore emerging. And this is about waiting to be noticed, energy waiting to be noticed. Now, it's not that it's passive and just sitting there and, doing nothing. But once it's noticed, an interaction occurs, like there is a mutuality. It's almost like the Ouroboros sees its own tail. and something can happen. When we pay attention, the it that is waiting to be noticed comes forward. It somehow feeds it a certain invitation, a certain kind of energy. By noticing that, it can, you know, if you think about it in terms of ideas coming forward, it can actually be how we listen for the wisdom of the future that inhabits the now, but it's not yet seen by us, to be able to present itself. We have to be open and willing to do that, because it's going to travel across a liminal threshold, and then it becomes available to us in our dimensions. We do that through our ways of knowing, and that is the implicate becoming explicate, the not seeable becoming seeable. It's liminal space. So some of the creative work I do is I paint energy balls, and this is one. And you can get the sense of energy, form coming into being, and then off it goes. It's released. So what is a sensing environment? And it's basically understanding ourselves as energy moving, organizing itself, but with our help. So what kind of help are we giving it? Here are the ways of knowing as they're identified in dynamic emergence. And it's really an assimilation of the multiple intelligences that Howard Gardner talks about. It's what I used to use when I was teaching creativity and innovation. So there's rational, emotional, sensory, and then there's intuition. And all of that sits inside of this wonderful bubble of not knowing. So we have to have beginner's mind. If we're full, there's no room for something else to come in. So this collaboration between these ways of knowing is actually very important to how we meet information and how we interpret it and how we generate it. Each way of knowing has its own language, and it generates a corresponding way of being. So obviously rational is mental, of the mind, the mental mind, thinking. Emotional is to do with our emotional feeling, and sensory is to do with our ability to sense. So there's many ways to interpret sensing. A big part of that is the ability to have a tactile relationship to the sensitive energy in a situation or in an environment. It's a way to feel the non-locality of someone else's energy and consciousness. Now, each of us has a bias that's not fixed either, but we have a tendency, and you'll know this about yourself. You know, you might be someone that meets problems or invitations or new ideas with your mental thinking. You might meet it more emotionally, and you might meet it more with your body, with your gut, your instincts. So these experiences are influencing, again, how the potential of something that wants to come into being, how we are able to encounter it. And I'm going to add this because of Chris. I added this in while Chris was talking. I mean, it existed, but I wasn't going to go there, but now I am. So inversion theory. Inversion theory is something that I actually needed to hear because I wanted to understand why such a beautifully designed system, right, a human being, and I don't say this above any other species, but I am talking specifically about humans right now, because humans are designed with this extraordinary capacity to feel and connect with multiple dimensions simultaneously and to understand those dimensions simultaneously, even if they contradict one another. There is this thing called inversion theory, which explains why such intelligence can actually sabotage itself. I wanted to know. It didn't make sense to me, and I like to understand things. I come from an artist family, but I come from an engineering family. I'm very pragmatic people that like to understand things. So I have multiple influences. So here's the statement, which you may have already read by now. When one way of knowing becomes isolated, whether it's the rational, the emotional, or the sensory, and is no longer informed, no longer in communion with the other two, at its most extreme, it will become the inverse of itself. It will become the inverse of itself. As I mentioned here, if it leads to anger that is not met, heard, or healed, then we all suffer. So right now, I'm suddenly thinking of Putin and Ukraine, but it could be anything, and it could be on any scale. in that case, we behave in ways that do not make sense to a systemic perception of, of life, how life works systemically. Each way of being and each way of knowing has its own language, its own sensitivity, and its own territory. So you can see from this is just the general map, and I'm not going to go massively into it. I just want you to see it, really, so that you can see the thinking. So all of this is kind of inside this blue area, which is called inner res, rational, emotional, sensory. This is kind of private territory, and this is where who I am kind of comes into being inside myself before I decide what to reveal to the outside world. So I'm taking in information and I'm doing something with it, and then I will express it out into the world. And this, the outer res, is where you're doing that too. And it's where you and I get to meet and have some kind of interaction. All of that is sitting inside this orange band, which is called the creative collective or collective consciousness. I like calling it the creative collective, but it's actually collective consciousness, really. Same thing. But you'll see in a minute, because of what I'm about to show you, that this is not fixed. It looks fixed, but it's not fixed ever, just like you saw in that healing energy video. So how we come and meet one another, how we make room for the possibilities that might occur between us, whether it's with hostility or love, affects our ability to expand this consciousness. As we do that, we can then feel into the planet. The planet is our home. And that's why we are sitting inside the planet. The planet needs a home too, and that's the cosmos. This area of the not knowing, of the ajna, is where intuition and imagination allow us to travel into these outer realms. So who and what are we collaborating with? So I'm sort of touched on that. I have no idea what the time is, so I better keep moving a bit faster. Briefly, I just want to show you this. This is a one-on-one. So let's say that's me and that's you. And then this is us having an interaction. Let's imagine we're having an amazing interaction and we see that field expand. And maybe we're not having an amazing interaction, so we'll see it contract again. And it can be as simple as someone mishearing you or not quite getting something you're trying to communicate. Now that's just one-on-one. This happens in groups. So here, this is that creative collective expanding. So obviously we're having a good time. That's regenerative era right now, having a good time. That's, let's say that's at rest. And this is if something's going wrong and everything contracts, which means the creative possibilities can also get a little bit lost. So how do we evolve our consciousness? Through all of the interactions, by noticing all of the interactions that we're having, whether they're pleasant or unpleasant, just noticing the experience. Then using the imagination, our intuition. These are those guys, as I mentioned, to other ways of knowing, more expansive, more regenerative, more sustainable ways of knowing and being and designing from those places. We can actually observe the feedback loops of the universe that's talking to us through our bodies, through our minds, and through our hearts. That is the collaboration. And imagination is a beautiful word, 3 words in one. Magi, the root of that is magician, alchemist, sorcerer, or astronomer. Hence, I'm adding in the C. So when I'm using my imagination, I'm actually transforming a reality, whether it's this environment or a larger environment with permission. This I'll just share with people as an available slide, but have a quick look at how this shows up in our daily lives. So, for instance, the universe seems to work with us to manifest whatever we actually believe, which might be different from what we think we believe. We only need to look at the evidence of our lives to see where we might have some sticky areas that could do with some attention, some noticing. Our perception drives the energy that's flowing, and it drives it in certain ways with certain temperatures, if you will. We can't actually escape what we generate, because that's like a goldfish escaping the goldfish bowl, or a fish escaping the water. What else can we see? The knowing bias influences our way of understanding. Oh, this I think is very important. Our evolution is the evolution. And from that, my understanding is that we cannot actually evolve an external future without evolving this internal present. So there is a direct interlocking relationship there that I can't bypass. And I know we have that term spiritual bypass or emotional bypass, and it doesn't work. And I think we've probably, between us, tried it. I mean, why not try it, right? So anyway, not a reliable thing to do. So what affects the reach of our imagination? Self-confidence, faith, and trust. What affects the reach of our imagination? Self-confidence, faith, and trust. These are much bigger than they sound. And I want to point this out. It takes incredible courage to believe in yourself, to believe in oneself, when our own culture does not nurture that which lives in us as our true soul signature, as our true soul destination. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. These are available on the website. But the beliefs go in, out and out. They influence. In here, you become the storyteller. You're the center of everything. You, each of us, is the center of everything here, always. So we have this incredible responsibility and opportunity to have, and Bucky, I love how he talks about this idea that really once you're in the center of your life, your true life, it is not the same ever again, that something feels totally different. And I'm still on that journey myself. I move toward it, and I feel the expanding self into the larger self. But I'm still a human, so I still have my own relationship to my own evolution, but I'm on it. And I hope you are too. I think you are. So the belief systems, as it says here, they sort of become a kind of filter for which thoughts, because if you think of thoughts as having frequency, which ones can come in to our awareness if we're not able to establish kind of a landing pad within ourselves for them. So I think maybe they just kind of have to swoop over the top of us. And there's probably a better way of saying that. But I think this thing about our belief systems needs to be taken really seriously, because it can really upend things. And as I mentioned, our external environment is very key to that. So if we're in environments where, especially, if you grew up in an environment where things that were natural for you to believe were negated, even if they weren't directly negated toward you, that is an image that you take in, and then it can have an influence on you until you notice it, which is that second tenet. So the answers, our answers, are found in our ability to travel. And by travel, I mean interdimensionally. Humans, the mainstream thinking pods, they need some help in accessing the numinous, where the greater wisdom is. And the numinous, for me, is another way of saying that, is the void. It's the place where possibilities and opportunity are waiting to present themselves as a collaborative force. So all of us here as artists and innovators, we have something to do with that. We are, in fact, travelers. There is a different vibrational language that's more inclusive, and it means that we can travel between these realms to be in that cosmic conversation. So that the rewards for paying attention are, I haven't even experienced them in a full sense yet. Like I've had feelings of it, and I've had moments, and I do have moments, and I'm grateful for those. But we are, in fact, the new language makers. And I would say, please don't ever underestimate, given the cultures that a lot of us have grown up in, don't underestimate the skill and the courage it takes to be willing to ride the tail of the dragon. And here's what I mean by that. dragons, one of the ways they are considered in terms of their symbolism is creativity. So when the dragon was slayed, I don't know exactly when that happened in terms of the time frame that story became, but I'm curious about how it relates to the Industrial Revolution, because there is something about killing our creativity that has sort of perhaps entrapped our memory of who we are, because that model kind of makes me think of the burning of the witches, the Enlightenment. It's such an ironic term. So there's that, but here's the other thing. Dragons are so powerful. They're so powerful. And I think that's something for us to remember, is that no matter how much we might doubt ourselves or feel vulnerable or feel unsure of things, inside any artist is a dragon waiting to voice its truth. And I believe this is the very last slide. And I really like this one. So I think of creativity, I think of the things that draw us forward as teleological. And in a way, the way I interpret what that means is that there is a future me, or there is me in the future, simultaneous to me being right here, right now, talking to you, and perhaps me from the past, perhaps we're all here. How does one separate, right? And that there is a knowledge of a future that something in me knows is there. I can sniff it in the air, right? It's that sensory intelligence, that intuition as well. And it's pulling me forwards. And that is the way I get sort of forced to evolve, because anything that obstructs this compulsion, this passionate drive to fulfill a sense of purpose, a particular purpose, that energy is what will push me through all the bits that I might not want to go through in terms of what do I see in myself? What do I see in humanity? How do I deal with the pain of disappointment and grief and loss? So a lot of people look at this and they think this is them, the shell, and that the pearl is their project. And what I'd like to propose is that this is your life, and that this is in fact you. And the project is the element of your life that knows you so well that it can't wait to have you join it in this becoming future. Think about that. So the striving can be seen as a striving toward ourselves, as a striving toward completion in a way, which doesn't mean death, doesn't mean the end. It just means some kind of restoration of self to self. And I think maybe that's what we're all doing here. That's one way of looking at it. And it doesn't have to be the only thing that's true, if it is true indeed. So I have no idea how I was on time, but I hope there's enough time for people to ask a question, make a comment, share a resonance or something.
Yeah, we do have time, Claire.
Oh, good.
And not only that, but the comments that were coming in were so resonant. You struck a lot of chords.
Oh, good.
I've seen a lot of faces going, And so is there anybody in particular that, Chris, this struck something.
I saw Chris, we got to connect.
I think Mansour had something to ask, actually.
Okay.
Actually, I just wanted to add some comments to what you said about how this universe is. As you know, before quantum mechanics, we thought that the universe is made of building blocks. Now we know that is the energy that vibrates. But if it experiences a local stability, it becomes particle. But those particles are a cognitive system. This is a cognitive energy. There is a pattern of information that it comes from spiral pattern, that it comes from fractal dimension of golden ratio, that this unit, this energy inherently has it. And because of that, those particles are capable of organizing themselves in nonlinear network to become fractal and self-organizing, to create the whole that is greater than sum of the parts. And this is the basic simplicity, but at the same time, creativity that this system has. And as you know, we looked at ourselves through biology perspective, that we are different cells and everything too, but we are part of the whole thing. Like when you're hugging a tree, you are exchanging energy with that tree.
Exactly. Yes.
And when you meet somebody and you really connect, you create a whole that is greater than sum of the parts. And these are all happening in our daily world, but with a linear mind that we separate ourselves from the things, we don't see that connection. And that's the main thing that we are trying to bring, the issue of how this linear model, approximate model that we created, is separated us from this understanding of metaphysical power that exists there. And by acknowledging it and observing it, and eventually activating our right side brain, which has been so far dominated with the left, more masculine, more logical one, to the right, which is more feminine and spiritual and intuitive. And another thing that I could add to this is that this universe, when you look at it as the Earth as a living system, has a higher conscious that is intuitively talking to us and guiding us. So that gives another hope to human being, that we are not alone. There's a higher conscious that intuitively we can connect and get the information there, rather than reading or doing any other studies just directly. What the spiritual people, mystic people used to, by losing that self with different practices, then you would connect and get the information directly rather than reading and all this.
Thank you, Mansour. I really want to feed back into the pot a couple of things because of what you just shared. Oh Lord. So the first thing that popped into my mind, because you mentioned quantum mechanics, is Carlo Rovelli, who is an Italian quantum mechanic, relational quantum mechanicist. I don't know. I don't know what the right word is.
Is a mechanic?
That's his thing, anyway. And I was talking of serendipities. I happened to go to a talk that he was giving. I saw the word relational in with quantum mechanics. And I'm like, all right, I'm going. And I went and listened to him. And I spoke with him afterwards because I knew I was going to write to him, and I didn't want to be anonymous when I wrote, because he teaches in France. And one of the things I shared with him was gratitude for the way he shared his information, because he was so human and he was so excited. And I said to him, that helped me journey with you. And he totally understood. And he really, really, I think, was happily surprised to have that kind of feedback. So I'm going to be following up with him, because one of the things I'm interested in, if it's possible, is to map out some of the human experiences that give us the most trouble. So for instance, things like forgiveness, how hard it can be to forgive and how long we can hold that difficulty. And I'm sort of curious about whether entanglement has something to do with that, because of the charge that the emotions have, whether that kind of fixes something in place across time. Because even if someone's dead, doesn't mean all of a sudden the healing occurs. So there's something about having to travel through time in a non-linear way that occurs to me. So that was one thing. The other thing relates to Chris. The reason I was excited about you mentioning linear values is that that model where you've got rational, emotional, and sensory. So think of rational, that sort of pinky red ball. The thing that I'm excited to name about that is that we have mined our minds for only the logical aspects, for the utilitarian aspects of rational. Because if you actually think about it, rational intelligence is far more romantic and far more feminine than the way we experience it with that sharp left brain mind that you're mentioning, Mansour. So, that's where reverie comes from. It's where imagination gets its voice somehow. It's how you write books. It's how you woo somebody. Like, rational knowing enables us to travel into the most extraordinarily beautiful places. La Tierra, right? It allows us to design cities that are sustainable. You can't do it without it. And as Einstein said, it is the servant, though. It's the servant of the emotional and the sensory. Those two kind of combine to keep the rational in its place, because it really shouldn't have so much responsibility as to help us evolve. You know what I mean? It's just not capable. So that's one piece. And the last piece, this again is for you, Mansour. So Ian McGilchrist wrote a wonderful book, The Master's Emissary, I think it was called. And he talks about left brain, right brain in a way that I had not thought about before. And I'm curious if you're familiar with this perception or perspective. So one is that the left brain, it's a nicer perspective than I had. So the left brain is actually the specific thing. So if you think of a chicken pecking, like looking for seeds on the ground, that's left brain activity. It's locating something specific and acting on it. So it's very focused, and we need to do that at times, don't we? But then the right brain is the chicken in between bites, checking out the periphery environment to see, well, what else is going on out here? Maybe wondering, is it safe? But also maybe wondering, is there more food over there? Or, where's my girlfriend? So that sort of specific and then inclusion, the gestalt of an environment, both of those elements being a part of our left right brain, and then the feminine having, or the female body having, the larger corpus callosum, so that those two parts of who we are can have a greater dialogue. But anyway, that's a lot of words. And Chris, you haven't had a chance to say anything yet.
Oh, I'm just loving how this is all coming together. And like, even me popping my video on, I was just gonna put my video back on, and I was like, oh, but I did see Mansour unmuted, so here we are, right?
Yes.
I'm going to suggest, we do have to move on, but maybe there's a breakout room if the three of you wanted to continue their conversation and anybody else wanted to jump in. We do have a news flash. We have a citizen of Regenera to share another way of looking at our time weather report. And I'd like to be able to give the floor to him, and thank you all three for this incredible numinous journey that we've wandered into. And
thank you.
Yeah.
And so what would the breakout room be called? Should we call it dynamic emergence?
Yeah. Go in there.
Seems to be what's
novelty.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a Q&A room 1 right now. If you just, let's see, I'm going to name it dynamic. No, I'm not. Somebody else might be doing that. So
there's a dynamic emergence room.
there it is. Voila.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's sweet. Lovely.
Well, here he is.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to everyone for listening. And if you ever have any questions, please let me know. I'm really interested how this might connect to your understandings of Bucky's work, because that to me is very interesting to see what relationship they actually have that I don't know about, because you do in a certain way, different from me.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
All right. So, Shantartiti, welcome back. It's time for the news. What do you have for us today?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. It's echoing.
Yeah, what did that go?
we're gonna reset the thing. What thing?
Reset the
We're gonna
stage.
reset this. We're gonna reset the stream and the stage, I think. So
So you just chit chat from it.
yeah. Before I get into the news, I do want to bring to our attention that this is part of the news. This is the space weather portion of the news, and today it is a new moon. It also is a partial solar eclipse that we had. The maximum point was around, let's say like 1:45 today, p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So now it's eclipsing out, and it's a partial one, and the maximum was reached, phasing out. But the place that it was visible was, I will show you, it was right over here. So the southernmost tip of South America, that was where it was visible. And this means that we're actually in eclipse season. There's going to be every year there's an eclipse season. So there's like one eclipse that starts us off, then there's a period of time where the energies are really eclipse oriented and energetic in that sense. And then there's an end point eclipse. And so we are in eclipse season and until like mid-May. And the next eclipse is going to be a different arc of thing. And so that is, yes.
If you're out there watching in the stream, we're going to close it and reopen it. So come in the event. It's really fun.
That was a
Interdimensional
voice from the news that, ever so often the news can grace us with revelatory voices that can bring insightful new paradigms to the world. So and yeah, that's partially how also regenerative came to mind. We were whispered a little hint that there's a world docking of cloud oriented city that's coming to visit us, and here we are.